around 8 o'clock. I'm not sure if a first round pick was ever available for Keon Ellis. So if you're asking me, hey, yeah, you could have DeAndre Hunter or 2 second-round picks. DeAndre Hunter's having a down year, but I mean, it's kind of the outlier on his career. So I guess I'm gonna go thumbs up for right now. There's a lot more to talk about with this trade and the fact that Scott Perry had to trade away not his first signing, but one of his big signings of the offseason and things like that, and Dennis Schroeder. So there's more to talk about it, but I do like DeAndre Hunter right now.
Yeah,
so thumbs up. If I can't go thumbs sideways, though.
All right, I'll go thumbs down. I'll do that.
Fighting on show one.
No, man, it just like DeAndre Hunter's fine. He's aggressively fine. I like that. Here's what I like about it. I like that they identified a player who is taller than 6'4".
Yes, for the first time in about half a decade.
He is
maybe a little bit more.
He is a two-way player. He's a good to above average to good defender. He is, like you said, having a down year offensively, but still he's a career 36% three-point shooter. He's 44.8% from the field for his career. 15 points, 4 boards, a couple assists. Like he's a fine addition.
Yeah,
like but I don't think that this was and I know our very own James Ham reported that the Kings are excited to see what DeAndre Hunter looks like alongside Keegan Murray. I'm not doubting that, but at the same time, he's 28. He turns 29 early in next season while he becomes an expiring contract. I don't think they acquired DeAndre Hunter because they said, oh, this is the missing piece. We have enough DeAndre Hunter sample size to know he's fine.
Is he a piece though? I mean, the missing piece is kind of like the missing piece is kind of a bigger player, I guess. But can he be a piece here?
Sure, I guess. But he's. I mean,
I guess my question too would be like, what were you looking for then? Because like I said, I don't know that the first round pick existed.
Okay, but right, and this is where
what was there for them.
This is where I don't mind the trade as much as I mind how we got here. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, like I said, there's a lot more context to it.
Yeah, so like in a vacuum, cool. You clear out Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. We saw immediately Nate Clifford gets to start at point guard last night with Russell Westbrook out. We see the immediate impact of that. Nate Clifford got a ton of minutes last night. That's going to be a really big deal moving forward. You get a two-way player who's at the very, very least, DeAndre Hunter is in the mold of player that we've been talking about the Kings needing for years.
Yeah, I would have loved him next to De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, right. Where was this 3 years ago? But yeah, because in the last season he was 4th in 6 Man of the Year voting. Like this is not a bad player. So I like that they identified a player like this and said, okay, if we're going to salary dump Dennis Schroeder, and we're going to get Keon Ellis out of here because he's not part of the long-term future, at least you got another defender. And at least you got a player who has, throughout his career, been a player that teams have to at least worry about on the three-point line. Again, he's not shooting it well this year, but I would imagine we start seeing that tick back up. His career low is 30.8% from three right now. His career low is 32.6, and that was in his second season.
So yeah, for the most part, I feel like he's been around 35 to like 39 in his career.
Yeah, he shot 40.5% last year, 38.5 the year before that, 35 the year before that, 38 the year before that. Like he's been a good 3-point shooter. So they identified a 3-and-D wing and they brought him in, and we'll see what he looks like next to Keegan Murray, and that's cool. 2 thumbs up. The problem comes in the fact that by the trade deadline, they were already having to salary dump Dennis Schroeder because when they signed him, Scott Perry said, we need a point guard. We need a point guard. The Kings need a point guard. This is what this roster needs. It was not Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, the move didn't really make sense when it happened.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, that's tough. You're not every GM is going to hit all the time. Even the best GMs swing and miss. But the fact that they go and trade for Dennis Schroeder and then immediately go sign Russell Westbrook, who ostensibly fills that same role, and then you draft a player in the first round who you think can maybe do some point guard things.
Which in theory sort of buries the guy that you just traded away as well to Cleveland.
Right.
Keon Ellis.
Right. Who we talked about, you saw all the people breathlessly defending like, oh, well, it was actually good that they didn't pick up or that they exercised his team option because now they have all this time to sign him to an extension while saving money this year. That's actually really smart. And it turns out like, oh no, they just weren't that interested in having Keon Ellis on their basketball team.
Yeah, that never made sense to me. The whole, we won't pick up his option or whatever. We'll sign him later on. It's like, yeah, you got him buried on the bench right now. Why would Keon Ellis want to sign here and stick around here where like he's where everyone talks, he's got suitors and he can be a piece somewhere else. Like that never really made sense to me. It was always, the Kings, it was always headed toward divorce, I guess. Divorce is a tough word, but
no, but it was. And then you see that, we've got Mark Stein reporting that there's 15 teams that have called on Keon. And you're going, man, are they going to turn this undrafted guy into a first-round pick? And then they don't. And that's where I feel underwhelmed, I think. And not that I thought they were going to go get a ton for Dennis Schroeder, not that I thought they were going to go get a ton for Keon Ellis, but when it looked like, man, they might get a first-round pick for Keon Ellis, that would be huge. Oh, the Cavs are interested, man. If you could get a Cavs pick, maybe that's in the early 20s. Like, oh, that'd be kind of interesting.
Well, I thought maybe Boston was the team that could offer up a first, but I mean, we read later on with Sam Amick's athletic piece that they kind of
you saw Boston back out. You saw what was it? Minnesota backed out. There are a bunch of the Giannis thing threw everything kind of into flux.
Yeah.
And so and then you don't wind up with a first round pick. You end up trading a second round pick, and this was basically pulling the plug on the Dennis Schroeder move didn't work. Man, I have a really hard time being super thrilled about a move when the impetus behind the move is erasing this mistake.
Yeah,
that we made.
I don't even know if I'd say I'm super thrilled. Like I said, I give a thumbs up. I wouldn't say I'm thrilled or anything about it. I think just for the fact we don't even know if DeAndre Hunter's going to be here long term or just what his place is on this team.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was kind of like, we couldn't get the first pick that we wanted. So what's next? What are you looking for now? Cleveland's offering up DeAndre Hunter. Let's take a flyer here and see what that's looking like.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you trade for DeAndre Hunter and he ends up leaving after next year and you didn't offload him for anything, it's like, okay, that's another strike on you again. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm sideways on the move because it's like, what exactly is your plan with Hunter? I don't hate it, but also I need to see the vision a little bit more.
Yeah. I kind of wonder, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320, if you'd like to join the conversation. Are you thumbs up or thumbs down on the DeAndre Hunter trade? I think I'm thumbs down right now because if this is it would feel, like I said, pretty underwhelming. Not bad, not
underwhelming because you didn't get a first round pick?
Yeah, underwhelming that if this is the only trade they do, if this is the only trade they're able to execute, I wouldn't feel great about it. It would fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't, and maybe that's the equivalent to thumb sideways.
It's never great though. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, no,
like,
seriously,
it's not great.
No one's ever
it's not good. Yeah.
It's fine.
Nope. Let's talk about it actually.
So if this is it, again, I see the vision. He's a two-way player. He doesn't have to have the ball in his hands a ton. Teams have to defend him at the 3-point line. He plays some defense. He's switchable with Keegan Murray. You can play Keegan at the 3 more. Like, okay, you start to see this fall into place. But is this a long-term piece for you? A guy who turns 29 next year? Does he fit your timeline?
Maybe he could be what Harrison Barnes was to the last group.
Okay, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's what he's going to be. And maybe that's the vision. Okay, cool. He's an expiring, and if he plays great, you can trade him as an expiring next year, or excuse me, if he's not playing great, you can trade him as an expiring next year, or he plays great and you go, hey, let's sign this guy to a reasonable long-term deal. Maybe that's what this is, and maybe he's just one of the kind of elder statesmen on whatever the next version of the Kings is. I have no idea. But I would feel like if this is the move they make and they go into the offseason with Domantas Sabonis still on the roster, with Zach LaVine still on the roster, with Malik Monk still on the roster, I would feel like, oh, we're back in the exact same position that we were, because it never felt like when they signed Dennis Schroeder, it never felt like, hey, Dennis Schroeder's a long-term answer here.
No, that was just like, you need a point guard. You need to sign somebody. You want to try at least be a little competitive. Dennis Schroeder's available. Let's pick up Dennis Schroeder. Like, it wasn't like,
and everybody
ever thought anything of it really.
And everybody went, oh, dude, you'll at least be able to trade him at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody could always use the Dennis Schroeder. So that was always a player that, like, yeah, hey, he was kind of tagged to be traded the second they signed him, or traded for him, I should say. Like he was tabbed to be traded. Okay, cool. Keon Ellis, it became very clear throughout the year, oh, that's what this is. He's very likely going to be traded, and more up until Saturday, it was the momentum was building toward a deal happening. So it would just feel like, okay, they did the bare minimum. They traded the two players that everybody knew they were going to be able to trade. If they go into the offseason, they still have Domantas Sabonis, they still have Zach LaVine, they still have DeMar DeRozan's a little different because he's only guaranteed for $10 million next year. But they still have those three players under contract. That would, to me, and maybe I'm just in the doldrums because they've lost 9 in a row now.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just kind of down in general. But that would, if the big takeaway from this year is like, oh yeah, their first round pick and the expiring contract of DeAndre Hunter next year. Like, all right, man, I guess.
We'll look to the chat outside other James in there. He says, unfortunately, if Perry can't move Sabonis or LaVine, how can we put that on Perry? We knew that we knew what these contracts were when they signed or traded for. Like, I get that. They're tough deals. Monty McNair and Vivek put him in a tough spot, but also your GM in the NBA, like other GMs have had to work with worse.
Yeah,
It's tough because it's like yes, you need takes two to tango, all the cliches you want to throw out there, but also like just there's a time where like you need results. We did the same for Monty McNair when it was Vlade Divac's team. And you had to give him some time or whatever. That never ended up turning out to be anything, as we learned. And we'll see what Scott Perry does. But I don't love the like it's not his fault yet, or like we got to wait. Like I'm sorry, you got to make something happen.
Yeah, I don't even think I would put this on Scott Perry. I'm not gonna go out here and say like, oh man, Scott did a horrible job.
I don't want to do the thing where we wait another year and a half and it's like, yeah, these contracts are just too tough. And so you're just waiting and waiting.
So that's what would feel underwhelming to me is when Scott Perry came in, all we heard about is like, oh, he has all these connections in the league. Everybody knows Scott. Everybody loves Scott. Yeah. Oh, he's going to be able to wheel and deal. And if he can't, then oof. And his first signing was Dennis Schroeder, which didn't go great. And again, this isn't like, oh, wow, Scott Perry is on the hot seat, but no. Every year we've talked about this continually. I talked about it with Kenny on Friday. I don't think there's a realistic path to this being a like 2-year turnaround. Where all of a sudden we look up, it's the start of the 2027 season, and we're like, man, can the Kings be a top 5 seed in the West?
It's just not an option they gave themselves. They just put themselves on this path where it's like, yeah, it's gonna hurt for a little while.
Right. Understand. Right. And so the reason I say I would feel underwhelmed is because if we go into next year in the same position, assuming Zach LaVine doesn't opt out, say he goes, no, I'm taking my $49 million, please. And Domantas Sabonis is still here. And DeMar DeRozan, the Kings go, well, we can't just let DeMar go. Like we gotta keep him and maybe we can trade him. Okay, cool. So you're going into next season and you're just delaying what we all know is coming. If we go, man, this is going to take 4 or 5 years to really build this thing up, which when you look at Charlotte, when you look at Toronto, when you look at Detroit, all these teams who have kind of built in that quote unquote traditional way, draft picks and then kind of key free agent signings, it takes a few years. And so every year that we kick the can down the road, whether it's Scott Perry's fault or not, it's like, man, all right, well, if we're kicking this can into next year, cool, we're delaying everything by another year.
The NBA doesn't care about your timeline either. Like, it might be nice where it's like, yeah, we got to build this out and blah, 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 but people want results. And it gets to a point where it's like, I'm going to need something here.
I kind of, I don't, they're in an even weirder spot. And maybe something happens. Maybe Domantas Sabonis gets traded and we feel way different. And then Zach LaVine opts out, says, I want out of Sacramento so bad, I'm going to opt out. I'll take a long-term deal for less money somewhere else. And maybe we go into next offseason and they buy out DeMar DeRozan and we go into next offseason really excited about a top, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'm manifesting the top pick in the draft. We're just going to manifest that. They walk in to the season with the top pick in the draft, Keegan Murray, Neat Clifford, DeAndre Hunter. Yeah, well, that Darren Peterson, right. So we go into next season feeling great. I'm open to having my mind changed. I'm open to feeling different. But the initial reaction after seeing the Kings acquired DeAndre Hunter for this is like, sure.
What would it take for you to be?
Go ahead.
What would it take for you to be happy about this deadline then if they do end up moving Sabonis, if they're able to do that?
Yeah, I need one of the big contracts to go.
Yeah.
That would be the that would be the number one thing where you'd go, okay, cool, that you can accelerate this a little bit. You give yourself a little bit more flexibility. But until then, like, yeah, it's fine. I don't. It's really hard because I think in a vacuum, DeAndre Hunter would, like you said it, if this was the Beam team, the 22-23 season, and they acquired DeAndre Hunter, it'd be like, oh shoot, like, oh, this is going to be helpful. Like, DeAndre Hunter is a quality defender. You can mix and match him with Keegan, although Keegan wasn't the defender then that he is now.
Yeah.
But you have a more quality defender. You feel so good about what DeAndre Hunter brings. It's hard to evaluate because I think DeAndre Hunter makes the Kings like better, for lack of a better term, this year. But that's also not my concern right now.
Well, yeah, it doesn't mean anything right now.
That's it. And that's where it's like, did the Kings get better on the court? Like, yeah, probably. I think so. But I also don't care that much about that. In fact, I actively care about the opposite.
Well, yeah, Scott Perry or insert whoever wants to talk to us, come talk to us, please. Yeah, wants to talk or whatever. Yeah, wants to talk.
Give us a call.
Yeah, go ahead.
909-1320.
Yeah, it is up. But
Tap
anyways,
in, bro.
Yeah, whoever wants to talk, Scott Perry, whoever, is just kind of like, yeah, this move makes us a better team right now, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I don't want to hear that right now. Tell me about how this is going to help you a few years from now or in the next couple of years. Because if it's right now, then it's like, yeah, this move is a no.
Man. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Phone lines are open. Now, remember, we don't have a call screener. If you're new to the program or you're new to ESPN 1320, hello, hi, welcome in. We appreciate you so much hanging out. It's a two-man operation. This is me and Jesse.
Joe will be here tomorrow.
Joe Brazil.
Joe.
Is going to be with us a few days a week, though.
Yeah.
Salute to our guy, Joe. He's going to be hanging out with us. So we will have a call screener some days. On other days, we won't. And if we don't have a call screener, I can have one person on the line at a time. And right now I have somebody on the line.
Oh, do we really?
Yeah, you can hear.
Nice.
If it's person on the line, if you can hear me, hello, hi. We'll get to you in just a second. So that person on the line I can have there. If you tried to call right now while this person's on the line, it's just going to ring and ring and ring. So be patient. We're not ignoring you. It's just a matter of what we have technically right now. Cool? All right. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. This is The Jump, the debut episode of The Jump right here on ESPN 1320. And Don, you're on the line. What's going on?
My name is not Don.
Oh.
My name is Stanley.
Shout out Stanley.
What up, Stanley? Sorry, our call screener got it wrong.
That's all right.
What's up, Stanley? What you got?
My point is we have regressed, and we cannot get it right because of one thing. They had the chance to get Trae Young, and they didn't do it. So, therefore, we are doomed to be repeating ourselves. I mean, this team is it's beyond futile. And I don't know why they didn't get Trae Young. We don't need DeAndre Hunter. That's what we needed, Trae Young.
Would you be satisfied, Stanley, if they went out and got John Morant?
Oh, heck no. I mean, from a talent standpoint, but you can't depend on this guy. How long? First of all, I mean, even if you looked at, say, the social problems, okay, that's one thing. But then, how long is he gonna play before he get hurt?
Right.
He's gonna get hurt. I mean, the high flying act looks good. I'll be the first to tell you he's entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about long term, you know, and I know that he's going to wind up getting hurt.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for the call, Stanley.
All right.
Thanks, bud.
Shout out Stanley. What a leadoff.
Salute.
What a leadoff hitter for us.
I think that's the first time that Stanley has ever called a program that I've hosted.
Oh, nice.
That's so big time for me.
I hope Stanley's locked in. Shout out Stanley.
I love that for us. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320.
I with Stanley. I like Trae Young. I wanted Trae Young when that was an option, but
the
Kings didn't.
I do too, man.
I don't buy into the whole, hey, this guy doesn't play any defense. He's useless. You can't do anything with him. I think that's lazy. I think we're giving GMs a pass, and there are ways to build around that player. I've seen a team build around Isaiah Thomas. You can do it. Trust me. It's just a matter of you need the right pieces. But I don't know if it's an aprons thing or whatever, but you can build around that player. And Trae Young hasn't been this big winner or anything like that. But up until this season's Hawks team, how many times has he really had that opportunity to go far?
I think the larger issue with Trae Young is I've compared it to Brock Purdy, where very obviously a good player, and Trae might be like not apples to apples. Just follow my comparison here. But you can pay that guy. You can pay Brock Purdy $53 million a year. But when you start talking 60, 61 million, where now the requisite level of talent around him is going to by nature get worse because you have less money to give out, it affects like how you feel about that player.
Yeah.
And that was where I think the issue came in with Trae Young is okay, Trae Young at $40 million a year, cool, 2 thumbs up for all the things you just said. Like he's a playmaker who you can surround him with the right players. He's going to make guys better. That's great. But if he wants a max contract, it becomes a lot more difficult to kind of surround him with those pieces.
I'm not going to act like the money isn't tough or anything like that, but also I don't think it's like paying a Zach LaVine or like how we talk about Domantas Sabonis' contract here or anything like that. Like I think it's not just like empty numbers. I think if you pay a Trae Young, like it's tough to pay him that much money, but I think you can win if you put the right guys around him. Like, yeah, you can't get these top tier guys or whatever, but yeah, you put some solid defenders around him. I think you can win.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I accidentally hung up on Mitch. Mitch, I'm so sorry.
Mitch.
Don, you're on the jump. What's going on, Don?
Is this am I Don right now?
Yeah, you're Don.
Yep. Shout out Don.
All right.
Everybody's
all right,
Don.
All right. Hey. Yeah.
What's your real name?
What? Mike.
Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. So I didn't hear all of what you're talking about the trade, but I got the gist that you guys, aren't fans, which 100% agree. But I think it's even worse than kind of what it looks like on paper because that's getting rid of Sarge and having to throw in a second. Like we also got rid of a fantastic center in Jonas Valanciunas for Sarge. So it just, I mean, on paper, it just like you said, yes, maybe we're better for this year, but nobody wants that. A, B, it takes on more money. Hunter's older than Keon. Like I just tried to look at so many different ways to find a positive, and I can't find a single one. Like we're older, we took on more money, we lost draft capital, we're better in a year, we're tanking. Like that's 0 for 4. I don't know what is possible for a positive here. And Perry's GM, I know what you're going to talk about, it takes years, but boy, what a bad first year. Like you have to attach assets to drop your prized offseason signing and then this trade. It doesn't give people a lot of like confidence, as like a fan going forward with Perry.
All right. Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate you.
Mike ain't wrong.
It's
gonna be a rough first year, but like I mean, if we did a pros and cons list, shout out The Office, Jim and Michael Scott. But if you did a pros and cons list, it's like there's probably a couple more strikes on his cons list right now.
Probably, but
again,
I
it's
think
there's ugly.
Everything is about long term, and I understand, erasing some of the mistakes from this offseason, I don't think is the worst thing. But I also hear where Mike's coming from.
Yeah.
The fact that the positives of this deal are derived from mistakes they made 6 months ago.
That's what I'm saying. The cons list.
Like that's pretty tough. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the program, we got to step aside. We're going to continue talking about this DeAndre Hunter trade. There's a ton of layers to it that we have to get to. We'll talk about what the starting lineup looks like. We'll get to some other lineup stuff. Nick Clifford got a start last night. What does that mean for the Kings moving forward? The Raiders have hired their head coach. The 49ers have hired their DC. Well, the Raiders look like they're going to have hired their head coach. It's not official yet. Looks like the 49ers found their defensive coordinator. Plus, Michael A. Scotto from Hoops Hype. He broke the trade. He broke the Kings-Cavs trade. We're going to talk to him about this deal. And then Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee has been on the road with the Kings through this entire brutal, cold road trip. What was it like on the road? What does Chris think is going to be coming down the pike? We'll talk to Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee at 8:30. Tons coming up over the next couple hours. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen, and this is The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Okay, great. Can you please remind me to do What the dude, this is tough. I have too much going on. Remind me to do underdog, please.
Shout out Stanley, being our first caller. Gave me all the confidence in the world.
Love that.
Shout out. Shout out Mike too.
There we go. Okay, so now I need to take this.
What's up, Charismatic? Shout out Norm. Nah, Russ, I didn't. Like I said, I'm out, man. I wasn't even really like truly curious. What's up, Gary? Tim, yeah, it's not like when we say like there's a strike on Scott, it's not like he's on the hot seat or anything like that. Just more so talking about the moves that have happened, but he gets some time.
There's that. Take that.
Shout out to Mateo Chino. You see that, Ash? We got the sunrise during the show. Lock in.
Yeah, it's huge. It's also right in my face, but it's fine.
I need you to lock in. Like I said, lock in. Yeah.
What up, guys?
Stevie B, we will be getting some sharks in at points. I don't think we're spending a half hour on Macklin celebrating or anything like that, but we're tapped in.
Hey, by the way, that Sharks game we were going to go to can't go anymore.
That's all good.
My homie's baby showers that day.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
He's a huge Sharks fan, though, so maybe I can see if they can move it from his mother-in-law's house to the tank.
Well, yeah, I'm sure
and you can just pull up.
I think I had my 18th birthday party there.
Yeah, dude. Bring some diapers, you'll be set. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Hey, Ma, you hear that? I got a radio show.
Isn't that sick? Want to hear it again?
Shout out to the,
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Damn right.
Hell yeah, man. Jesse's over there. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until 9 o'clock.
9.
Almost at noon. That's
I almost scheduled today's stream for 10.
No, you can't.
Like,
No, it's a different,
idiot.
completely
We're
different.
at 7 o'clock.
Completely different program now. Yeah, just a reminder, this is the debut show of The Jump. We're going to be here 7 to 9 a.m. every single day. This show re-airs at noon. But coming up at 9, ESPN 1320's Rich Eisen.
Yeah, shout out Rich.
The Rich Eisen Show will be live from 9 to noon. The Jump re-airs from noon to 2. And then, of course, D-Lo and KC from 2 to 6. And a reminder that D-Lo and KC features a commercial-free hour starting at 2:30. If you hop in your car at 2:30 and you have a long commute home, takes you 45 minutes, take you 50 minutes, takes you half an hour, doesn't matter. You're not going to hear D-Lo and KC go to commercial from 2:30 to 3:30.
Yeah, he won't. Trust me, you won't. I won't send him a break. I'll still be there. I won't send him a break.
Plus today, James Ham is going to join them at 2:30 to break down everything that's going on with the Kings.
Shout out to Hammer.
So lock in D'Lo and Casey. It begins at 2:00 with that commercial-free hour starting at 2:30. Along with James Ham at 2:30, we have Michael A. Scotto from Hoops Hype at Mike A. Scotto, SCOTTO. He's going to join us at 8:00. He broke the news of the Cavs King trade. He had the framework of it, and we're going to talk to him about what were the Cavs motivations here, what were the Kings motivations here. I also want to ask him, it's like, okay, cool, you had the Kings Cavs trade. What's going to happen with Giannis?
Yeah,
he's just going to tell us what's going to happen.
He's going to tell us, well, Kyle, Jesse, my good friends, this is what's going to happen. He's going to go here, and this is what he's going to be traded for.
Yeah. So
Go
lock in. We'll have that for you at 8:00, and then Chris Biderman, who's been with the Kings on this entire road trip, is going to join us at 8:30. Chris Biderman, of course, of the Sacramento Bee and the famed Candlestick Chronicles podcast. Hey, guess what?
What?
I can't tell you exactly what we've got. What in the world? Why didn't that work? There we go. Okay, I can't tell you exactly just yet what we have going on because
what is your computer dogs on?
No, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. But we have some other fun, exciting changes coming. Not changes, additions to ESPN 1320. Not a new show or anything.
To be honest, I have no clue what you're talking about. Maybe you told
I don't
me?
want to. I'll find out from our people if we can say exactly what we have.
Yeah, no, seriously.
But it's not going to.
No clue what's going on.
It's not going to happen for a couple of weeks, which is why I don't want to say anything now, just in case something falls through and all of a sudden. But anyways, we're thrilled that the homies over at Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen
Mojo's
are joining the family here at Odyssey Sacramento, and specifically with ESPN 1320. It is right down middle of downtown, right around the corner from Golden One Center. It is right in the shadow of one of the best buildings in Sacramento, the Memorial Auditorium at 15th and I. When me and my friends go to Mojo's, we just park right there by the Memorial Auditorium, and then we hoof it the 50 feet or whatever it is to Mojo's. They have 40 craft tap handles with the best California-only beers, ciders, and seltzers, wine, and specialty beverages. They love their Northern California hometown breweries. We love this city. We love Sacramento. It's part of the reason we do what we do. And Mojo's is through and through dyed-in-the-wool Sacramento. That is everything that bar and is about. It's an indoor-outdoor space. They have a ton of TVs. They have a wall dedicated to the Kings and Kings fans. They have a wall dedicated to the A's. They've got a wall dedicated to Sac Republic. They are dog-friendly. In fact, dog-forward. They bring your dog if you're into that kind of thing.
Shout out to the dogs.
Great beer selection. The food is incredible. Like I went there for the first time. My buddy Frank goes, "Hey, I want to try Mojo's downtown." I'd never heard of it. I was like, "Sure, we can go over there." So we go down there. I was like, "Cool, I'll have a beer and I'll have whatever food they're going to give me because, I'm hungry." So food was delightful. Ordered more food because the food was so good. And it's just a regular spot for us now. If we're going to go out downtown, we always start at Mojo's. Drop by Mojo's before a Kings game. Like I said, walking distance to the arena. Really, really cool spot. And they're joining the family here at ESPN 1320, and we're thrilled to have them. They have, if you're looking for somewhere to watch, I can't say the name of it, the big game, the Seattle-New England
This
matchup.
massive game that's going on between the two best teams in the league where trophies will be handed out. The
skirmish between the Seattle club and the New England club.
The game with a half-hour halftime show.
If you're looking for a place to watch it, just head over to Mojo's. They're going to have it on. They're going to have a ton of TVs. And of course, like I said, they're going to have good beer, good food, good wine, however you want to do. There's a ton of space. Like I said, indoor, outdoor. It's a really, really cool spot.
It's a vibe, basically. It's a vibe.
The vibes are way up. And like I said, they're Sacramento through and through, which is, what we want to be here on this station. It's what we are here on this station. And it's what we want to be here at this cluster. So the partnership just made a ton of sense. And we've got some really exciting stuff with Mojo's coming up. So make sure and check them out. 15th and I, you can park right there. You can't miss it. It's right there on the corner. It's a beautiful building. Really, really good spot. Love Mojo's. Shout out to Mojo's. I would have done that even if they hadn't joined the ESPN 1320.
Shout out Mojo's.
I mean, I've been going there.
Yeah.
But now you see me in there a lot.
Shout out Sacramento too. This is actually this is my 10th year living in Sacramento.
Man,
Yeah, it's gone by hella fast. But shout out Sac.
when did I started going to college here? We'll get back to the Kings in just a second. I started going to
Talk about how much we love Sacramento. Real quick.
My first year of college, was 2008, September of 08. I moved up here because I went home the first summer. I went home my second summer, and then I moved up here full time. So it's 08 to 09, 09 to 10 in 2010. Then I moved to Arizona for a couple of years, moved back home. I've been in Sacramento off and on since 2010.
Yeah, shout out. I've been here since 2015. Fall 2015. Shout out Sacramento State. Shout out to the State Hornet.
Stingers up, baby. All right. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is The Jump. Talking a ton about this DeAndre Hunter trade. How would we feel about it if they, because I was obviously immediately went in and started messing around with the trade machine. How would we feel about this if they flipped DeAndre Hunter for Jonathan Kuminga?
A lot better.
Because DeAndre Hunter and any of the Warriors minimum guys or low-level salary guys, Gary Payton II, Quentin Post, Guy Santos, like whoever, pick your lower salary guy. What you're thinking?
Well, it's just like, well, you can say your point is just kind of like, why wouldn't you just flip Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder to Golden State, I guess?
Because they didn't want him.
Well, they want Dennis Schroeder, but the Keon Ellis thing, I guess, is what I'm stuck on. But all right, go ahead.
But if they go DeAndre Hunter to Golden State,
picking up on my thinking face, by the way.
If they want, I would hope you wouldn't just sit there staring at the ceiling. If they flip DeAndre Hunter for Jonathan Kuminga, and let's just Gary Payton II, we'll just use that. Would we feel better about this?
I would feel better, I guess.
I think I would.
I like Jonathan Kuminga. I think he'd fit that timeline that people were talking about here, and his game is probably a little better right now than DeAndre Hunter. Right now, DeAndre Hunter, you're hoping DeAndre Hunter right now having a career worst season, hoping that he kind of comes back to what he's been, and if he does, like, you're kind of taking a risk there. I think Kuminga, you're more just giving an opportunity to.
Yeah, it would. I
think there's less of a risk with Jonathan Kuminga.
I think it would. I think there's way more risk with Jonathan Kuminga, but I also feel like there's more potential upside. If you're just out on Kuminga as a player, that's fine. I'm not gonna blame anybody who's like, man, I just don't. It's not what the Kings are giving up for him. I just don't think he's going to be good, so I don't want him on the Kings, and that's fine. In which case, trading DeAndre Hunter for him, you'd obviously be thumbs down on. But that would make more sense to me, just from a timeline perspective. Does this help the Kings this year? Like, probably not. But again, that's not the goal. The goal would be, because you have that team option on Jonathan Kuminga's contract, you can pick that up. You've got him for 20-ish million. Was it 22, 23 million next year? You'd have Jonathan Kuminga for next year, and then you can see how he fits, and you can see what this looks like long-term with a player who's like 23 years old. I think there's way more long-term upside there than the DeAndre Hunter part of this.
Yeah.
Unless, like I said, they love DeAndre Hunter and they see him as a player that is going to be part of their team into 2028 and beyond as this kind of veteran leader, because he'll be 30 by then. Maybe that's how they view this. But it wouldn't shock me at all if they turn around and flip DeAndre Hunter in a Jonathan Kuminga deal. And if that's a player that they really covet, they really feel good about, where you're effectively acquiring Jonathan Kuminga for a 2029 second-round pick, Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder, and Dario Saric. Like, sure, if that was the trade, I don't think people would hate it. Like I said, unless you're out on Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, no, I feel a lot better about it. Like the DeAndre Hunter thing, I'm kind of in the middle, probably leaning a little bit towards it being a good. I don't even know where I fall, to be honest. Like, I think it's a good thing, but also I need to know where the Kings fall as far as their direction and how they feel about him.
Sure.
Like, I'm not sure what their plan is exactly, and to be honest, I haven't known what their plan is for a little while, but we'll see how it plays out. But like, if you flip him for Jonathan Kuminga, it's like, okay, I see the vision there. It's a guy who fits here more and things like that. So I'd rather than go with Kuminga, but I don't even know if that's going to be an option.
Tyler Jennings in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320 is the chatty house. And that is where, because we don't have a text line yet, that's the chatty house. That's where we get kind of our text, and we interact with you guys there, and we'd love to hang out with you over on the YouTube side. He asked, would the Warriors want to do that? I think they would, because DeAndre Hunter could have played for them. I think he's a guy who I would immediately go into their rotation in a way that Jonathan Kuminga doesn't. And so I think they would do that. It's one extra year of money. I know they don't want to take on a ton of money, but you wouldn't be in that case. It's one extra year. So I think they would do that.
Yeah, if Scott Perry were to be able to pull that off, that's a strike on his pros list for me. But like I said, we'll see what happens with that. Go ahead. It seems like something where I'm not sure what the Warriors are really looking for. And you feel like DeAndre Hunter might be someone who's like, hey, like, you didn't want anything else we offered. Like, would you take this? It feels like something where it's like, maybe. But like I said, I have no clue what the Warriors are even trying to do at this point.
We've talked about this a little bit, how like the Kings aren't trying to win this year. And you texted me last night while the Kings were coming back against the Wizards.
Yep.
You're like, dude, they got to lose this.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
hey,
what are they doing?
Look, hey, you want to beat the Clippers? That's fine. You want to beat the Lakers? Cool. I'm with you. But
yeah.
We're playing the Wizards tonight.
That's a loss you got to have.
I'm going to need you to lose this ball game.
Loss you gotta have.
Yeah. Zach LaVine, chill out. Everyone relax. I'm going to need you to lose today.
The Zach LaVine 1 for 5 in the fourth quarter was tough.
Oh, yeah. He got that ball at towards the end of the fourth quarter where he pulls up.
About
5 seconds left.
In.
Oh, no. Oh, still time left on the clock when the Wizards get the ball back. Yeah, that was a tough shot.
I was so sure that ball was going in. Just the way it's like, man.
I don't know how early took it.
Of all the games that they have like Zach LaVine comes through in the fourth quarter, it's this one. This one that they gotta lose. But again, I still can't root for losses. That's not a thing that I am.
Low-key, I was rooting for losses. I'm not gonna lie. Usually I'm not, but yesterday I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with. Like, I get it.
For the pick, Kyle, for the pick,
no doubt. Yeah,
Can you imagine getting to whatever it is, beginning of May or whatever, and it's like, yeah, the Kings missed out on one lottery ball because they beat the Washington Wizards on, what was it, February 1st?
No doubt.
Like, you don't do that for the Wizards. Like I said, the Clippers, Lakers, whoever else, damn, the Warriors, go ahead, beat them. But Wizards, like, you're kind of competing with them right now.
Okay, well, let's
compete in the
let's look at it because I want to spin this forward a little bit. So you got a great loss last night. 2 thumbs up. What does this look like once DeAndre Hunter's here?
I mean,
is your starting lineup, I assume, is Domas once he's healthy. DeAndre Hunter. Let's Kings healthy version. Okay. DeAndre Hunter, Keegan Murray, Zach LaVine, Neek, DeMar DeRozan and Neek. Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, no point guard. Russell Westbrook.
Jeez.
So,
maybe bringing DeMar off the bench.
But and maybe this is where the Kings would say, like, no, Domas, you're doing injury management the rest of the year, and he just doesn't play.
Yeah.
My concern would be that if the Kings get healthy, because they were trying to win last night. Doug Christie wanted to win that game last night.
Yeah, Doug Christie wants to win every game.
Right. They were. This is not Zach LaVine played 35 minutes. DeMar DeRozan played 32 minutes. DeMar DeRozan was cooking to start the fourth quarter. It wasn't, nope, got to get DeMar off the court. Let's get Daquan Plowden in there. It wasn't that at all. It was very much they were trying to win.
I tell you what, though, when it was Plowden, who else?
Isaiah Stevens,
Drew Eubanks, Devin Carter, and DeMar DeRozan. I was like, damn, this is tough.
That was brutal.
Yeah.
Felt like I was watching the Niners defense against the Eagles. Is that Garrett Wallow? What in the world? But I worry, again, worry is tough because I'm not rooting for them to lose. I'm not actively rooting for the Kings to lose. I can't.
You're not rooting for them to lose, but you also know what it is with that draft pick in the lottery.
No, totally. Yeah. But is there a version of the Kings that's just like, because of DeAndre Hunter, is like too good?
Oh no, I don't
like they're a little bit better than they need to be, and all of a sudden they win 4 or 5 in a row, and they take themselves out of that bottom 3.
I don't think so. And if that were to be the case, maybe that's a little, maybe it's a little bit of a good thing because you're not going to the play-in, and the Mavericks just got the first pick of the draft. I mean, coming out of the play-in.
Yeah, for sure.
So walk with me here. Okay. Like, if you're playing better because of DeAndre Hunter, I'm assuming that DeAndre Hunter's able to move a little better because his knees aren't hurting as much or whatever, and the 3 ball's falling a little bit more. So I don't think that necessarily be a bad thing. I don't think it's something that will happen, but like if that were to take place, it's like, oh, maybe the Kings got something. Maybe they did hit on this little flyer that they took.
Maybe.
Like I said, I don't think it's happening. I don't think DeAndre Hunter's coming into the Sacramento Kings like, oh no, like they're gonna make the play in, and they're
no,
gonna
it's
make.
not that.
Well, I know
But it's not even
I'm
that.
doing the extreme, but just more so like he's gonna take them out of the bottom 5 right now. They're the bottom 5. They're a bottom 5 team in the league, if not the worst right now. Like you're not dropping out of the bottom 5, if not bottom 3. I don't think.
They're the only team in the league with 12 wins.
Yeah, like I think you're just fine trading for DeAndre Hunter. I don't think it's really affecting your situation, and if it does, then damn, DeAndre Hunter just really turned up. And
But it's not.
shout
But
out
it's
Scott
not
Perry.
just. But that's just. And that's why it's not just DeAndre Hunter.
Well, I don't think it's like this
It's
group. I don't think it's DeAndre Hunter in this group. I don't think Domantas Sabonis is now playing well. It's like, oh wow, the team's finally connected. I don't think that's happening. I think we're playing disconnected basketball here.
Maybe. But then you look at a lineup with Domas and DeAndre Hunter and Keegan Murray
Zach
and
LaVine, who doesn't want to be here, and
Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan, and you're mixing in some Nate Clifford, and here comes Dylan Cardwell.
so
and
everyone's
here
just
comes-
bought in all of a sudden.
not even bought in, but just being good enough, because we've talked all year about how awful their schedule is down the stretch.
Yeah.
If they get through the trade deadline with no more trades, Domantas Sabonis is playing regularly. Keegan Murray comes back from his shoulder injury. He's playing regularly. You're plugging in DeAndre Hunter to the starting lineup. Is this a team that all of a sudden is going to beat a Brooklyn or a Washington or an Indiana or a New Orleans or a Utah? Like that would be my concern, that they're not in danger of making the play, and they're not going to win 10 in a row. It's not going to be anything crazy like that.
Yeah.
They're still going to lose to every probably middling to good team. But do they mess around and beat the Blazers? Do they mess around and beat the Mavericks? And now all of a sudden they've stacked up a bunch of wins, and we're sitting here going, wait, how did they get here? How are they out of the bottom 4?
I'd still say no, because we still need to find minutes for Maxime right now. I just don't want to find minutes for Dylan Cardwell. So I'm sure there are games where like, hey, Domas got back soreness today, or just Domas didn't really play as much today. I think you're still going to try and find some minutes. I don't think it's going to be
at some point. They're just going to go full.
Yeah, there's no
full-blown
rhythm and
tank.
consistency to me that's going to happen this year.
Sure.
I think it's going to be like, okay, I don't know if you're shutting anyone down, but just more so like, all right, this person's minutes are a little down today. We want to see Nick more today, and things of that nature, rather than, oh yeah, everyone's got their minutes and their roles and things like that. And it's a cohesive unit. Like, I don't think that's happening.
I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Jesse Tapia. This is the debut episode of The Jump. We're hanging out with you every single day from 7 to 9 a.m. D'Lo and KC will be rocking with you from 2 to 6. Remember that commercial-free hour starts at 2:30. James Ham, our Kings insider. You can hear him on Locked On Kings. Kingsbeat.com. He's going to join the guys at 2:30 for that commercial-free hour to break all this down as well, or break down any other trades that may be coming for the Kings. One of the things Scott Perry hammered home in his opening press conference was like, the Kings need a point guard. This team needs a point guard. We're going to get Dennis Schroeder. Malik Monk is not a point guard. We've established that Malik is not a point guard. That's not what he does here. Here's Russell Westbrook. Here's Dennis Schroeder. Oh, draft Nate Clifford. We like what he can do as a distributor, and Dennis Schroeder gets traded. Russell Westbrook gets hurt. Nate Clifford starts at the point. If they think that this is a thing Nate Clifford can do, if this is a real thing that the Kings think Nate Clifford is capable of doing down the stretch, or not down the stretch, excuse me, but down the line, why wasn't he doing this a long time ago? Why was he not getting point guard reps a long time ago? And if you tell me because of Dennis Schroeder, I'm going to flip this table over.
Because of Dennis Schroeder. Flip this
All
table.
right,
Flip the
let's
table
go.
over. Flip it over. Yeah, flip it over. Well, like, I don't know. Tell me why anything has happened this season. Like,
No, I can't.
That's the thing.
there's
Like, nothing is really.
That's why I'm frustrated. That's why I'm annoyed.
Like, I can't tell you
Annoyed is
why.
a lot.
Well, I can't tell you why it hasn't, because like they just been trying things out this year.
Well,
Like,
I would like to see.
I don't. There's been no real consistency to me from anything this season. It's just they've been throwing things out there, and now we're in the Nick period where it's like, hey, we'll see how many games he starts at point guard if like, unless Russ comes back and he's ready to go.
I would like to see more of it. If this is now, I thought I didn't love Nick's performance last night.
Yeah.
To be totally frank,
He's a rookie. They're not going to look good right now.
but it's not even like rookie or not. It just didn't. You're playing Washington.
Yeah, but like I said,
you could go look better than he did.
he's playing in a spot where he hasn't really been all season long. So like, it's just, for me, it's like, maybe he's giving too much of a pass, but it's like, all right, don't do that again the next game. Like, just as a rookie, I'm not going to hold it against them right now, given their situation. Not hold it against them because you're not, but just,
So this is why, if this is a real thing that they're looking at, if they're looking at Nate Clifford as a player, and maybe last night was fully just you're the best option out of whatever the hell we've got going on back here.
Yeah.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that's 100%. And Russell Westbrook's going to get healthy. It'll be Russell Westbrook and Malik Monk is the sixth man, and he'll do the ball handling with the second unit, and Nate Clifford will be a non-factor. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is just desperation last night. But if this is a real thing that they're going to try moving forward, then he should be starting there every night, trying to figure this out so we can get away from what you're talking about. Like, he's just never done it before. He doesn't know how to fit in this spot. There's no like cohesive offense around him. Well, let him go figure it out. Let him go play. Let him have the ball in his hands. Let him figure out how to take more than 4 shots.
I don't disagree. That's going to help you more in the long run than starting who's been fine this year, but starting Russell Westbrook or insert Malik Monk or whoever else. Like, you got to get the young guys minutes.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they do. Like I said, I don't know. If we're seeing right now, and it's like once Russ is back, hey, he's starting.
One of my greatest concerns for lack of a better term, one of my greatest concerns here is the mentality that got to win every game. And the fact that, because you got to find out with Neek. You got to find out, like, play him. Like, play if you think he can play point guard, and again, maybe last night was a one-off and we'll never see it again. But if that's really what they think he can be, then let him go do it. That's starting Russell Westbrook in the name of what?
In the name of, I'm on a 2-year deal, Kyle, if I'm Doug Christie. I'm on a 2-year deal with a team option. I'm not even on I don't even know if they really believe in me.
Okay.
Look at the deal. He's kind of stuck. He's got to do what he can to make sure he makes it to a second deal with his team. I think like that kind of plays into it. If Doug Christie's on a 5-year deal, maybe he is playing Maxime, Dylan, and Neek all the time and things like that. But he's on a 2-year deal. We not really making much around the league or anything like that. The coach is in a tough position. Maybe it's that.
We'll keep diving into this. The guy who broke the trade, Michael A. Scotto from Hoops Hype. He's going to join us. Mike A. Scotto on Twitter. He is going to join us next. But before we got to do that, guys, the big game is right around the corner. You know it. Seattle, New England. Get in on all the action right now on Underdog. You can make picks. You can win money. If you're not on Underdog yet, good news for you. New customers get $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. It's really that easy. Here's the lineup I'm rocking with. I'm going to have a bunch of lineups. I think last year for the big game, I had 5 or 6 lineups by the time the game started. Here's my first one. I've got Cooper Kupp higher than 2.5 receptions. I've got Rashid Shaheed higher than 32.5 rushing and receiving yards. When Rashid Shaheed has a huge play, which he's going to, I want to benefit from that. That's all. AJ Barner higher than half a rushing or receiving touchdown. Love that. This feels like one of those classic play action to Kenneth Walker. AJ Barner leaks out. He's wide open corner of the end zone. Easy work, touchdown. And then I'm going Drake May lower than 36.5 rushing yards. I think that's something that Seattle's going to really key on and make sure that he is not running all over them. That is my first lineup for the big game. I'll have a couple more for you throughout the week. The big game is right around the corner. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code KyleM. KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money, must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Michael A. Scotto broke the Kings-Cavs trade. We're going to talk about that with him next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Come on. Let's get Michael in here. Michael, how's it going, man?
Hey, good morning.
Morning. Switching up on. We're at a break on the radio side right now. We're coming back in a couple of minutes. Live on the side, or
Cool.
you can see and hear you. How things going, man?
Good, busy but good. Happy to join you.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, like I said, we'll get you in and out here. I know you got TV stuff.
Yep.
Appreciate you making some time.
Yeah, sure. Anything in particular you want to touch on with Sacramento or anything?
Yeah, just kind of because it looked like there was going to be a first round pick on the table for Keon Ellis. That's a lot of what we were kind of hearing.
Okay.
And then obviously they did not wind up with that. So what did that? What was kind of the impetus to do what they did with the DeAndre Hunter trade?
Sure.
We'll get you there, and then we will get our proper. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Just
Sounds good to me.
yeah, sweet.
Hold on, let me just close this blind real quick. It's like shining on my face. You're right there. That's better.
All right, 2 minutes till we are back.
What's up, Michael? I'm Jesse. Nice to meet you.
There we go.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing? Trying to think. Only thing noteworthy, Scotto like the lotto.
Scotto, got it.
That's all. Other than that,
Scotto,
happy to
easy
chat.
work. Scotto, we are over at Hoops Hype. Mike A. Scotto
Yep.
on
That's
Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, man! And you're based out of New York?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
Oof. Or
so-
you can't hear him, Jesse? Oh, I know why. Whoops. There we go. Now you will.
You got Jesse?
Gotcha, Michael.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, my our buddy who's actually joining us in a little bit is with the Kings for the Sacramento Bee, and he was taking all the photos from downtown New York of all the snow, and it's like, man, that is just brutal.
Oh, Weidman?
Biderman.
Biderman,
His
sorry.
name. Yeah.
I call him Weidman. I'm thinking of the fighter. Cool.
Yeah. I was getting out of the car this morning and walking down to the because I have to park a ways away because I have an electric car, so I plug it in. And I was like, man, it's cold. It's like 41 degrees out and I'm freezing.
Yeah.
I try to
I'd like
warm
40.
it for you guys.
It's a lot colder than that.
It's shorts weather.
Yeah, it feels like 19. This is a heat wave now.
It feels like 19. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we felt a lot colder than that. But yeah. Jesse, anything you wanted to hit on in particular with Sacramento?
Just a lot of stuff on the trade and things like that. Just what we've been talking about.
10
What you've been
seconds.
talking about.
Cool.
All right, here we go, guys. Let's party.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Hey, Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, and our guy Michael A. Scotto from Hoops Hype. He was the guy who broke the Kings-Cavs trade. DeAndre Hunter, of course, coming to the Sacramento Kings. Been talking about that all morning. And now we're going to talk to the guy who broke that story. You can follow him on Twitter at Mike A. Scotto. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy to join you.
Yeah, man. Happy to have you here for a few minutes. Just want to, I guess we'll start with the Kings side here. We heard all week last week and really in the couple of weeks leading up to the trade on Saturday that the Kings, man, there's 15 teams calling about Keon Ellis. There's going to be a first round pick on the table. And not only did they not get a first round pick, they do get DeAndre Hunter, but they send out a second round pick in the deal. What what happened there with the Kings potentially getting draft capital and then winding up with DeAndre Hunter instead?
Yeah, fellas, I mean, look, when it came to Sacramento with Keon Ellis, the asking price seemed to be a first-round pick. I didn't necessarily think that was going to be on the table. Usually when you set a price, you get one notch below that usually. So I would say there were plenty of offers for several second-round picks, I would say, at differing points. If you look at the draft, it was more – I felt like around this point now in the trade deadline cycle, it was closer to multiple second-round picks if you just wanted to get off of him on his own. But ideally, they were trying to pair Keon as a sweetener with some of these veteran contracts that they wanted to kind of get off of and go towards a younger rebuild, which in this case they were able to do with Dennis Schroeder. But so while they shave off an extra year of his salary in 2027-28, you bring back Hunter, who next year is going to be on an expiring contract. They feel like he's a better fit alongside Keegan Murray. It's going to open up some minutes for Neek Murray on the ball. It opens up a spot for them to convert Dylan Cardwell. But I understand big picture, kind of where you guys are coming from with Keon. He was also in different variations with Malik Monk, particularly in the Sacramento Kings trade talks. But Cleveland didn't want the money that was owed to Malik. They preferred Dennis Schroeder. Plus, Schroeder's a guy that, given the uncertainty with Darius Garland and his injuries this year, is a capable backup, and they've always liked Keon Ellis. So, ultimately, I always felt Keon was going to be moved with one of these veteran guys. It ended up being Schroeder. There were some talks with DeMar, including Keon, some with Malik, but this was the one that got it done ultimately.
For a team in their position with a rebuild looking not as bleak, but just looking like it might take a while, why did they choose to go the DeAndre Hunter route rather than taking a couple of seconds for Keon Ellis?
Because they felt they liked Hunter's age and positional size. They felt like they could take a swing with him. And plus, with him going into an expiring contract next year, if you theoretically had to flip it, it becomes an asset. It's a salary range that's certainly movable. And I would say that Sacramento's still going to be at least trying to be active here. I don't think this is the only move that they're trying to make. We'll see if it happens or not. But certainly, with Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, and these other guys, they'll look to see what else they can try to do leading into Thursday's trade deadline.
Michael A. Scotto, senior NBA insider over at Hoops Hype, joining us here on the Jump. I want to flip over to the Cavs side of this. Okay. What did the Cavs see here with acquiring Dennis Schroeder and acquiring Keon Ellis? Like, what's the impetus behind this move for them?
Sure, a couple things from Cleveland's perspective. One, Jalen Tyson has emerged a little bit in terms of a guy that they can see as an integral part now going forward that can play for them. And on top of that, again, I touched on the injuries to Darius Garland, something that they have to plan for looking ahead towards the playoffs. If he goes down, you've got a capable guy that can step in, and Dennis Schroeder, similar to what he did with the Detroit Pistons previously before he ended up a Sacramento King. And they've always loved Keon Ellis as a 3-and-D guy, really valuable rotation player they think is going to fit their culture well. And so ultimately that's kind of what this came down to. The last thing I would say from Sacramento, it didn't always seem like DeAndre Hunter was happy there as much as he could have been with the situation. So while he was still a decent player for them, I think ultimately their view was, especially when you could do 2-for-1 here and kind of split up his salary a little bit on the books, it was more advantageous for Cleveland to do so.
Sticking with Keon Ellis real quick, did the Kings not view him the way the rest of the league did, or did they just feel like they could have cashed in on an asset here?
I think for Sacramento,
like he had a bunch of suitors around the league.
Look, Keon Ellis had no shortage of suitors. I can confirm that. But what I would say is that I think certainly the way that Doug Christie played him was interesting with his minutes fluctuation. I thought he would have played more minutes, especially if you're trying to trade him, but that wasn't the case. So with that said, again, they were trying to package him with one of these vets looking ahead, try to create some more flexibility. I think it's certainly an interesting path. They probably figured once they didn't try to negotiate a deal with him instead of just picking up the option, I thought that was interesting to me. because I could have made an argument that you could have just did that instead of doing the Schroeder path here. But going into the year, they felt like they were a point guard away from, being a better team. And then that wasn't the case. So on one hand, you try and it didn't work out and you quickly pivot from that. There's something to be said for that instead of holding on too long in terms of a guy like Schroeder when you see that this team is not where they want it to be. And now you kind of realize they got to essentially tear it down, and that's going to take time with some of these guys. But again, even next year with DeMar DeRozan, he's got $10 million guaranteed if he, stays on this team. And then you've got Zach LaVine, who has a big player option, but they would both be in the last year of their deals. Anytime, I don't care who it is, if you don't play at all, an expiring contract in the league is valuable. So, look, at this point, you take a high lottery pick, most likely in the draft somewhere. We don't know where it'll be yet, but you take that. Next year, you're making steps towards moving away from this trio of Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan. Just might take a little bit more time.
Talking with Michael A. Scotto, senior NBA insider over at Hoops Hype. I want to stick on those three guys that you just mentioned. Is there any market for Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, or DeMar DeRozan before the trade market, or are we just kind of dead set on going into next year, laying it out the way you just did?
Well, I mean, for Domantas Sabonis, who was it? Well, a couple of teams. One, they talked with Washington a little bit about him. This was a little bit before Trae Young happened. I think Washington wanted to be compensated a little bit if they were going to take him on. It didn't seem like something Sacramento necessarily wanted to do. So right now, I would say clubhouse leader, if Domantas Sabonis was going to get moved, would be the Toronto Raptors, because they've shown consistent interest in him, which I first reported dated back over the summer, where they checked in on him, and Toronto has always kind of been big name hunting. Now, with that said, you look at R.J. Barrett, who previously was drafted by Kings GM Scott Perry when he was with the New York Knicks. Toronto's also been trying to get off of Ochai Agbaji to duck the luxury tax. So that's something there. I think the big question here would be, to make the money work, would there be a third team that takes Emmanuel Quickley or Jakob Poeltl, which I am told Sacramento does not want to do.
Got you. And then we'll get you out on this. Where's Giannis going, Michael?
Going to happen? Is it happening?
Is he out here?
I was going to say, is that a trick question? What if he doesn't go anywhere?
Yeah, is he going somewhere? Do you think he could be on the move?
I've always had this logical stance that if anybody was going to acquire Giannis now, the best trade package on paper would most likely come from Golden State because of the amount of draft picks that they have. They can put a swap in as well. You've got financially the ability to make it work with either Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green. Jonathan Kuminga is a young player. Moses Moody, Brandon Podjemski. All the checklist items that Milwaukee would theoretically want in this package if they're going to move a superstar of his caliber is there to make it happen. Now, if this goes into the summer, obviously he's been linked to Miami and New York. Like Minnesota doesn't have picks to give. They don't. They have players, but they don't have picks. So Miami, who's certainly been a team that's been looking at Giannis as the great white whale for years, they can offer more picks in the summer if a trade package doesn't get done now. New York will also have more access to picks, and I just think it's going to be tough for New York because, again, you're player-based on a trade. You'd have to move Towns and either one of OG or Mikal to get something done to get those picks back. It's just a lot of maneuvering and hard to do in a few days, realistically. So, again, logically, if something was going to happen now, you would think Golden State, and over the summer it could open up more possibilities. Miami has stuff that they could do now, but I think their package would be better in the summer. And so we'll see if Milwaukee holds on to Giannis or not. And remember, ultimately, someone, whether it's Milwaukee or somebody else, can offer Giannis $275 million October 1st. Now, if he's traded, then that date would probably be pushed back a little bit. I think it was sometime in January, if I remember correctly. But let's not slip on that $275 million. Pretty sure Giannis wants to take that to the bank.
Michael A. Scotto. Follow him on Twitter at Mike A. Scotto. Thank you so much for joining us. Senior NBA insider over at Hoops Hype. He broke the Kings-Cavs trade news. So make sure to give him a follow on Twitter at Mike A. Scotto. Michael, thank you so much for making time for us, man, and we'll talk to you soon.
You got it, fellas. Have a great rest of your day.
You do the
Cheers,
same.
Mike.
Michael A. Scotto, NBA insider over at Hoops Hype. One of the best. That was great.
Yeah. We'll see if the Raptors are able to make a move for Domantas Sabonis, I guess.
That feels like the only.
I think it's the only option right now.
I think I also meant to ask about Malik Monk too, because I think I've always thrown DeMar DeRozan into that group because he's 36, so I've always thrown him into that bucket. But I think Malik Monk is more the guy who, if they're gonna make another trade, it's not happening with LaVine.
Yeah, Minnesota's been thrown around with Malik Monk as far as a team that could be.
Yeah, that feels that's the one where, and again, maybe they hit pause on everything because, Giannis is now on the table, which might just hose the Kings out of whatever they had cooking. Maybe if the Giannis news doesn't break, maybe we see Domantas Sabonis traded to Toronto. Maybe we see Malik Monk traded to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Maybe those kind of deals get facilitated, but I do think that's if they can clear out one of those couple of deals to bring in a first round pick, to maybe bring in a young player, I would like the deadline a lot more.
Yeah, you didn't give him a grade for it, but for me, we talked about moving off of one of the big deals.
We love grades.
If you're able to move off of like Sabonis, I don't think LaVine is happening. I just don't think that's happening.
No,
but if you were
I don't
able to
either.
move off of Domantas Sabonis like at the deadline right here, I think that'd be an A deadline for the Kings. I'm not sure
If they get out from under one of those.
Yeah, if they trade Sabonis, I don't think that's the LaVine is happening. So like realistically, if you were able to
What
work
if
out a
they
deal with
what
the
if
Raptors,
they
then
what if they traded Malik Monk? Let's say it's Rob Dillingham and
I
whatever.
I wouldn't give him an A. You probably get a B or something like that, B minus type deadline. Like I think if you were gonna go after like Rob Dillingham or someone who doesn't get much time in Minnesota, then like yeah, I'd take a flyer on him. But I think an A would be moving off of Sabonis. You're able to give Max and Dylan Cardwell some more minutes, and it just helps you move forward. I think because I don't think Sabonis is part of this team's future.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Jesse Tapia. This is The Jump. We're hanging out with you every single day, 7 to 9 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. Super psyched for our new lineup. Of course, ESPN 1320 is the Rich Eisen show, is going to run from 9 to noon. We'll have The Jump Rewind, which will be anything you missed from this show. You can hear it again at noon. And then that leads right into D-Lo and KC at 2 o'clock, and they will take you home on the afternoon drive from 2 to 6.
Shout out to The Jump. I'm finally in the big boy studio. I'm looking at the board.
This is big time for you.
Yeah, takes with stakes. You guys have just been messing around with the board, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like you got Kings win 3 out of 4 from January 16 to 21.
Oh,
no.
we just haven't erased anything.
Well, I'm just saying, like Kenny, Texans will make the AFC Championship.
Nah.
No. Kenny, Seahawks will not win a playoff game. No. The Thunder cannot beat the Spurs. We'll see. Jesse, Sixers will have a better record than the Bulls.
I feel like that's
Tracks.
Tracks. Okay.
Eagles will lose in the wild card.
They did.
W.
They did.
49ers will lose to Seahawks by at least 2 scores. Another W.
All right.
I'm just saying.
No, you're doing a good job. That's fine.
Thank you.
We need to get a separate
needed to.
camera just for the take board so we can
Honestly,
show
yeah.
people what it looks like.
Yeah. See, Will Z. Shout out Will Z. Said he loves this for Jesse. Same.
I do too.
Yeah.
No, this is great. No, it's cool. It's cool.
Very cool.
Cool, man. I want to put a pin in the Kings very, very briefly. We're going to have Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee. He has been with the Kings this entire road trip. And I would love to know what the vibes are like in the Kings locker room leading up to the Keon and Dennis Schroeder trade, after the Keon and Dennis Schroeder trade, after losing to Washington last night. They didn't win a game on the road trip. It's been freezing cold in every city they've been in. They've had some travel delays.
It's been pretty miserable, it sounds.
It's been miserable. So we'll talk to Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee about that. We can also ask him about the 49ers hiring Raheem Morris as their defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I got some questions about that.
Go ahead.
Like, why is that a good hire?
Because it's not Gus Bradley. That's what I've been
Okay.
able to surmise. Because it's funny. I think there's a coaching style or maybe like a motivation style that goes into it. And maybe that's what people are excited about. Raheem Morris is the defensive coordinator for the world champion Rams back in 2021. But it's not like those teams were dominant top 5 defenses.
No, I got numbers. Let me pull those up.
Yeah, they're fine. He's very middle of the road.
Yeah, 2021, they were 17th in yards, 15th in points. 2022, 19th in yards, 20th in points. 2023, 20th in yards, 18th in points. And if you look at the Falcons, that's basically where they've been to.
The Falcons, I tried to find a stat where the Falcons defense last year, and he wasn't the defensive coordinator, didn't call the defensive plays. I was Jeff Ulbrich. But I went to go try and find a stat where they were like outstanding or really awful in one direction or the other. And they were mid,
middle of the pack as it gets.
Between like 14th and 18th in everything. So I guess it's fine. Kyle Shanahan knows him really well. The biggest thing for me is how do players respond to him? Because from what I understand, he's well liked by players. But B, is this a person, because the 49ers are undergoing a little bit of a transition defensively. A, just adjusting to offenses, but B, or adjusting to kind of the new wave of NFL offenses, but B, being able to adapt to having a new group of players. You might have 2 new starting safeties. You might have a new starting corner next year. You might have a couple of new defensive linemen next year. You might have a couple of new linebackers next year. Is this going to be a person who's in that defensive coordinator chair for 3-4 years who can adapt and evolve with a new group of players? That's what I'm interested to see. And then the Falcons, remember last year, they needed pass rush help. So they drafted Jalen Walker 15th. Undersized, like tweener, edge, linebacker type of player. And the big thing was, well, he's just not an edge rusher in a 4-3 scheme, which is what the Niners run. He's not an edge rusher. He's just not big enough for that. Well, they just said, hey, this guy's a playmaker. We'll just get him on our team, and we'll figure it out. And then they traded up back into the first round. They traded a 2026 first round pick and some other stuff to get the 26th pick from the Rams and a third round pick, I think they also got. But they made that jump up because they said, we need another edge rusher. We're going to take a huge swing to move back up into the first round and draft another edge rusher. They get James Pierce out of Tennessee. And Pierce, I think, finished with 10.5 sacks, and I think Jalen Walker had 5.5. So they needed pass rush help, and they took these 2 massive swings with Raheem Morris as the head coach to go get pass rush help. I wonder if he looks at the Niners defense and says, oh, Nick Bosa come back healthy, Michael Williams come back healthy, we'll be fine. Or does he look and go, look, this is what we did in Atlanta last year. We needed to overhaul our pass rush. This is how we did it. Does that impact how the 49ers want to build moving forward? Those are the 2 kind of major questions I have.
Yeah, I think they're going to need reinforcements. I just don't love leaning on Nick Bosa again after a second big injury.
Yeah, you're leaning on Nick Bosa after his second major injury in the pros. He also had an ACL tear before that. Michael Williams coming back off an ACL, but Michael Williams isn't even like a true edge rusher in the way that Nick Bosa is, or even Bryce Huff is. So that's putting a lot on a second-year player to just kind of pick up where he left off and continue this development arc that he was on. And then having Bryce Huff be awesome because of the return of those 2 guys.
Yeah, like Fred Warner.
There has to be more.
Yeah, I'm less worried about a guy like Fred Warner. I think he'll be fine, but I think you need reinforcements on that defensive line.
I agree.
It's time. I think I will talk about it with Chris Biderman coming up at 8:30, but it's time. Like they might need like another big swing or at least a move where it's like, okay, they brought someone who's going to have an impact rather than, let's kind of feel around the edges and hope these guys are able to accumulate maybe 5 sacks each or something like that, where it's just all hands on deck.
I think last year might have impacted how the 49ers view their team moving forward. They went into last year not thinking they could win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's why we saw them really make no moves at the deadline.
Yeah.
You wonder, hindsight doesn't really matter, but like you wonder if maybe they were kicking themselves in the ass after that because like, hey, if we did make a move at the deadline, like maybe we do go a little bit farther.
Maybe you only lose to Seattle by 28.
Yeah, maybe I only predict them to lose by 1 score.
Yeah,
who knows?
Maybe. but they went into this year going, we'll see what this looks like in January. And maybe the rookies will develop enough that we're competitive. The fact that they were as banged up as they were, and remember, the non moves at the trade deadline started with the offseason when Leonard Floyd gone, Javon Hargrave gone, Malik Collins gone. They just let a ton of players go out. Dre Greenlaw didn't re-sign him. Talanoa Hufanga gone. They made all these moves to let these veterans go, thinking, all right, it's going to be a year for young players. We're just going to kind of play this out. We'll see how it goes. Well, then they get super hurt and they wind up winning 12 games. I don't think you can go into this offseason going, okay, this is just another year for growth. It's like, no, you were right there. If there's a big swing to make for a pass rusher, for 2 pass rushers, for a receiver, whatever it is. If there's a big swing to make, I think you've got to take it.
To me, they're a team with a high floor right now where it's like, yeah, they're probably a wild card team as is, things like that. But hey, George Pickens is a free agent. We hear about A.J. Brown every year, it seems. Who knows what the Bengals are doing with their 2 highly paid wide receivers. Like, you make one move like that or a move just kind of on the defensive side of the ball that just brings in a player like that, like, yeah, you're probably talking Super Bowl contender again.
Yeah, and that's what I think this year showed. It makes me think that they'll look at this differently, knowing that
I think it's time. Like CMC was what, 3 years ago? That move?
2022.
Yeah. So it's probably time for another impact player.
Yeah.
And you see what the Seahawks are looking like. The Rams just never stop.
Well, and it's time for another impact player because Brandon Ayuk's gone. Ricky Pearsall can't stay on the field. Christian McCaffrey, as good as he was this year, did not look as effective as he was in 2022 and 2023, certainly.
See what the contracts look like. But Juwan Jennings is the finest wide receiver you can get for your wide receiver 3, not your wide receiver 1.
Correct.
Yes.
George Kittle's got the Achilles. Like they need a influx of like a star talent.
Yeah.
And again, if they were reticent to do that before, because like, oh, not sure how good, like, dude, you won 12 games with whatever that roster was last year. Like, you gotta, if you can go for it, you have to. And I think letting Brandon Ayuk go the way they did and opening up that amount of salary will maybe open the door to them doing that. Let's get out to the phone lines, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Let's get out to Don. What's up, Don?
What's up, you guys?
What's up,
I got 2 things, Kyle and Jesse. First of all, phenomenal, Jesse. This is a long time coming. I think since day one, a lot of us have been like, hey, this dude, he going to have a show one day. So to see you make it come into fruition, and you make it happen, kudos to you for putting in that work, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you guys in the chatty house.
But I have, and Kyle, Kyle, you're cool too, bro. You're cool.
Wow,
too.
that's so nice of you. Thanks, Manny.
You know I love you, Kyle. Hey, so I joke about this on Twitter a couple of times, but like, why do the Bulls have to be involved in every Sacramento Kings trade? Like, I feel like they do not do a trade unless the Bulls are somehow involved in the trade. Like, it's like, all right, well, if we can get the Bulls involved, maybe Vooch comes over here. Maybe we get, I feel like we're going to end up with Bulls West over here.
Yeah. Thanks, Manny. Appreciate the call. I don't actually know. It was really clear they wanted Zach LaVine.
Vacation in the offseason together, the front offices.
So they went to get Zach LaVine. And this time, the Bulls are in that weird kind of rebuilding stage where they have a player they like in Kobe White. Maybe they like Ayo Dosunmu. Maybe they like what Modest Buzelis is. But, man, they got to get off Voos. And Patrick Williams is still there. And I think they're just in a place where, cool, we can get out from under Zach LaVine's contract. Great, we'll do it. And then this time they had the room and the space to facilitate the trade. So they just went, cool, hey, we can get some assets to do it. Like, they're in asset collection mode. And I think that's where this kind of comes from. They're just doing a good job collecting assets, and the Kings are trying to continually get rid of them.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you think, hey, maybe you want to be the team that collects assets this time? But
we'll see.
Yeah,
maybe.
We'll see what direction they're headed.
All right. Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee is going to join us. He's been with the Kings on this entire dreary winless road trip. We'll talk to him and get his thoughts on where the Kings are at. We'll also talk to him about some Niner stuff. And we have some Raiders news to get to. It looks like the Raiders have their head coach. We'll get to all that in the final segment of The Jump here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hi, Seth. I broke it. I know. Okay.
You should have a new segment called Stating the Obvious.
Oh, okay.
You gotta credit me for that.
Okay.
Seth's just cooked your ass right now.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Captain Obvious segment, sponsored by Seth.
It's called Stating the Obvious.
Stating the
I wouldn't call you Captain. Come on.
Damn it.
So typical Kyle. Trying to give yourself a nautical title. What did you do?
Broke it.
What did you, when you said you unplugged something, what did you unplug?
Everything. I
Do you want to
unplugged.
be a part of the solution or part of the problem?
I unplugged. Well, let's see. Unplugged this, and then that was to try and get it to work. I also.
It's all good, guys. Kyle broke the TV earlier, so try to fix it. Lazy right now. I'm leaning towards Seahawks. Patriots are. I don't want to say it. You're too early because they're here, but I think they need like a true wide receiver number one. Yeah, it's literally coming from like the windows out here. Let me see. Ooh, yeah, you see that right there? Beautiful office right there. Oh, high times KG. We did that like 20 different times this morning. So on we went water and Gatorade today. I'm not really a coffee guy. Shout out Mr. Tapia. Who knows? I'll ask Kyle. I'll ask Boss Man about that.
Oh, that was promising.
No, yeah, Chris, we got like really good views there. The windows are hella
Oh,
big and stuff like
I
that.
didn't send. Speaking of Chris.
10 out of 10 would recommend. It's fire. It's a good time. That'll be the next segment.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like only 3 words we can't really say.
It's not nearly as many as George Carlin said there is. No, that one's definitely on the list of things you can't say.
Seth, you can, but there's consequences.
You're going to watch me put my dump button training into motion.
Okay, good.
Appreciate you, Katrina.
When's your next break after?
57, and then we're not live again until 2. Sweet.
What's up, Chris?
Oh, wait, hang on.
What's up? What's up? How's the first show going?
Horribly. Seth, just so you know, we're back in like 10. Yep.
There's a big line for my face. There we go.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Hey, Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, and the Sacramento Bees, Chris Biderman, also host of the famed Candlestick Chronicles podcast. We'll sprinkle in some 49ers.
World
Chris,
famous Candlestick Chronicles.
yeah, some are saying of all the 49ers podcasts, it is one of them. Chris Biderman joining us now. Chris, how's it going, man? Are you home yet?
I'm hopping on a flight in a few hours. I'm not home yet. Still in Washington, D.C. But like the Kings, very excited to get back to Sacramento.
Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted to start. Winless road trip. They've lost 14 in a row now on the road. They've lost 9 in a row overall. They just traded Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. Has there been like a dramatic vibe shift in the locker room over the course of this road trip and post trade?
I wouldn't really say it's a vibe shift. I would say probably within the last month or so, there's been just kind of this feeling of resignation around the team. Like, these guys know what it is. They know that the season is, in shambles. They're going to have one of the worst records in the league. A lot of the guys are being talked about in trades. Like, they just kind of know what it is. And to their credit, that they're professional. They're going out and playing. It's not like a completely dysfunctional group. I don't think everybody sees eye to eye with Doug Christie, but I don't think it's all that much different than any other dynamics with other coaches. I just think it kind of is what it is for them at this point. And they know what the situation is. They know the situation sucks, and they're trying to get through it. And, this road trip was difficult. They had all sorts of delays in Cleveland and Detroit. when the snow hit, and then there was an Arctic blast that stuck with them throughout the road trip. Today in DC, the Kings left last night, but today in DC, it's 29 degrees, and that's the warmest it's been since I joined the team in New York. So, just it's the vibes are tough. They weren't, they were a little saddened with the Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder trade, but those guys are both well liked in the locker room. So, yeah, it just kind of is what it is. I wouldn't say it's anger. I would say it's more just like frustration, and everybody's pretty resigned to what the situation is.
Do you think you could? I don't know. I don't want to say better because it's like not like they're going to be winning a bunch of games after the deadline. But say this Keon Schroeder deal is the last trade they make. Do you think there's any just kind of all right sense of relief? This is what it is. Let's just kind of be connected, play in rhythm going forward, or is it just kind of be what we've seen so far? You think?
I mean, even if they make some trades and go into full-on tank mode the rest of the way, like these guys are still getting paid an obscene amount of money to play basketball. And I think ultimately, like you talk to them and that's kind of where their head's at. They're like, well, is this a great situation? No, but I mean, I'm an NBA player making a generational wealth. Like I'm doing fine, like in the grand scheme of things. So I think that's kind of where they're at. I asked DeMar DeRozan that specific question, like, do you have an appetite for a rebuild? He's like, like I'll do kind of whatever it takes. Like he's very respectful of the game, respectful of the process, and understands that if he's on this team and it's, rebuilding mode, tank mode, and they're just developing the young guys, he's going to be there to try to help out. Now, will the Kings try to do right by him and buy him out and maybe allow him to join a contender? I think that's certainly on the table. I know they're trying to trade him, so we'll see if they can get anything done from that standpoint. But no, like if and when they go into full tank mode, I don't get the sense that it's going to be this like ultra toxic environment. I think it's just going to be guys playing basketball and enjoying cashing the paychecks.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee joining us here on The Jump. So you talk about when they go into tank mode. Do you think we're close to that? Because it felt like last night was a prime opportunity to fully pull the plug on that game, but instead you see DeMar DeRozan playing big minutes in the fourth quarter. You see Zach LaVine playing big minutes in the fourth quarter. And obviously when those guys are on the court, they're going to try and go win the game. Do you think that we're going to see that continue where we see veterans in those crunch time situations, or are we going to start transitioning into the younger players getting those minutes? And if they win, fine, but knowing that winning is not necessarily the top priority.
Well, you still saw Isaiah Stevens play the entire fourth quarter, and you saw Daquan Plowden play, I think, 9 minutes in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a mix. I mean, Doug Christie's a proud guy. He doesn't like to lose. He's not just going to punt on these games because he is a prideful guy, and there is some semblance of, hey, like let's give these young guys experience with the veterans so they know what this feels like. They know what it looks like to perform in crunch time. And I know the Kings lost, but DeMar, for better or worse, was performing in crunch time last night. So we'll see. Like I don't have a great feel for that, but Doug Christie, again, prideful guys, played DeMar and Russ when healthy basically the entire season. So I don't know that I would necessarily expect that to change. And I don't know how much Russ would love that. Russ isn't playing because he's hurt. He might be an outlier when it comes to that personality. He might say, look, buy me out if this is just going to be a rebuilding project. Or he might just say, look, like I'm down for the cause. I'm down to help these guys develop. He's been a great teammate from everything I can observe. So I don't know. We'll see about that. That's a really good question, and I wish I had a better answer.
What do you make of the job that Doug Christie has done so far this season? You mentioned earlier some guys might not necessarily be bought in. Just like what do you make of the job he's done so far?
I don't feel like anybody on this team is optimized, right? And it's definitely a chicken or the egg thing because the roster is bad. Like we know the roster has not fit together for some time, but the way. Put it this way, I'll judge Doug Christie based on the expectations that they set for themselves coming into the season. Mm-hmm. And Doug Christie was talking about competing. They were talking about, being a good defensive team, being one of the best conditioned teams in the league. And I don't know how well conditioned they are, but they're one of the worst teams in the league. And yeah, they've had injuries, but, I don't feel like anybody on this team is optimized. I don't feel like, I don't feel like they have any real offensive system. And even if you ask Doug Christie about the offense, he's always trying to say, well, we'll move the ball and play with pace, but I really don't care about the offense. Let's focus on defense. And you're focusing on defense, and you're still the 28th, 29th defense in the NBA for most of the season. So based on the expectation of, yeah, we want to compete, we want to win, we have all these Hall of Fame guys, et cetera, it's really hard to say that Doug Christie's been doing a great job given the results, albeit they have been injured. But, just judging them on the expectations that they set coming into the season, it's impossible for me to say that Doug Christie's done a good job.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee joining us. He's been on the road with the Kings and is still, I guess, on the road with the Kings. Gets to head back today. The DeAndre Hunter trade. What do you make of this? Was this just the Kings trying to correct a mistake in acquiring Dennis Schroeder, or is there something kind of more to it?
So I think in a vacuum, the trade in itself, just the transaction of getting DeAndre Hunter, I think is actually a good one. And I think it makes sense for the Kings on a couple of different levels. I know people are talking about, well, you're in a long-term rebuild and this is a win now move. I would say if you're trying to develop Nick Clifford and your young guys, you want everybody to play their natural positions. And because the Kings lack wing depth, none of these guys have really been able to play their natural positions for any prolonged stretch, right? When Keegan Murray's been out, it's been a lot of DeMar DeRozan at power forward. And it's been a lot of, Zach LaVine is more of a shooting guard than a three. Nick Clifford is more of a shooting guard than a three. And Nick Clifford played point guard last night because Russell Wilson is out, or Russell Westbrook is out. But yeah, he wasn't there either. But the main point here is that at least when if Keegan Murray is going to be injured, at least you have a capable wing that allows Nick Clifford to play the two guard instead of the three, or that allows DeMar DeRozan to play the three instead of the four, right? So when you're developing these guys over the next couple of years, you can slot them into their natural positions. And we talk about Keegan Murray Keegan Murray's offensive game is really struggling because of all the defensive burden he has. Well, at least now you have another wing who can maybe help Keegan from that standpoint. I don't know how good of a defender DeAndre Hunter is. I know there are a lot of metrics that say he isn't a great defender, but at least now Keegan Murray has a little bit of help, so you don't feel like, well, Keegan's so burdened defensively that it's really impacting his offensive game. So maybe it helps Keegan Murray too. So from that standpoint, and the fact that he's an expiring after next season, the Kings are talking a lot about having all their powder dry for 2027. And that's fine and good. But the downside, the real part of this criticism for me from this DeAndre Hunter trade is that, man, you signed Dennis Schroeder. You talked about him as being a building block. You very clearly overpaid for him. It was a bad contract. And now you have to include Keon Ellis just to get off this mistake that you made 6 months ago. Mm-hmm. And so that, to me, is the point of criticism. Getting DeAndre Hunter, I think, makes a lot of sense. The process that it took to get there is the really problematic one. And the Kings can talk about, we're going to have all this cap space in 2027. Well, you just made a big signing that was, he was your quote-unquote number one guy. And this is going to be your quote-unquote building block. I don't know how fans can be confident that this team is going to handle having cap space in 2027 when what they just did with Dennis Schroeder turned out to be such a massive failure that they had to include Keon Ellis and not get any draft compensation for Keon, on top of the fact that it felt like Keon wasn't maximized as an asset. And if Keon had been a regular part of the rotation, and if Keon had been in an offense that made sense and thrived in that offense, and maybe you do get a first-round pick for him. And he's not just a throw-in and some sweetener deal to get off of a contract. Maybe he's a real trade asset for you. So I would say Keon's been mismanaged. I think that's pretty clear given the way this whole thing turned out. So yeah, my nuanced take is, DeAndre Hunter in a vacuum is a good acquisition for the Kings, but the process and the signing of Dennis Schroeder and the handling of Keon Ellis has been very problematic. And I think it's I don't know how it bodes for the Kings going forward, but I would say that this Scott Perry, Doug Christie regime is off to maybe not the best start in the first year of their tenures.
Thank you. Just real quick, thank you for providing the nuanced take, even though I didn't ask for it. That's great.
Of course.
What's next for Scott Perry and the Kings? Is there a chance Sabonis could be moved, or is there a chance, hey, this could be the group game one of next season?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I honestly don't know. I don't have much feel for the rest of the league in terms of how they value what the Kings have currently. I would say Malik Monk might be the player that might be easiest to move because there are plenty of teams that need scoring, but I think the Giannis Antetokounmpo situation probably stalled that out, right? Like the Minnesota Timberwolves certainly would have made sense. The Rob Dillingham thing and maybe Mike Conley for Malik Monk would certainly make sense. But I would imagine if they're in the market for Giannis, and that's going to that's going to stall those talks at least until the Giannis situation gets sorted out. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Milwaukee would have made sense for Zach LaVine or even Malik Monk, but if they're trading Giannis, that's certainly off the table. There's been a lot of smoke around Domas and Toronto. I think that would certainly make sense, but the Kings don't really have any appetite to take on money beyond 2026, 27, the summer of 27, and any deal seems like it would have to include some, Emmanuel Quickley or Jakob Poeltl who have those big contracts that last years beyond that. So I don't know, man. The Kings are in a tough spot, and I'm not entirely sure how they dig out of it beyond just letting these contracts expire and seeing if they can, maximize what they have with their financial flexibility in 2027.
Chris Biderman, the Sacramento Bee, does a great job covering the Kings. Also does some work covering the 49ers, both for the Bee. He's also on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. Thoughts on Raheem Morris as the 49ers defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I think if you look at what you would want in a defensive coordinator, head coaching experience, great. That's awesome. He could certainly help with anything that involves the head coaching side. He's close with Kyle Shanahan. They have a really good working relationship and personal friendship. So I would imagine that doesn't hurt. This isn't a Nick Sorensen situation where it's a guy with no experience who is a position coach, who's never been in that seat before. Raheem Morris has tons of experience. He won a Super Bowl with the Rams as defensive coordinator. Like I said, he's been a head coach. And I think he's adaptable from a scheme perspective. So while I understand the numbers having been great, he's not some like elite defensive coordinator where you can say this guy just is an automatic top 5 defensive coach. But I would say in terms of like what's out there, you're not going to get Vic Fangio. It doesn't seem like Jim Schwartz was ever going to be available out of Cleveland. Then Raheem Morris is about as good as you can do. And if he was, perennially top 5 defensive coach, he probably wouldn't have gotten fired from Atlanta. So, and wouldn't have been available at all. So, I think it's a good hire. I'm kind of in wait and see mode. I think ultimately what's going to define the success for the Niners defense is their personnel, and if they can, make upgrades with the pass rush in particular, if they can, continue to develop their young guys along the defensive interior, if Fred Warner can get back, if they can improve their safety situation. I think the personnel is going to be more important than Raheem Morris in terms of the 49ers' success, but I don't think Raheem Morris is going to be a detriment. So I think the onus is on the front office to upgrade the defense from a personnel perspective, I think, in the offseason.
How likely do you think it is that they upgrade their wide receiver room? Like not with like just a middling guy or anything like that, but do they look at a George Pickens or maybe look to trade for an AJ Brown or anything like that? Last big move was Christian McCaffrey, and it feels like maybe it's time for them to make another one, just take that step up or to compete with Seattle and the Rams.
Yeah, I definitely think so. We've heard the rumors about Justin Jefferson. I don't know how available he is. One guy I've kind of circled in my head without purely speculating is Garrett Wilson with the Jets. The Jets just traded Sauce Gardner. They traded Quinnen Williams. Like he just signed a big contract. He's signed basically throughout his prime. I think that, that could be a really interesting name. And the contract is basically the same as what Brandon Ayuk's would have been. And he has a small cap number in 2026. So you could even make that work this year before his numbers get bigger going forward. And he missed some time this year with injury, but I think in terms of the type of receiver that the 49ers can go get, if you can get him for a couple seconds, I think that would be great. I don't think they would be opposed to dealing away their first round pick. What is it, 27th overall for somebody like Garrett Wilson? That to me would make a lot of sense and be of good value, particularly with Trent Williams, coming back and you're not needing a left tackle right now. So that's sort of the direction I think they're headed. And it makes more sense for them to add an established weapon like that than to maybe draft another receiver at the back end of the first round and kind of hope he works out. I think they're still optimistic about Ricky Pearsall, but I think they're realistic in the sense that this guy's, we can't just pencil him in for 1,400 yards and 10 touchdowns next year. Like, he's got a lot of injury issues, availability concerns for sure. The talent's absolutely there, but you would be, if you're trying to win the NFC West and go against these Seattle Seahawks and this elite defense, I think you need playmakers who can separate from coverage, and I think Garrett Wilson makes a lot of sense from that standpoint.
Yeah, can't pencil in Ricky Pearsall for 10 touchdowns. May not even be able to do it for 10 games.
What I was going to say.
At this point, geez Louise. Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, does a great job covering the Kings, Niners, a bunch of other stuff. Chris, thanks so much for making time, man, and safe travels home.
Thanks. Congratulations on the new show, and looking forward to making it part of my routine in the morning.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. We'll talk soon. See ya.
Yes, sir.
Later, Chris.
Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, one of the best. And the homie.
Yeah, shout out to Chris Biderman, the homie.
Man. Salute.
Shout out Michael Scotto, too.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Scotto. And shout out to you listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, hello. We appreciate everybody dropping by. The very first episode of The Jump. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Jesse Tapia, and we're rocking with you 7 to 9 every single day, Monday through Friday at least. We're not coming in on Saturday, Sunday. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm not waking up at 4:30 on Saturday or Sunday.
Not doing all that. Just want to remind everybody as we're getting ready for the big game in Santa Clara.
The massive game.
We're going to be talking football all week. Kings trade stuff too. Like, don't get it twisted. But we're going to be looking ahead to the big game. And Tide is the official sponsor of Odyssey's big game coverage. Tune in to ESPN 1320 all week long for nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And that's what we're doing.
Shout out Tide.
Love Tide.
Shout out Clean Laundry.
I want to very, very quickly, we gotta hit on this before we go. It looks like the Raiders have their next head coach.
Yeah, they do, it looks like.
It's like Klint Kubiak is going to be the guy if you listen to the Insiders, RIP. If you listen to the Insiders, I told you a couple weeks ago that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, if you listen to the Insiders or if you listen to Tom Brady call, what was it, the Rams Seahawks game? Yeah.
Just everything. Sam Donald makes a sick throw. Wow, what a play call.
Hey, wouldn't this guy be good as the Raiders coach? I think so.
What if this was like a number 1 overall pick, national champion quarterback?
Hey, what do you think it looked like with Fernando Mendoza? Or Brock Bowers or Ashton Jeanty, huh?
Yeah. Hey, look what he did with AJ Barner. Can you imagine if he had one of the best tight ends in the sport?
Yeah, no, he wasn't very subtle about that.
No, not at all. So it looks like Klint Kubiak is going to be the Raiders head coach. IMA, we asked, or thumbs up, thumbs down on the DeAndre Hunter trade. And we were both kind of like, yeah, just not, it's fine. Thumb in the middle.
Yeah.
Thumbs up or thumbs down on the Raheem Mostert to the Niners? Sure. Like, I guess the thumb kind of in the middle, trending up if you're 2 thumbs up on Klint Kubiak for me, man.
Shout out to the Raiders. They did something right.
Dude, and look, I don't, and this isn't even, we're just going to, give him some applause. Yeah, give him a round of applause. I don't even know if he's going to be a good head coach. This might go down as a disaster. We have no idea. But the fact that they finally said, okay, here's a offensive-minded head coach, does not have head coach experience. We are getting a number 1 overall pick. We're going to pick a quarterback. We're going to pair him with this coach.
All right, Kyle, we've had enough.
We here.
What up? What up? What up? What up?
Did you hear who the Jump's first caller was?
No.
It was Stanley.
Oh, I did hear that. I was about to say
Stanley.
I was listening. Who was the first?
Yeah, it was Stanley.
He said, I'm not done.
Yeah.
My name is Stanley.
This is not Don. Love me some Stanley. Stanley probably at work right now.
Miss Mac 10, Warren, what up, though? Filthy McNasty, what up, what up, what up, what up? Soren was good. Norm was good. Zay was good. Tasha was good.
Oh, man. We're live in about 5.5 minutes, man. This is the old days. We get to start to stream whenever we want to, do whatever we want.
Yeah.
Like having our own studio again. Jesse's back. Jesse, I got here 45 minutes ago. Jesse, he been here. This is Jesse's world. Got his favorite Dolphins jacket on and everything.
Oh yeah, he cooking.
Mm-hmm.
He cooking today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll say my dog was the most excited about today's new schedule.
Who was?
My dog.
Oh, yeah.
I got to take him out for an extra walk and things like that.
There we go. Coco. I keep wanting to update these hotkeys. I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to put on this board. Every time we say put it on the board, I forget when the show is over and never go back and do it. You see that basketball coach that got arrested? The Tuskegee basketball. I don't know if he got arrested. They took him off on handcuffs.
Yeah, I saw that story. I didn't see if it was warranted.
Oh, there was nothing on camera that was warranted. That's for sure.
Handcuffed.
There was nothing on camera that was
in the
warranted.
South, though. Maybe wild.
Oh, ESPN got sneaky. They put Domas on this trade report and didn't mention him once. Ain't no Domas. Oh, here it is. Or maybe more moves from the Kings. Sacramento has explored trades for Zach, Domas, Malik, blah, 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 blah. Ain't nothing here. Worst team in basketball, man. That's crazy. Yeah, right on, Brett. Yeah, they killed it, man. They were great. Man, I was trying, but I couldn't get the clean movie cut of it. We did need to get the Katie's Dead drop put in. We killed her. Yeah, we killed her. We did have to get that put in.
That was a classic.
It's possible, Dr. David. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, we killed her. It looks like we're about 2.5 minutes or so. Jesse, you good?
Yeah, we're all good, ready to go. I actually like this little new schedule.
Okay. All right.
Gives me a little break in between. Reminds me of Sac State.
The college schedule.
Now Jesse ain't gonna show up on Tuesdays and Thursdays though.
It's true. You got no class those days. They don't take attendance on Thursdays.
I remember we had class the morning of 9/11. Not to get too morbid, but that was a weird.
Oh, I bet.
Weird class.
Oh, there's a basketball game on right now.
I'm trying to get it. Beat the
Charlotte and New Orleans.
Charlotte is the matinee team of the league. I can't remember last time Charlotte played at night.
LaMelo
Between
got
the weekends and these week games.
Did I see that right? Con Knipple got 12 points on 3 of 11 shooting. Getting them up, baby.
Turned into a true Hornet.
Getting them up, baby.
True Hornet, Con Knipple.
Oh, man. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Who does Marshawn have a show with? Oh, Bill Maher. I saw a clip of, they were like, yeah, you wasn't expecting that. I didn't watch the clip though. I don't know what.
Bill Maher and Marshawn got a show together?
I think at the very least they have a podcast, or they have an episode where they were on a podcast.
Oh. Huh. Yes, I guess that's how the show gonna start. I guess that's how the show gonna start. See how many times I mess up today. Yeah, that Michael trailer looks crazy, Warren.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. For the 1,359th time, D-Lo and KC take the air, but this time it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
The show's starting in the afternoon drive, man. If you're just tuning in, you're not tuning in halfway through the show. You tuning in at the beginning of the show. We here now with you from 2 to 6 every single day, Monday through Friday. We are so happy that you are here with us, but ain't nothing changed, baby. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
From what I hear,
Acknowledge me.
and we are live. Alongside, I'm sorry, he's back. Hey, man, who's had a bigger day than Jesse Tapia?
Not gonna lie, it's been pretty fun.
Hell yeah, it's been fun, man.
The
You host
young
a radio
goat.
show for a living now.
Yeah, no, I've had a good old time.
And you still got to come back and babysit our asses. So.
Right. I told them though, hey, I can't go anywhere if I can't produce D-Lo and KC, so we're supposed to be.
So we
That's
don't
what's
have
up.
to say, what are you doing with him?
Yeah, and mean it. Yeah, and mean it this time, man. We are so happy that you are here with us. We are so happy that you checked out the Insiders this morning, Monday through
there's
Friday.
mess up number one.
I told you what I just say. I just say. Let's see how many times I screw up today. We are so happy that you checked out the Jump from 7 to 9 this morning, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. To 9 a.m. Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia. It's a huge week, obviously, with the Super Bowl just days away. The NBA trade line just days away, Thursday at noon. And the Sacramento Kings, well, they got trade season started on Saturday. And, well, a lot of people were asking questions following that trade. Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis are headed to Cleveland. And DeAndre Hunter is headed to Sacramento for reasons known to no one right now. Dario Saric and a second-round pick that belonged to the Sacramento Kings were involved in this. And those guys are headed to Chicago.
Well, got to make some things work. I mean, Cleveland, I'm sure.
Cleveland, this is for you.
Complicated some things with their cap situation.
Sure.
So you got to get Sarge in there to make the Hunter money work, because I don't know if Hunter Schroeder and Keon work by themselves for Hunter's money.
Yeah.
Because that's only what, $17 million?
No, Dennis. Oh, yeah, because Dennis is 15, 17, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
And what's DeAndre this year? 23?
Yeah, 23.
22, 23.
So I don't know per NBA cap and all. I don't know how Sarge going to the Bulls makes it work for the Cavs cap.
Well, what I can't figure out is how did we just do a team a favor to the tune of $50 million and didn't even get a thank you for it?
That's not a good look. I'm not
like, hey, good looking out, Brody. I don't care where the pick is at this point.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm not as down on the trade as others are, and we'll talk about it. We'll break it down a little bit more. But that's one of the two things I don't understand. I don't understand how we do this big favor for the Cavs.
Yeah.
We don't get nothing from them.
Nothing.
And I'm not sure why the second-round pick had to be involved at all. Now, it's not a big deal. Like, it's not a deal breaker, but I have no idea why they had to be involved. So those two things, maybe when James Ham comes on with us in a little bit, he can explain that to me a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. James Ham's going to be with us coming up at 2:30. That's going to be James's new time, and there's a reason for that. I know everyone is used to James being with us at 3 o'clock, but we're doing something different every single day. Beginning at 2:30, we're going to go 60 minutes straight. No commercials whatsoever. It's called the Marathon. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. It begins at 2:30. And that's where James will be moving forward. James will be with us. Trista will be with us. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us in that 2:30 to 3:30 time slot. So we're going to have a really, really good time. And James is going to have, I'm certain, a lot to say about what went on over this weekend. We will get to the fact that the Sacramento Kings have now lost 9 straight.
There, we got to it.
They have not lost 9 straight. Since KC's boy did it twice.
Well, hey, I ain't even gonna say what I was gonna say. I'm really not gonna say what I'm gonna say. I'm not.
Say it.
No, I'm not.
Say it.
Your mom would say it.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't want to say it, man.
Say it. Say it. Come on, man. It's afternoon drive. Say it.
Yeah, this is what we're here for.
No, because
wow.
that's
Tune
my
in.
boy.
Wow. Shout out to
big
I'm not
moves.
doing
Wow.
that. That's
Wow.
my boy.
What a big
That's my
move.
boy. I'm not doing it. Somebody else would say.
Wow.
Somebody else would say they ran his ass out of town. I ain't saying that.
Well,
I'm not saying that.
One.
I ain't saying that.
One. I don't think anyone's gonna have to run him out of town. 2. Let's not forget Luke did it twice.
Well, okay. How many times have they lost 5 in a row now?
I believe, well, the number hasn't changed. We're still at 5. They just are on the verge of losing 5 in a row for the second time in a row. That's what we're
spaced out his 9-game losing streaks. Spaced them out. Now look at once again. I'm not saying that because that's my dog.
No, you are.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Wow.
That's my dog.
Wow.
I like Luke Walton and I like Doug Christie. Those are my dogs.
Once Luke Walton in Sacramento, we're going and run Doug Christie's ass out of here.
Those are my dogs, man. I'm not saying it at all.
What if I told you they missed the 2 9-game losing streak thing by 1 game earlier in the season?
Also,
what if I said that?
Let's not pretend there's not another 9 games ahead that they could lose.
That's a good quote. When are they going to win again? It ain't going to be. I don't think it'll be this week.
Memphis on Wednesday.
Memphis beating them.
Why are you so confident Memphis beating them?
Because they beat their ass 2 times before.
We got a 7 in here.
We got a what?
We got a 7-game losing streak.
Oh yeah, they got some bad ones.
We got an 8.
Yeah. See, they got 9. A 7, 8, and 9. Luke didn't do that.
Well, 10 coming soon.
No.
Separate. I mean separate. Not even on Wednesday. I'm talking about a separate 10-game losing streak.
It's Memphis.
Better be the case now at this point.
It's the Clippers. It's Cleveland. It's the Pelicans. Okay.
Pelicans winning.
It's the Utah Jet. Come on, man.
Now look. Now I'll also say
those are the 2 games going into All-Star break, by the way. The Pelicans on Monday and the Jazz on Wednesday.
The Wizards was the one. That was the one that was supposed to stop everything. Now,
the Wizards tried.
Yeah, they did. But they weren't successful.
The Wizards,
we got them.
The Wizards went to the locker room like, what do you want me to do? They looking up at Ted Leonsis like, I didn't play a single starter in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, Wizards box score looks like just upside down. The bench turns into the starters.
Yeah, we got them. And look, I'll say this. You guys know how I feel. You know, I'm Mr. Compete out here. But, hey, man, what you doing trying to win that game? What you doing?
Same.
I said last week. 11 games with the Wizards, Pacers, Nets, Pelicans, and there's one other sorry team in there. Man, you better find a way to go 3-8.
The Jazz probably. Yeah,
you better
'cause that's
find a
the
way to go
Wednesday game.
3-8. And I'm sitting there, I'm looking at it like, bro, they gonna win the first game. Good job.
As
And that's
we
not
used
even
to
about
say,
no tank. That's
as
just
as
you
we
doing,
used
you're
to
here
say
now.
back in the day, psych. They did not.
You here now.
They did not.
You like I said, I've said a number of different. You know how I felt at the beginning of the season. That's fine. We here now. We the worst team in the league.
Damn.
We the worst team in the league. And look,
team in the league.
And look here.
Shoot. Not even tied for the worst team in the league. A shoot. Worst team in the league.
And look. We'll talk about this later too, but I was watching basketball on Saturday afternoon, boy. I was watching basketball on Saturday afternoon.
Hey, can I tell you something?
Man.
We'll talk about it later. We were outside. And it turns out everybody was watching basketball on Saturday. We weren't even at the sports book. We was on Restaurant Row. They had opened up this new restaurant. We were eating at this spot in the place across. It wasn't a sports bar, but they had TVs lined up. It was all on one game, and that spot was packed. It was not, here's this game. One game.
Yeah.
And when I tell you, again, this was not the sports book in Vegas.
Yeah.
Everybody was locked into that game.
Man, I want to know what the numbers are on that one.
I started looking around
numbers
like
might have been major. Numbers might have been major for that one.
Every TV in the Venetian had that game on Saturday afternoon.
I was watching that game. Well, you can call me Christopher Williams. If I'm dreaming, then just let me sleep. Don't wake me up till my dream is complete. Then leave me alone. I saw Darren Peterson dunk on that boy. I said, then leave me
Turn
alone.
off the lights and unplug the phone.
I started dreaming, boy. I said, we the worst. We got the worst record in basketball. I'm watching Darren Peterson right now.
Yeah, we're going to draft fifth.
Then turn off the phone. All right, man.
Get to that
we'll
bridge,
talk about it, man.
They get to that bridge, though. If I'm dreaming about you. Yeah, Dennis Schroeder.
Let's make this dream. Okay.
You singing like it hurts.
Did you see him on Saturday? I'll sing the whole damn song. Did you see him?
I did. Please don't.
Oh,
2, I did. 3, I get it. I feel like a point was made, too. I feel like a point was made on Saturday.
Yeah. Hey, look. Oh man, there's a lot. There's a lot to that.
Hold on to that. We got 4 hours. We don't have 2 hours left. We got 4 hours left.
Yeah.
Let's backtrack here for a second. Like they said, 2 p.m. Kenny acting different.
Darren got me acting different. The worst team in basketball got me acting different. I ain't never think we get here.
So let me say this right out the gate. I like DeAndre Hunter, the basketball player. You said a second ago you're not as down on this trade as you think everybody else is perhaps social media is perhaps the jump was, the people who called into the jump. Why what's your feeling on this trade that is sending Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis?
Yeah.
And that I think is the point of contention right there to Cleveland for DeAndre Hunter.
Well, one of the things that I heard a lot over the weekend was, look, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, and they feel how they feel, and I understand what they're saying. But the whole notion of, we needed a 3-and-D wing 3 years ago when Fox was doing it. I understand that. You let me know. Just tell me. The fact that the Kings aren't contending right now or doing anything, does that mean like, oh no, don't ever get a 3-and-D guy no more? Like we don't need that on a basketball team at all because we're not contending. Like this notion that you should have done that. Yes, we know we should have done that 2-3 years ago. We got that. But does that mean that you don't need that type of player not for this year. Obviously, you're not trying to win, but even for next year, or getting a look at him early, see if you get him on a different deal and move him that way. Like, yeah, you are looking for those type of guys, and you got one in house. You get to look at him for a little bit and see how you feel about him. 28 years old. I know that people are making that like that's 98 years old. Like he's 28 years old. He's not even 30 yet. So I don't know your timeline. You talking about a timeline. They got a guy that's 26 years old on there that hadn't even started his second contract that they're in love with. So like, that's fine. Then you look at the situation with Dennis Schroeder, and I'm not going to come on here and act like Scott Perry is this super genius and he saw things before they even happened. He was 4 steps ahead of everybody.
We haven't heard this voice in a while.
Well, that's
you really are. You really are hitting a little bit different here. This afternoon drive, Casey. He's in the vault.
It's kind of a throwback.
A little bit.
The crew neck he's got on today too.
Yeah, he want everybody to know he is
said.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we on some new stuff.
But I'm not saying that's what it was about Scott Perry. But I do believe that Scott Perry signed Dennis Schroeder with the thought of, if this works, great. If it doesn't, I'll just move him. Like I was thinking about this today. Does anybody believe it's the first 6 months of that deal? That maybe that's a little earlier than people anticipated. Does anybody believe Dennis Schroeder was going to play out his entire contract with the Kings?
There's no history ever that said with Dennis,
right?
That said that was going to happen.
It's a little earlier than maybe we anticipated. Maybe you think trade deadline next year or something. But nobody was like, we're going to see Dennis for 3 years. Nobody thought that. Like it was a contract signed to be moved at some point.
But does it make sense to create a logjam though with the guard spot though? Like if you were going that way, just to be like, yeah, we'll see how it works out with Dennis. But just
so can I answer that? Here's what I think happened. I don't think they expected Malik to be here. I think that was part of it. I think Scott probably had too much confidence that they would be able to move Malik Monk and that logjam wouldn't exist. You'd have Dennis. The thing that maybe we know that this front office likes Russell Westbrook a lot. I feel like the Sacramento Kings could have signed Russell Westbrook first if they wanted to. And I think they felt like he needed to be paired with Dennis, and like that's cool, like that's fine, that's whatever. But I definitely think they expected to have Malik Monk moved before any of that happened. The one thing you say about Dennis's contract and being able to move it, it feels like anyone who signs Dennis Schroeder operates with the idea that they can move him. The length of the contract throws me off a little bit. Maybe you felt like you had to do 3 instead of 2 because it could telegraph what what you could wind up doing should things go bad. It's reminiscent of the George Hill signing. Like you brought George Hill in for something, and it was probably something that didn't exist, but you didn't communicate that to George Hill. I think with Dennis, you brought him in for something that never materialized. And you wound up moving him, within the first opportunity you could, prior to that first trade deadline. I don't hate the idea that Scott signed him to move him. I just am stunned by the idea that it would be this quickly.
Not specifically to move him. It was
if I have to.
Yeah.
Dennis has been traded 8 times. Like that was all over. I'm sure it was all over every social media platform.
Yeah.
This past weekend.
His jerseys and stuff like
that. Yeah, like he's been traded a lot.
But I'll ask you, if you were able to move him like the Kings were able to, does the length of the contract even matter?
As long as it doesn't complicate moving him.
Which that's debatable. I was about to say which it doesn't seem like it did,
but did it?
Debatable.
Because like I don't think any Kings fan is sad. Like when they signed Dennis, I was clear. I get it. I get why you did it. It didn't work. You immediately went to Russ. It seemed to work a lot better with Russell Westbrook. Dennis seemed to be pretty good coming off the bench, but that's not what you signed him for. So it's like, if you have the ability to move off from him and that contract, great. The sticking point to this conversation is Keon Ellis. And that's where I think this conversation shifts a little bit, is the idea, and we outlined scenarios involving not so much Dennis, but more Domantas Sabonis in Toronto, and how you could wind up moving Domantas Sabonis, and how you could wind up moving Keon Ellis, and how you could wind up netting multiple first-round picks. And I think we got as high as 3 in that conversation. I don't believe that was real. I think that's the crux of Kings fans' frustration this past few days, is they were sold something that wasn't legitimate. All of this, Sam Amick, Anthony Slater, John Hollinger, Keith Smith, NBA reporter after reporter, insider after insider, they all said Keon. They all said first-round pick. They all said multiple teams. The league is flabbergasted. Everybody is confused. They don't understand. My guess is that came from one entity and one entity only, and it's in downtown Sacramento at the Golden One Center. You were the first one to say it. Oh, if that's what it is, do it. Oh, if the whole league is clamoring for him to that degree, do it. And as the days and the weeks went along, it was kind of like, it's a lot of talk. I don't know if any of this is real, because he's not playing. So you're going to go to Sacramento. Just think from an asset management standpoint. You're going to go to Sacramento and said, hey, here is a coveted piece of property that I want in exchange for this condo in the hood that you're not using. No. We think Keon is something else. We believe Keon is a nice house in a beautiful neighborhood. Kings weren't treating him like that. Kings were slumlords. So who gonna come over and offer a first-round pick for a player who was getting DM, not Jalen Rose DNPs that we're talking about with Tyrese Halliburton, actual DNPs, not playing for long stretches of a time. Keon has not been good this season, whether that's his fault, Doug's fault, the Kings' fault, whatever. He hasn't been. Who's looking at this situation, not the player, the situation the player is in, and going, I'm going to give up a coveted first-round pick to acquire that? People are frustrated. They're angry with the Kings for not being able to pull off something they were never going to be able to pull off. That whole conversation was not real. How are you going from the whole league wants Keon Ellis to a day later, Sam Amick says, everything fell through? Really? The whole goddamn league fell through at once. No Lakers. No, it was the Celtics. They all fell. All of these teams fell through all at once. San Antonio, nobody. Well, I can't do it. All right, call San Antonio. I can't do it either. Okay, wait a second. It doesn't add up to me. And the only way that I can make this equation work is to say none of this was real. It was never, ever real.
I agree with you 100%. And one of the things, I'm not trying to hold water for the organization or anything like that. That's not how I get down. But I think we need to look at some of these insiders, because the only reason I say that is because these people, and these are people that I like, the Mark Steins, the Keith Smart, Keith Smith. That's just smart kid. I thought I was doing.
That's all right.
Yeah,
it's all right.
Keith
I called
Smith,
him the insiders earlier. It's fine.
The Brett Siegel, all these guys, even my guy Jake Fisher. Well, Jake Fisher wasn't really on that, but guys like that were gassing Keon up. They were gassing him up as a way, and the reason why I said they was gassing him up, they were gassing him up as a way to talk about how dumb the Kings are. They were gassing him up for this entire time. Like, man, what are the Kings doing? Why wouldn't they play this guy? This is a guy that any contending team would want, and they would pay, a really good price to get. Okay, all right. That's why I was like, all right, if you guys are really feeling that way, let's field calls. Let's see what it's sounding like. They were gassing this whole situation up the entire time. And when it got down to it, Nobody was really moving like that. When it really got down to, hey, we're trying to make this deal, Scott might even been like, I listened to D-Lo and KC the other day. They said the one deal I got to make is I got to move Keon. That's the one that has to happen. So I need to figure this out. They start making the calls and start calling around, and they either told him, don't believe everything you read, or they got cold feet. And then he got to this situation where Cleveland was interested, and he might have felt like he had to do something, else he would have been left holding the bag with Keon potentially come Thursday. So yeah, I don't think I thought the first round pick stuff was outrageous, and we'll talk about Keon more. I love Keon Ellis, but I thought that was doing too much.
Holding the bag, I obviously I agree. Is left holding the bag for Keon such a bad thing?
Yeah, because you're not going to have him back, and if you can't even get a second round, like you had to get something for him. It didn't have to be the most.
So you think you think and based on some intel from our Cleveland insiders, they were real insiders. Cleveland's they wanted Keon. Like this was, and I think Cleveland was one of the teams prior to a DeAndre Hunter conversation that they really wanted. Like they wanted Keon Ellis. They were with the Celtics, the Lakers. I think the Spurs were the other team that were really, really in on Keon. So maybe this deal doesn't get done without Keon Ellis. Maybe the deal is in fact for Keon Ellis and not Dennis Schroeder. I don't know.
Maybe so, but I mean, I think they like Dennis too, and they need a Dennis.
Dennis is fine. You can add Dennis to any roster and be in good shape.
Didn't they lose Ty Jerome, who was a big part of what they did last year? And they were trying to. They thought Lonzo might be somebody that could fill that spot. It hasn't worked out as a scoring threat.
And I'd expect him to be at some point, if not traded by Thursday, I think they'll just cut him.
But it goes to the frustrating part for me. If they really did want Keon, which I believe they did throughout all of this, how could you not get something back in return? How could you not? They really wanted him. You're saving them $50 million in cap relief, and you can't get anything back in return. You can't. And what I mean by that, I'm not asking for their first round pick, but you can't get a second rounder, a couple years from now, something. You just take back DeAndre Hunter.
It's just
that seems like a fail to me.
It's the fail to me is you're 50. We just saved you $50 million with this deal. You owe us. And this isn't even a DeAndre Hunter conversation. I like DeAndre Hunter. I like DeAndre Hunter on the Kings. I get the idea people aren't like enamored with him being 28 years old when you feel like maybe if you're lucky, this thing doesn't get clicking until he's like 31 years old. But at the same time, I like Precious Achiuwa. What's Precious? 26? Like there's players like you can acquire players who can be a part of what you're doing moving forward. Like you have to have a roster. You have to be able to fill the roster. You have to be able to have competent players out there. If the basketball gods grace the city of Sacramento, and Darren Peterson is playing here next year.
If I'm dreaming about you.
You just sing it poorly. Just sing it like Christopher Williams. I know he's light-skinned and it's difficult for you. Just sing it like he does. But I'll tell you a story during the commercial break about singing records differently. You've got to have some semblance of talent around it. It doesn't have to be talent that's going to win you a championship, but let that rookie, we'll take the name out of it so Kenny doesn't start singing. Let a rookie come in here and let him have some players to play with. Like Precious is still young. DeAndre Hunter is still young. You have those guys who could, come in here and like, hey, team's not winning 60 games next year, but they're not losing 60 either.
Right. And that's also where I come to when you talk about DeAndre Hunter, like you mentioned, like he's fine. Like he's not on the timeline and, he doesn't match the schedule. That's fine. I get that. But like I told somebody on Twitter, I don't believe the best way to go about this is having 15 players 23 years old or younger. Like that's That's
Yeah,
not.
I'm with you.
I'm not
Yeah,
okay with that.
yeah.
Especially if you're trying to bring
Well,
in.
you can win games. We saw it last night.
Well, that's true.
Or yesterday afternoon, I should say.
Well, it's Scal wasn't 20.
That's a good point. Scal damn near 40 at this point, it feels
Marvin
like.
Bagley, who killed the Kings,
Marvin
23.
Marvin looks like
he might be 23 now. I think.
Marvin looks like he might have been hanging out like with Jesus. That look Marvin got going on right now is crazy.
Played a really good game.
He
Really,
did.
really good game.
He
last
did.
night. But yeah, man.
That's a team playing without a care in the world right now.
Man, they just going out there and doing whatever and won a game.
They did.
What you're going to hear from us a lot on this 2 to 6 slot is updates. And the Hornets are about to win another game.
Now, to be clear, those aren't updates you're normally going to get because the Hornets and Pelicans playing at 2:30 on Monday.
Game is over at 2:30. That's crazy.
Yo, right. What is it, a camp game? What are the kids there? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the Hornets about to win again, which means the Pelicans lose. That's why it's kind of topical. Pelicans stay at 13 wins now. I was hoping they get to 14.
Yo, big shout out to our people over at Mojo's, local spot in the heart of downtown on 5th and I Street, walking distance to the arena, indoor, outdoor space. They are a Sacramento sports bar. They're family and perhaps most importantly, dog friendly.
Yeah.
Shout out to our people at Mojo's. We're going to be doing a lot with them in the upcoming weeks and months. And next, we're kicking off our 60-minute stretch of commercial-free sports talk. It's the marathon, and James Ham, our Kings insider, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. If I'm dreaming about you, let's make this dream come true.
If I'm dreaming about you, let's make this dream of love come true. I didn't get a chance to talk about it much because I stayed away from my phone on Saturday because I didn't want any spoilers. And at some point, we're going to have the 13th round. What an ass whooping by Shakur Stevenson. That was embarrassing by Telefimo Lopez. He looked like a mid-carder. He looked like an amateur against a true top-level fighter like Shakur Stevenson. That was, and then Telefimo Sr. with some of the worst corner advice we've seen in the history of Western civilization. I mean, I can't believe he got paid for that. That was a complete joke.
Got their wig knocked off. I thought that was fake when I first
Big
saw it.
baby. Jarrell Miller. That was funny.
That's like, oh no, like this isn't real, is it?
Yeah, but Shakur just destroyed his ass.
Johnny Gill. Who was the other one?
It's my boy, Johnny Gill.
Oh, it was Johnny Gill and Wanye Morris. They were the two people who all night they did not want you to sing their song.
What?
Because they was going to sing, like Johnny was going to come out.
They stayed on the mic. They stayed on the mic.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
They wanted people to be quiet?
No, it wasn't that either. Johnny Gill would start, put on your red dress. It's up on your high heels. Like, that's not how it goes. What are you doing? Everybody wants to sing, but they're singing some version that they're making up in their head on the spot.
That's how you got to do
And
it.
Wanye does the thing where he sings till he has a heart attack. And it's like, all right, man, I'll sing Sean's part. I'll sing Nate's part, but I ain't going to sing Wanye's part.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta revisit because people always want to tell me when I'm wrong, when I get things wrong, and I always admit when I got it wrong. I said, man, Sam Darnold balled out. When we talk to Trista tomorrow, we're gonna have, and it's not just Trista. It was the NBA viewership as a whole. Conversation needs to be had about Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson. The Hornets were laughed out of the world
whole world.
Yes.
Damn.
For taking Brandon Miller. And it's not even close right now. Scoot can't even play.
I truthfully don't remember that. I like Brandon Miller.
Oh, she was talking crazy about Brandon Miller.
Oh.
And she said Scoot wasn't even close. Like,
I remember the Scoop conversations. I thought that was just her being well, it's not all it's killing. Yes, indeed. Our first show here in Afternoon Drive. We are with you live till 6 o'clock and every day from 2:30 to 3:30. It's the marathon, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. And today, James Ham will be with us, but I just got a text. James said, hey, I'm running a little late. He explained why. And I said, do you think? Because I'm going to ask some questions when you get on the live stream.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to ask some questions. When you get on the live stream. So James is going to join us here in just a moment, and we will go from now until 3:30. You don't have to go anywhere. We have got you covered Monday through Friday, 2:30 to 3:30. Commercial-free sports talk. Expect that idea to be bitten soon. So we're obviously talking about the weekend that the Sacramento Kings had, namely the Dennis Schroeder, Keon Ellis trade that sent those two guys to Cleveland. DeAndre Hunter is expected to join the Sacramento Kings, and I believe they expect them to be available for Wednesday's game back at the Golden One Center against Memphis. The Kings 0 for 6 on this road trip, 9 straight losses, 14 straight losses on the road.
Jeez, come on, guys.
Man,
come on, guys. But so okay, now I'm gonna let you finish because there was something else about all of this that I just wanted to address.
Address it right now. I was just laying the numbers out. That's all.
Do we have any more?
Probably, but we just leave them alone right now. we got to space out the depression here, man.
So this is just how I feel, and I know not everybody was on Team Tank, tear it down, rebuild type stuff. Like, I know not everybody was there. There's some people that wanted to see the Kings be a winning basketball team.
You and I were the dumbasses leading that train.
But for those that wanted to clean house, want to move your Zach LaVines and your DeRozans and play the young guys, and I saw a lot of people upset with this trade, with moving on from Keon, with getting DeAndre Hunter back, with it doesn't fit the timeline. It's not going to make him any better right now. Hey, I don't want to hear from you guys. I don't want to hear from you guys. If you're on Team Tank, if you're on Team Tear It Down, I don't want to hear you complaining. This is it. We hadn't even started, and y'all complaining already. There's going to be a number of players that come through Sacramento, young guys, old veterans, guys that just shouldn't even be in the league no more, shouldn't be in the league to begin with, that you're going to see play. Did you see what Washington put out there last night? This is just the beginning. So when they talk about, oh, Scott's not doing something, or we want to see him make a trade, there's no, for what you guys want, there is no shortcut. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty.
I don't know exactly how to. I don't
Did
know
you
what
see the
you're
same thing?
talking
You didn't see the
about.
same thing? People were upset about the trade all
Oh,
weekend.
no. I'm sorry. I saw that.
Yeah.
But I thought people were more angry about the Keon Ellis portion of it.
I mean, they were definitely upset about that.
Okay.
But they're upset about the second rounder not getting anything back, like DeAndre Hunter's age, his money, his not being signed long term, where he's at. We don't need a 3-and-D guy anymore. We needed it 3 years ago, bro. There are going to be 5 DeAndre Hunters that come through here when you're 12 and 39 next year as well. It's about to get nasty.
Okay, I'm not sure I entirely understand, but we'll talk about it. As Kyle Madsen would say, let's put a pin in that and welcome in our ESPN 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Hammer, go ahead, break the news.
Chirp.
Okay.
Look, we're about to see a whole lot of things unfold here in the league. I think it's going to be an interesting week. And like whether there's a bunch of Kings news right now, like bubbling under the surface, I don't think so. But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be between now and Thursday. The Kings have been involved in so many different deals. And whether it's, again, a potential Domas trade to Toronto or Malik Monk potentially going to Minnesota or them finding a home for DeMar DeRozan at the last second. I don't think we've seen the last of the Kings emergency trade podcasts this week.
Okay, so let's start with the one that you already did. Let's start with the DeAndre Hunter trade. Let's start with what is essentially I think what Kings fans might feel like, and this was the crux of my question for Kenny there a second ago, is the Keon Ellis portion of this. How did Keon Ellis, and correct me if I'm wrong, how did Keon Ellis wind up a throw-in or an incentive for Cleveland in this deal? And how did Sacramento help Cleveland get off $50 million without getting a first-round pick in return or any sort of draft compensation in return?
Yeah, to me, that's kind of the big question here. How did sort of the value of Keon drop? And like, I got to be honest, like, is it possible that the Kings put out there a bunch of times that there were 10 teams interested, that there were 14 teams interested? Yeah, it's very possible that a lot of that news was coming from the Kings, who were trying to make, lemonade out of lemons. They had got themselves into a situation with Keon where, number one, they chose this summer to not give him a longer term contract. And then on top of that, he kind of fell out of favor, not so much as a person, but just like he had a tough time getting on the court. And, I think they were looking at his value as potentially diminishing as they got deeper and deeper into the season. And then there was this whole false narrative that they're going to get gold for him. And it's something that, again, came from inside the walls, outside the walls, everywhere you turn. I still think that Keon Ellis is a very valuable player. I do think that he's going to get a very nice contract this summer. I think he also might get a very nice contract starting on February 9th. But I don't know how we went from, it's a possible that he's a sweetener on a Malik Monk deal or a sweetener on a DeMar DeRozan deal or a Zach LaVine deal to, you got to use him for the Dennis Schroeder contract. And like, look, when you're in Sacramento and you're inheriting a team, like I don't think we realized it at the time, but there was like a very, very thin margin for error here. And they chose the wrong player, just straight up. And I wasn't a fan of the signing in the beginning. You guys know that. I would have rather had, one of the Jones brothers instead at a much cheaper dollar than Dennis Schroeder. But, you were hoping you were going to get one version of Dennis Schroeder, and that was either, like European Dennis or the Dennis Schroeder that was so good for the Brooklyn Nets last year. But realistically, what you got was the Dennis Schroeder that you saw in Golden State that wasn't good. And, I looked at his stats over the last week, and it's not that Dennis Schroeder is like a streak shooter. It's that he's so inconsistent that, again, like there are players it's just stunning to watch a player who, he's not a bad player. That, he's played in the league for years. He's played for so many different teams. He signed multi-year deals with all of these teams, like Dennis Schroeder is a player who's wanted around the league, but the inconsistency, even in the last 4 games he played for the Kings, he goes 5 of 10 from the field, 1 of 8 from the field, 9 of 16 from the field, 1 of 11 from the field. Like, as a coach, how are you supposed to game plan when one of your veteran point guards is doing that. And it's just really tough. And so I think it's very possible that Scott Perry, who is a Detroit guy, like he's a Detroit guy through and through. He was a college coach in Detroit. He cut his teeth with the Detroit Pistons. I believe he lives in Detroit during the offseason. And so I think he probably watched what Dennis Schroeder was for a young Detroit Pistons team at the end of last season and thought, hey, this guy really, he's figured it out. He makes a lot of sense. Like he's playing really well. And it doesn't really matter like sort of the stats as much as it matters that he's a leader and that he's doing things that are helping a team win and glue the Pistons together. And it's just not the player you got when you got to Sacramento. So really, really tough.
James, where do you stand on the notion that Scott Perry signed Dennis Schroeder to the deal that he signed him to, knowing he was a movable piece and a potential asset? One or two things would happen. He would either be here and it would work out and things would be fine and he'd be productive, or maybe not this early. I'm not saying he knew it'd be 6 months, but at some point he knew he could move on from that contract. Do you think that played a role in going after a Dennis Schroeder and thinking, hey, I can flip this at some point if I need to?
Well, yeah, but I also I agree that that's probably one of the thought processes that went through his mind. But I also don't think anyone thought this was going to be this bad. You know, like they didn't bring Dennis Schroeder here to have a 12-39 start to the season, or 12-40, whatever it is. That's not what the point was. The point was you're bringing in a veteran point guard to solidify that backcourt until you found your point guard of the future in a year or two. That was the idea. And just to be like quite honest, like he lost his job to Russell Westbrook so quickly that what exactly are you doing here at this point? You know, like he became a backup point guard when realistically you had a better version of that in Malik Monk. And I specifically remember telling you guys that I think Malik Monk is a better basketball player than him. And I also think Malik Monk is a better backup point guard. Like, I don't know why everyone got away from Malik Monk as a backup point guard. I mean, he averaged 5.5 assists per game the last 2 seasons. He's excellent in the pick and roll. That's the reason why, outside of the fact that he was De'Aaron Fox's friend, the reason why Monty McNair went out and got Malik Monk was because he rated in their advanced metrics as the best pick and roll ball handler in the NBA. And that's why they went and got him. And then you take him as that type of player and you put him at an off guard spot where he's not creating for others anymore. To me, none of that made any sense. I would have put Malik Monk at that backup point guard spot and just used the guard depth that you already had. But that's before they signed Russell Westbrook. I mean, and you know, when you signed Russell Westbrook, I think it changed a lot of things. And, you know, you just got way too many guards in the backcourt and not enough minutes for all of them.
But what
sorry,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, Monty McNair at the Sac State game on Saturday.
Oh,
he still lives here. Yeah. No, he told me when he was at the Clippers game, he told me, yeah, oh no, I still live here. He's like, I'm going to figure out. Yeah. He's working for the Clippers. And then this summer, he expects to get back in the game, but you know, his kids were already scheduled for where they were going to be, and you know, his family and everything. They've made a life here, and so they want to make sure that wherever they were going permanently, because they have so many young kids that they want to go somewhere where they're sort of like planting. So yeah, no, he's around. Yeah, good guy.
I think the most surprising thing of all of that was James saying, "I talked to him." Really, he talks? That's terrific.
He actually gave me a hug. I was like, what is happening here?
He has emotion too. Wow.
Yes.
This is crazy.
I've always had a really good relationship with Monty. Like I do think he's a very smart basketball mind. And I've said this a bunch of times. I also look at the way his mind and my mind work for basketball are very similar. I'm just more of a run through brick walls person who doesn't wait around. And he's more patient and prudent. But as far as the basketball itself, the style of basketball, the types of players you're looking for, almost every time you heard a name being mentioned, it'd be like, oh, yep, that's one that I would have gone after. the Cam Johnsons of the world, not the Kyle Kuzmas, but some of the other players. And, like there was always I believed in a lot of the moves that he made were good basketball moves. And I think they proved out. It's just he didn't make enough of them,
Well, I think with general managers, you have to have either a certain level of you have to be willing to be an a-hole at certain points, or you have to be willing to be a complete BS artist. And I'm not sure that Monty's either one of those.
Neither.
And I that's why, as a front man, I think it's going to be really difficult for him to succeed, because I can think of one general manager off the top of my head that is neither one of those things who's really successful, and maybe I can be corrected in this regard, but I believe it's Brad Stevens. I don't think Brad Stevens does either one of those things. I just think he is straight up, but he knows the game of basketball in the most elite way. Not saying that Monty McNair doesn't, just saying like he's able to operate. He also has the umbrella of the Celtics, right? You don't have to do as much BS, and you don't have to do the things that Danny Ainge did when you're the general manager of the Boston Celtics. But when you lack those things, I think it makes it difficult for you. And I'm starting to wonder which one Scott is working with. After the way this Keon thing went, it's like, okay, I get it. I understand why we kept hearing a first-round pick. You're trying to influence the market here a little bit. It just seems like it wound up not working.
Yeah, you tried to speak something into existence, and when it didn't, now it kind of there's blowback. And again, I think most teams around the league are confused why the Kings would give up Keon Ellis, but at the same time, it's the same teams that are looking at the Kings and saying, "Yeah, no, I'm not going to take that Zach LaVine contract off your hands."
Yeah,
like you're stuck. And again, that's not a Scott Perry thing. And I'll be honest with you too. When I look at the moves that Scott's made, the types of players that Scott has brought in, the types of players that they've chased, they don't fit my view of basketball at all. And that's one of the, the weird things. So I do, I like Scott's point of view. I like having conversations with Scott, and I respect him as a basketball mind. But as far as the basketball itself, we're like a West Coast versus East Coast basketball. Like he is more of that style, and I'm more of someone who grew up watching Showtime Lakers, watching the beautiful game that was the Sacramento Kings in the early 2000s, the Dallas Mavericks, the Golden State Warriors, which I covered through, finals for years, working for NBC. So like I'm used to a flow offense, and that's what I look for in players. And when I'm trying to like visualize how I would build a team, and that's, I mean, if you're going to go get Dennis Schroeder, I mean, I told you guys in the beginning, like, why are you adding a bunch of players that don't shoot the three? Like that doesn't make any sense. You don't have any 3-point shooting. It's going to be a disaster. There's not going to be spacing. It's exactly what's happened. There's no spacing on this team at all. And so it's a problem. And then you double down and you bring in Russ Westbrook, and he doesn't space the floor at all. And then you go chase Jonathan Kuminga, who doesn't shoot the three. And again, you just perpetually keep doing this same thing. That's where I was kind of lost. I mean, so I'm hoping that they figure out a way to build this thing out. But we haven't got to the point where this thing's stripped down. So I don't really know what the vision is. And that's, I think, where a lot of people, when they bring in a guy like DeAndre Hunter at 28 years old, you're like, what exactly is the vision here? Because you just took on $10 million in extra salary for next year, when that's one thing you said you weren't going to do, is take on additional salary. You did. So now all of a sudden you're 10 million or 5 million over the luxury tax already for next season. You got some work to do. And for a basketball player that may or may not impact winning, and rightfully so with most Kings fans at this point, you hope he doesn't impact winning this season. So it's a move that you're slightly confused by, but at the same time, I mean, it's hard to imagine that the Kings, I mean, I do believe they got the best player in the trade.
Does DeAndre Hunter mark the end of
Kuminga Watch?
Is it over?
I don't think so because
Oh, good.
I
Great.
think I think
Definitely not
like
open for that answer.
yeah, I don't think so because I still think that they look at Kuminga as like a 23-year-old guy that they might be able to build around long term. And Hunter is a guy who has who's come off the bench. I mean, he was a 6-man of the year candidate last year. So I mean, I kind of look at him. I said this to Sean last night, but when we did the Kings Beat podcast, but I kind of look at him a little bit like maybe a Carl Landry type signing, just the small forward version of that. You know, a guy who might be his best role might be suited coming off the bench, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see how he works out here in Sacramento. I do know, like the straight from my sources within the Kings, like they're excited to see what he looks like playing next to Keegan Murray. And so whether it's DeAndre Hunter or it's DeAndre Hunter player archetype, that's what they know that they need to put next to Keon long term. My only concern is that you've been telling us for the last 6 months that you want to move Keegan Murray back to the 3, and now you went out and got a small forward, and now Keegan's going to be pushed back to the 4.
James, I want to backpedal to Keon Ellis real quick.
Yeah.
What do you think his real value was out there as far as what he could net you?
I do know that there were 2 teams very specifically that I had heard that had offered 2 second-round picks. And like I hate being that guy. Okay, so just like looking at the trade, if we're going to say that he's worth 2 second-round picks, the second-round pick that they gave to the Bulls is nothing. Like that's not anything anyone should concern themselves with. We're talking about a pick that's going to be somewhere between 50 and 60. You know, it doesn't really have value, and it's hard to explain, but I don't know if people know this. There are second-round picks out there that are like protected 31 through 38, and then 39 through 45, they could go to this team, and 46 through 53, they can go to that team. And then if it's outside of that, it goes to a 5th team. Like there are second-round picks that are so heavily like traded already. And that's what this pick is kind of. I mean, you're looking at the worst of 3 really good teams. That's what the pick is. What is it? Detroit, New York, and one other team. Either way, like they're all good teams, and there's a good chance. Oh, I think it's the Bucks. So it's the worst of those 3 teams' second-round pick. So you're talking about a super late pick. And then, like again, let's just take the name off of it. Let's just say you have a $14 million player in the NBA right now, and you want to go out and he's due $15 million next year and has another $15 million, but a $4 million buyout, and he doesn't have a name. He's just some player, and you want to get rid of that contract. You can't get rid of that contract for 2 second-round picks. You can't pay 2 second-round picks right now in this market for someone to take that pick. And so, again, if Keon Ellis is worth 2 second-round picks or a late first-round pick, that's what you have to give up to wash away a $15 million contract over 2 years or whatever it is they owe him. I mean, you can look at it as basically $20 million next year is what they owe him. You're going to have to give up something to get rid of him. And so did Scott Perry make a mistake signing Dennis Schroeder? I think unequivocally, yes, he made a mistake signing Dennis Schroeder. But he also had to look at this the same way he looked at the Malik Monk contract, that he didn't bring in the DeMar DeRozan contract. Like, it doesn't matter whose name is on the contract. If you got to get rid of the contract, it's probably going to cost you something. And you would hope that maybe it would have been a better player that they were able, or a higher salary player they were able to get rid of. But I'm also not sure that there's that much of a difference between a $14 million contract and a $18 million contract, which is what Malik Monk's contract is. So if you were going to use Keon Ellis as sweetener in a Malik Monk deal, what's the difference between that and a Dennis Schroeder deal? The only difference is you signed Dennis Schroeder. So yeah, it's your mistake. But it doesn't matter. A mistake is a mistake, and you got to move off of your mistakes and other people's mistakes on your roster.
I do wonder if, KC asking, what was the true value for Keon Ellis, and you talking about, speaking something into existence when we're talking about those first round picks. Had that not happened, Had Keon just been traded, it'd be trade speculation. This is a terrible basketball team. Record-wise, they are the absolute worst in the league. Viewing-wise, they are the absolute worst in the league. But, like, there'd be trade speculation around Keon without all of this stuff about how the league is enamored with him and if the trade had just happened, I wonder if Sacramento Kings fans would have reacted the same way. Because it's like, you know, moms, we're going to McDonald's, we're going to McDonald's, we're going to McDonald's. Everything, yeah, we're going to McDonald's. But then, like, you get like a homemade burger at home, and not even like the real ones that you make, just the frozen patty. It's like, oh no, it's still a hamburger. It's the same thing. No, you promised us McDonald's. I would have been happy with a hamburger if you hadn't promised me McDonald's.
I said McDowell's.
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 Yeah, that's right.
And,
Yeah,
and I feel like, Scott, I wonder if this organization set themselves up for failure with this Keon Ellis discussion and set this fan base up for frustration.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think I've told you guys a story. I have an aunt that's a little eccentric, and she decided to tell us all day long and her kids that she had this huge surprise for us, and we were all excited. And to be honest, I think we all thought we were going to Chuck E. Cheese, and she took us to the car wash, and we went through the car wash and was like, "Okay, where's the surprise?" That was it. Like, wait, what? And so that's what I think this feels like.
Remember
Like
when Michael promised everyone a surprise and he brought the ice cream sandwiches in, and Sandy's like, well, I sure hope this isn't the surprise. And it was.
Or the time that, here we go again, where Michael promised an entire classroom full of kids that he would cover their college tuition.
Yes.
Shout out Scott's Tots.
Primarily black
Scott's
kids.
Tots.
Yeah.
The most uncomfortable episode in the history of television.
Ever.
I think he brought them laptop chargers, didn't he?
Correct.
Laptop chargers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a receipt. I'll pay for your books at least. How much are your books?
Don't cash this check yet, though.
Laptop charger. That's the one, man.
Yeah, I think,
Stop.
I think they have to learn a little bit from the way that the Kings did their business with Monty and Wes. And again,
Scott Perry is just
there we go.
Is terrible.
Scott's
This is so bad. This is literally an episode of The Office.
It is an episode of The Office.
Episode of the front office.
Yeah.
See? And so look at the kid over here getting in on the act.
Scott promised the top pick. Now best he can do is a 7th pick.
I think we're kind of in this mode where they're doing the exact same thing, where their name is attached to everything. And I just don't know that doing that is good business in the NBA. I would rather go back to the stealth-like Jeff Petrie era, where no one knew what was happening until it happened. And I would just rather go back to that era, because they keep putting this stuff out there and then nothing happens. And, if Monty McNair would have just not done anything, I think fans would have been pissed. But when you hear all of these rumors, and the Kings love to be on the rumor mill, and you love to be attached to the Cam Johnson thing forever, and you love to be attached to Kuzma, or you love to be attached to this player, it's just like you want your name out there, and so people are thinking about you in some weird way. And then when you don't get that player, it's just such a downer. It's like, hey, great. So we didn't get Cam Johnson. You got DeMar DeRozan, which again is a name, but this summer before, it's like, oh, you didn't get player X, or you didn't get player Y. Oh, you got Chris Duarte. Oh, okay. So there's always like a letdown, and it's just not, it's not great. It's like, again, when you're opening all your Christmas presents, and all of your presents are like they're like just not even sweaters. You're just getting socks, and not even cool socks, and everyone else is getting all this exciting stuff, and you're getting like more tube socks, and you're like, I guess they think I like tube socks, or I guess they don't care. One of the two. And that's what this kind of feels like for Kings fans, is like you start building expectations for things. When those expectations aren't met, there's going to be some blowback.
And I guess this is, go ahead, my bad.
I was just going to mention the marathon continues with D'Lo and KC here on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. always live on the free Odyssey app. It's 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. Our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, James Ham, with us.
I was just going to say, this goes back to what I was talking about when James first came on, right? And he talks about expectations and people being upset because, they're being teased with the Kings being involved with all these names and all this other stuff. And this is just me personally. If they're going to do this tear down and rebuild and all this other stuff, you shouldn't be getting anybody worth consequence. And that's where I'm at. Like, I saw something earlier today. They were a team mentioned for Karl Anthony Towns. The Kings were. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not paying attention to none of that because I'm of the belief you're trying to tear this thing down. You want to build through the draft and you want to get rid of contracts, all this other stuff. If that's the case, as much as I disagree, and I would love Trae Young to be here, I would love John Morant to be here, I would love player X to be here. If that's that's how you do it, by not getting any of those people, not be involved in any of them, clearing the books as much as possible, being as bad as possible, and building, like, getting about 2 or 3 different draft picks over the next 2 or 3 years. And that's why when I hear names and all this other stuff, me personally, and it doesn't happen, me personally, I'm like, okay, fine. Like, yeah, you're still committed to seeing this thing through with the tear down and the rebuild. Is that how we should start conditioning ourselves to think about this, James?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like, look, we have to wait and see what happens between now and Thursday before we can make any like complete judgments on just this portion of the trade season, right? And then, like, I've never been someone who says, okay, like, we've got to start judging a general manager after 6 months on the job, unless he does something stupid like trades Luka Doncic for, Anthony Davis and that kind of mess. So when I'm looking at this, like, look, I think if you move off of DeMar DeRozan here in the next 3 days, it actually makes a lot more sense that DeAndre Hunter would slide into the starting small forward spot. And, again, we've been asking for ways in which I have been asking ways in which you can feature Keegan Murray in the second half of the season here and say, okay, realistically, what do we have? Strip it down as much as possible. What do we have? And Hunter, while he's not a creator for others, he's not a passer at all. He is a guy who can play some defense and take a little bit of the stress off of Keegan on that side of the ball. He's switchable with Keegan, so that's good. He also is a career 36.5% three-point shooter. He's not shooting it well this year, but again, change of scenery, sometimes that helps. Playing at Golden One Center seems to help every single team in the NBA, so why wouldn't it help DeAndre Hunter as well? But I kind of want to see what that looks like. And it's not because I think that DeAndre Hunter is a long-term solution at the small forward spot for the Kings. I don't know whether he is or not. But what I do know is that as a player, he's much closer to a Harrison Barnes type player than he is to a DeMar DeRozan. And again, DeMar DeRozan's a much better player. DeMar DeRozan's a Hall of Famer and 6-time All-Star. But I also would like to see what Keegan Murray and Nick Clifford and some of these other guys look like with a guy who doesn't need that many shots and who isn't that big of a piece to what's going on. Force them to play basketball, to learn a system, to play within a system, and to, not live and die by handing the ball to one of your veterans in the final 10 seconds of the shot clock every single possession, because that's all they're doing now. And it's like, I want to see the growth of players. And in order to get some of that growth, some of these guardrails have to go away. And, again, the guardrails that are here, you're a bad team. Like, this team is 12-40, and that's with Zach LaVine playing. That's with DeMar DeRozan playing, and with Russell Westbrook playing, and Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk. And, like, they're bad with those guys. So if you're going to be bad, you might as well be bad with young players who are trying to figure it out and trying to learn, and not just, bad with a bunch of veteran players, and it doesn't make any sense.
Where does DeAndre Hunter fit into that? Because he's not old, he's not super young, and I actually do think he's a pretty good basketball player. How does he fit into that equation that you just kind of laid out?
Yeah, I think, just doing my due diligence with, calling around the league and what are your thoughts on Hunter? Um, the sort of the MO that I've heard is that when things are good, things are really good. When things are bad, they're pretty bad with him. And that's sort of like the way his game plays. So like last year, he was good with Atlanta. He gets traded to the Cavs, and it's really good. And he was a spectacular fit for them, and they loved him. But then they get into this season, and for whatever reason, whether it's again Ty Jerome getting traded, who I guess he's close with, just this scenario wasn't the perfect fit for him in Cleveland. And, like you can see that team hasn't played that well. And I'm not gonna put all that on DeAndre Hunter. But that team hasn't played well. And he kind of mirrors the team. Like look at his stats. It kind of mirrored the fact that that's a team that won 64 games last year and isn't gonna win like 55 this year. They might not win 50 this year. So I think he's kind of like a bit of a fair weather player, if you will, like where again, good times are good and bad times are bad. I've heard he's a really smart guy and a very pleasant person to be around. He's also much bigger than you think he is. Like when he shows up, you're going to be like, dang, that's a big dude. Like he's very muscular. He does the workout stuff. We're talking 6'7" with a 7'2" wingspan. His defensive metrics last season, like he was a plus defender at every single spot on the floor. Defending the 3, defending the 2, defending within 10 feet, defending 15-foot jumpers, all of it. He was a plus defender, but that's not the MO that you hear about him, from other people in the league. They're like, he hasn't lived up to the body. He has an NBA body, he has an NBA frame to be an excellent 3-and-D player, and he's never quite got there. And I would also point out this, he was a late prospect. He was a guy who came into the league as a 22-year-old. So, we keep talking about like the RJ Barrett thing. RJ Barrett was the 3rd pick in the 2019 NBA draft. He's 25 going on 26. Well, this is the next pick. Like DeAndre Hunter was the 4th pick in that same exact draft. And the fact that he's 28 is because he came into the league later. And, so if we're going to penalize him for that, then we also have to, again, wonder why Cam Johnson was the player he was and took so long. And, because Cam Johnson, same thing, came in the league at 23. Keegan Murray, same thing, came in the league at 21, almost 22. So like, I'm not going to fully penalize him for being 28 because in NBA years, he's only got 6 years in. And so, if he was drafted as an 18-year-old, he'd be 24. If he's drafted as a 19-year-old, he'd be 25. And those college years, they don't really matter. I mean, you're playing 25, 30 games a season. You're not having the grind of an NBA season. So I think there's a lot of life in him as a player. And I would say he's more like a 26, 27-year-old player as opposed to just labeling him as a 28-year-old player and saying, oh, well, he's only got like one more contract or something. So again, I don't hate the trade. I wish they would have got a little bit more. I don't care about the 2nd round pick. But I don't just love the trade because I think we were hoping for more for Keon.
Speaking of DeAndre Hunter, where do you stand on like the people who say it's bad because he doesn't fit the timeline because he's 28 years old? I know you kind of just went over that, but does it make sense to you to have him on this team, even if they're trying to go super young in the next 2 or 3 years? Like he'd be 29, 30 years old. Would you be opposed to having him on the team in that with him being that age?
Well, I'll tell you this. He fits the only timeline that matters. And that's a timeline when all the other contracts run out. I mean, so yeah, I mean, for me, if he ends up being a good fit and they end up, extending him, they're not going to extend him at the rate that he makes now. That's just not going to happen. So he's going to get a declining scale salary, or he's going to get a, $18 to $20 million salary. He's not going to get the $24 to $25 million salary. At least I don't think. And then like, look, I think that he can be part of the future because again, I don't think he's got the NBA mileage on his body, but on the other hand, he's been hurt a lot. And so that's another red flag for me. I just don't know that he's a game changer one way or another. And I do believe that, like, if you go into this year's draft and somehow you get the second pick or the third pick or the fourth pick, and Devonta or Boozer or Wilson are sitting there, you're going to take them and you're not worrying about what DeAndre Hunter's doing at all. You don't care. Like, he can be the backup, or he can start early in the year and he can move to a secondary role midway through the season. And if you need to trade him at the deadline, that's fine. But this draft in particular, like, there's a guard at the top, and then there's a whole bunch of 3s and 4s from, pick 2 through 6 that I think the Kings are going to be mulling over. And this doesn't change my opinion on going out and getting those players. If anything, it might change my opinion on whether I'd go out and make a wild trade for John Morant or something, because I do think that the point guard position isn't, if you're not getting the first pick and you're not getting Darren Peterson, sort of the all-encompassing guard, that this isn't really a draft that you're going to be able to land that point guard in the top 6. I mean, the guys coming after that, like 7 through 12, there might be some point guards there, but the Kings are going to be playing in a different talent pool, and they need to make sure they're getting the best talent available, not the best position available. And so, yeah, I don't know that Hunter is going to be a long-term fixture with this team. Then again, maybe he does turn out to be really good, and they're like, hey, this works.
Can we go back to Keegan Murray for a minute? You brought him up, and Keegan and DeAndre playing together and the importance of that. Do we have any update on Keegan? When Domas returned from a 10-week absence a few weeks ago, he kind of returned out of nowhere with no real update. Do we have any news on Keegan Murray and where he's at in his, I guess, rehab progression, whatever it is, to a return?
We don't. He was with the team the entire time. Like, you could see him on the broadcast. Just like I know there was some chatter that Domas wasn't with the team last night. He was. I reached out, and not only did I get a response, yeah, he's in the back getting treatment right now because all of a sudden he had back issues. But even, Chris Biderman added to that, and he was there and said, yeah, I saw Domas moving around gingerly before the game, and now he's in the back getting treatment, whatever. I think when it comes to Keegan, we should have an update maybe Tuesday because we have practice tomorrow. So we'll try to get you as much information as we can then. But also, keep in mind, there's only a handful of games here before the All-Star break. Would you rather Keegan Murray come back on a bad wheel that's not 100% and he's trying to play through something for the first couple of games? Or would you rather give him another 10 days and let him be 100% when he does come back feeling good, and maybe also have some practices under his belt, in those days coming out of the All-Star break? And so if he doesn't play until after the All-Star break, I wouldn't be shocked. But then I have not been told that by the team. So we'll have to wait and see what the team actually says tomorrow, because I do think we'll get some sort of update.
Terrible, terrible, terrible game last night. Horrible.
Yes.
But did any of those guys that played, the Stevens, my man Daquan, did any of them show you anything?
Spell it. No, never mind. I'm just kidding.
Thank you for just
Daquan, Daequon, Daquan.
You mentioned him a lot yesterday, in the last 2 days. That don't count, James. That don't count. I haven't mentioned him in months.
That's right. That's why I said it.
I talked about this. I talked about this on Locked On. There's this funny thing, and Sean and Brennan looked at me like I was crazy. But you know how difficult it is to spell De'Aaron for 8 years? Maybe write his name, I don't know, 50,000 times. And then they trade for another guy that has big D, little e, apostrophe A.
Right.
And then, so my bad. Yeah.
That's all right, James.
Capital probably would have listened to say.
But you understand what I'm saying? Trying to write DeAndre.
I got you.
Yeah.
It's not at all easy at this point, and it's very frustrating that the mind just keeps wanting to write De'Aaron again and again and again. So I thought Daquan stood
probably
out.
autocorrects to De'Aaron at this point.
Yeah, I would imagine that it does too. But I think Daquan, I love his defensive ability and his aggressive play going to the rim, and I know he can shoot the ball. So I don't hate him as like in the second half of the season here. And I've brought this up like on the again locked on, but there's something I'll just make sure people understand. Like when you're looking at like Dylan Carter and his two-way contract, the faster the Kings can sign Dylan Cardwell, Jesus, Dylan Cardwell, Jesus, Devin Carter, Dylan, yeah, there we go. The faster they sign,
James, you are
Dylan,
writing too much. You're podcasting too much. Too many
I am.
interviews. The Kings have broken
Yeah.
your brain already.
Nice dunk last night.
Exactly. But the moment that Cardwell gets converted to a regular contract, each of the 3 two-way contracts that you have are basically contract slots. So each of those only have 50 games. So if Cardwell uses 29 of those games or 32 of those games, and you want to go out and sign a new guy to a two-way contract when you upgrade Dylan Cardwell, you only have 18 games left on that spot. So even right now, I think Plowden has been active for 9 games. Maybe last night was number 10. So that slot specifically has 40 games remaining. Stevens has, I think he's only been active for 3 or 4 games. So he's looking at way more games that his slot is available for. So the reason I bring this up is I don't think the Kings are going to sign Dylan Cardwell to a contract in the next couple of days, even though like all of the kumbaya moment here coming out of it, we cleared a roster spot for Dylan Cardwell. Like, no, that's not why they cleared roster spots. Trust me, it's not. And if things happen the way that they might happen, you'll see why they cleared roster spots here in the next, 3 to 4 days. But once we get past the All-Star, once we get past the trade deadline, I do expect them to clear out another roster spot or to make sure they have a roster spot available and sign Dylan Cardwell. I don't like sort of the bait and switch thing that we're seeing. Everyone's like so excited because this opens up a roster spot. It's like, no, you lost Keon Ellis. Sorry, fans, you lost Keon Ellis. Now, the fact that Dylan Cardwell might get upgraded to a regular contract, that's cool, but it has nothing to do with Keon Ellis being gone. And so you need to grieve Keon Ellis, and then when Dylan Cardwell gets his contract, you can celebrate that. Those are 2 totally different things. Let's not confuse them.
It's literally the same thing that happened with Keon a couple of years ago. You were begging for Keon to get the real contract and not be a two-way player anymore, and you got it. And pretty soon the rug will be yanked out from underneath you for Dylan Cardwell also. I think where KC was going a second ago when talking about yesterday afternoon's games were the single game. They only played one. The Isaiah Stevens, Devin Carter, Daquan Plowden, guys who got a substantial amount of minutes. Is there I think one, do you think there's anything there with those guys? And 2, like that was a close game. Are we perhaps starting to witness like a shift in philosophy where I know they were shorthanded yesterday, but is that what this is going to look like moving forward? Like Isaiah Stevens minutes. I know who got the bulk of the shot attempts, and we'll get to that later. But like, are we seeing more Devin Carter finally, Daquan Plowden, guys like that?
Let's get through the trade deadline. Because like, look, I think that there's a lot of room for movement here. And again, I don't know what position is going to be affected the most. I do know that in last night's game, if Russell Westbrook's not playing, you got Devin Carter, you've got Isaiah Stevens, and that's it at the point guard spot. I mean, they started Neat Clifford.
Yeah.
And, again, like putting a player like Neat Clifford into that position, like if you're going to do that, you need to give him 30 games doing it. You can't just do it once or twice and say, oh, this isn't working. No. Like he did not come into the NBA as an NBA point guard, as a college point guard. He was a college small forward who had point guard skills, but you need to let him grow into that role. There's a big difference between being able to handle the ball, being able to pass the ball, and being a point guard who has to look at the shot clock and all of the players who haven't got shots and have got shots and try to balance everything. There's just a big difference. And so I think we're going to have to wait and see what that looks like going forward. But yeah, I think it's possible that we might see more of that. The Kings brought those guys here to Sacramento they brought them on the road. They called for them to leave. I think they were in Oklahoma City to join the team because they knew that they were making a trade and weren't going to have enough bodies or might not have enough bodies. And it turns out that, like, why not throw those guys out there, especially when you're playing a Wizards team who's trying to tank worse than you are. And literally, like, oh, Marvin Bagley, you're just playing too well in your 19 minutes. 7 of 7 from the field. Go sit on the bench. Like, Scalabissiere, 10-day contract. Get out there, 27 minutes. Like, all right.
If I said 15, 15 and a half, more or less, how many 10-day contracts has Scalabissiere signed?
Less. It's not far off of 15, but I say less. That's my guess.
You think it's less? I don't know. Every time he steps on a floor in a season, he gets another year of NBA retirement, which is awesome.
That's great.
So for every, it used to be, I'm pretty sure this is still it. Maybe it's gone up with inflation. For every year you're in the league, you get $800 per month. So a 10-year vet gets $8,000 a month. So when you hit 50, you can retire. You get your retirement benefits. And so from that point on, you basically get the equivalent of, if you're a 10-year vet, like $96,000 a year. Just to help.
Last night, Scalabissiere, Marvin Bagley combined for 28 points on 13 of 16 from the field and 13 rebounds, excuse me. 28 and 13 from the team.
That sounds like that game Cat put up on Willie Cauley-Stein, and Willie thought he played great. My bad.
No, you did not play great. Here, buddy.
He was 11 of 12 from the field and scored 32 points and had 14 rebounds in 29 minutes, bro. You did not play him well.
Hey, I'm not mad at Marvin Bagley still being in the league and getting some playing time. Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. Man.
Yeah, I agree.
It's got to be pretty tough. We got a message this morning. People still talking to Luka about the Kings. So
I think I got it at 8, by the way. I'm
8?
not positive, but I think I
thought it was 11. That would be my guess, but I think it's less than 15.
I think I have it at 8 because I mean he did sign. He did have a contract with the Sacramento Kings to start. I could be off in that, but I believe I have him at 8.
Okay, so
Shout out to Scotto. Shout out to
It's not over either.
Well,
2016 NBA draft, right?
Yeah.
2016. Yeah. So how many years in the league does he have? Because again, one game counts as a year. I think he's probably up to 8.
I just closed the tab. Let's go back. I have. Well, I don't know, James. It says 5 years.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
So
like even this year would be 6.
So okay, so I have 16, 17, 18, 19. Then I have 24 and 25.
Okay, so he's got 7 years. Good for 6 years. 6 years. Good for
That'd be
Scal.
6 years, yeah.
And again, I one of the nicest kids I've ever met, like covering the game, and like his story is unbelievable. And I was supposed to go to Haiti with him, and that got canceled, and it was a mess. And I wish I would have got to go to Haiti with him. But talk about a great human being. Yeah, super good dude.
I remember a person in office once referred to Haiti as a very derogatory term when Scal was with the Kings. And we found out, we reached out to the Kings because we wanted Scal on. And Scal wanted to come on, and the Kings wouldn't allow him to.
Oh,
we have that. Yeah, that was really frustrating. I think it was frustrating for him too, but obviously that was very frustrating. Hammer, we only have a couple of minutes left, so I'll make this next question both easy and difficult. Keon Ellis, Dennis Schroeder, they were traded this weekend. Is Domantas Sabonis next?
I think there's a high likelihood, but I don't, again, anything can happen in the closing days of a NBA trade deadline. Like I've said this on the pod a couple of times on Locked On. Like everything I hear is, Toronto's trying to work out a 4-for-1 deal with the Kings. And they needed a third team. Whether that's going to come to fruition or not, or whether that's real or not, I don't know. But again, I would not be surprised if Domas is no longer a King. But I do also, I'll say this, I think Scott Perry needs to he needs to listen a little bit to the sort of the outcry here. Like, if you do make that trade, I think a lot of fans would be okay. You better bring back some sort of draft capital. You better bring back something that shows you that the direction of this team is to really build through the draft and through younger players. And I can see like a trade here where, again, they get Ochai Agbaji, where they get RJ Barrett, where they get Grady Dick. And, they can pitch that, again, RJ Barrett's 25. We're moving back our arc here. And Grady Dick's a young player, and he was, a high pick, 2 years ago. We're going to try to build around these guys. I could see that being what they're pitching, but you better get some first, maybe a couple of seconds. Like, you better get something out of it so people have something to believe that you're stockpiling and not just giving away your players.
I agree. They need to get some draft capital. The NBA players, if that was the deal, that'd be a hell of a trade. That'd be a really good trade, all things considered.
I would be asking for Murray Boyles, and I'd say, and if you're not going to give me Murray Boyles, then I need a first round pick. This is sort of the give and take there, because I think he's a ball player.
He is.
So. Yeah,
that's James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Hammer, we appreciate you. We'll come back with more Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff. Thanks, Hammer.
Thanks, guys. Have a good show.
All right, man. We'll see you in a couple days. James Ham. I don't know. I don't know when to get up. Like, it's like, wait a minute, 3:30. It's a regular break. Like 30 minutes. I think the clock is fooling me. I'm trying to yeah, it's right. It's right, bro. My the juice schedule's off. Everything's off. I'm confused. Like, do I snack? Like, what's happening right now? Yo, James. Oh, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. James just sit there. Oh, sorry. Pause. It's not even weird yet, but in like an hour and a half.
Nah, wait till it's 5:30.
Yeah, then it's gonna be a little different. Then it's gonna be like, hey. But I keep telling myself we just did a show till 6:00. Not that long ago. It was just a very different type of show. No. Karen, I'm sorry, man. We don't have the ability to build out a 6-6 schedule and lose money. So we're kind of making the best of what we have, and that's this crew here. We had to make some concessions here and there, so I'm sorry about that. Where to go? Very possible. Very, very possible. We will. We will. Boy, Dot had a Chanel suit on last night. Chapel Roan had on some nipple rings.
Yeah, I didn't make it through the whole Grammys. It was way too long.
It was really long, man. They went from like record of the year to song of the year. It took like an hour when they did that Ozzy, D'Angelo, Roberta Flack tribute, and then like all of the breaks, and then Cher wouldn't shut the fuck up. It was like, God damn.
Yeah, I was out of there after. What's the last thing I saw? Well, because they played it twice, at least on YouTube TV. They played it twice, so I thought I recorded
Live
it.
and recorded.
Yeah, I thought I recorded it. I saw Bruno, and then shortly after that, I went to go watch the 49ers thing.
Yeah,
I was like, whatever I want to see. This is the killer with stuff like the Grammys and in 2026. I can just go see whatever I need to on YouTube.
Cher announcing Luther Vandross as the winner was absolutely hysterical. She was good. poor. Shout out to Trevor Noah, who hosted the Grammys and he had this awkward moment where Cher, I guess, accepted some like Lifetime Achievement Award and then starts to walk off the stage, and Trevor has to go, hey, Cher, before you go, could you announce the nominees for Song of the Year? Because that's kind of why you were here. And so she gets out there, they do it. And then when it's time, she has the envelope in her hand. And she's just looking at the camera. And she goes, oh, I thought they were going to put it on the prompter. Like, no, sweetie, that's the envelope in your hand. The envelope in your hand is the winner. She opens up the envelope and goes, oh, Luther Vandross. I mean Kendrick Lamar. So great.
Shout out to Cher.
Shout out to Cher. Yeah. Shout out to
Shout
out to Cher and all of the facelifts, and like Sharon Osbourne was her lips, like, man, they don't even hide it no more.
Is Cher still dating? Is she or wasn't she dating Amber Rose's baby father? Not Wiz Khalifa. Or no, Amber Rose's ex-boyfriend. I don't think they had a kid together. He's like,
was he a trainer? I don't know if they're still
he might have
dating
been
or
an
not.
artist, but he was like 28 years old.
Cher's like, she got to be 80 something. 79. 79. I know I looked at this. She's 79 years old. I have no clue who she's dating or what she was high on last night.
I saw what's his name's resume. Lewis Hamilton. Somehow it was on Twitter. They ran down his resume. Impressive. Because now he's supposed to be dating Kim Kardashian.
Ah, I see.
Impressive. I mean, guy's had a Hall of Fame career on the track and off.
Salute to the Hall of Famers. Salute to the Hall of Famers. I'm never going to be. I don't know who Cher's dating. It's not in my show prep. No clue. Absolutely no clue. Man, we still have a lot to get to. If you're just tuning in, we're not with you for the next 30 minutes. We are with you all the way until 6 o'clock. D'Lo McKaycee here in Afternoon Drive, live on your radio, your smart speaker, your Odyssey app, your iHeart app. Of course, live in video form on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And what a week it is to make this switch with both the Super Bowl coming up. Lots of NFL news we got to get to, both as it pertains to your San Francisco 49ers and what appears to be some major news for the Las Vegas Raiders. So we got that ahead. All-Star reserves were announced. We'll dive into that. Plenty more conversation about your Sacramento Kings. Matter of fact, I feel like we should talk about the Kings right now, because the one thing that we haven't discussed over the first 90 minutes or so of this new Afternoon Drive show we got is the fact that they lost last night. They lost 116-112 in a game that the Wizards were absolutely doing everything they could to not win.
Yeah.
They did not play any starters in the fourth quarter. The Kings losing streak hits 9. They went 0-6 on the road trip. They had not won. They have not won a game on the road in 14 games now.
Goodness gracious.
And you still had a game where this young 22-year-old squad in Washington When it gets the vets in Sacramento, we got 67 points from DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and 42 combined shots, including the shot at the end that Zach LaVine put up in an attempt to, I think that was tie the game. That wound up, I think it went long, and the Kings wound up losing, and there you are.
Yeah, I mean, talked about this a number of different times. I'll say it again. I'm not Team Tank, but at this point, there's no point in getting to this point where you have the worst record in basketball on February 2nd.
You're not tied for the worst record either.
No, you're
it's
by
yours.
yourself.
Yep, it is yours.
There's no point in getting to this point and saying, let's win 8 of 10. No. Once again, you've got, because those ones I'm really looking at. You got 11 games against some bottom favorite. You got the easiest schedule left in the NBA for the Sacramento Kings.
What's that mean when you're the worst team in the NBA?
You're playing all the other bad teams more than everybody else is.
All right.
Hopefully it means absolutely nothing, and you keep losing to these teams.
You shouldn't even have a strength of schedule conversation when you're as bad as the Sacramento Kings are.
Hey, 11 games against the Wizards, the Nets, the Jazz, the Pacers. Forgetting the team. Brooklyn is in there.
I don't know if you said the Jazz. They got the Jazz coming up a week from Wednesday.
There's no way. You need to be winning more than 3 of those games. I'm going to give you something. You're not going to go 0-11. But, man, 3 and 8.
You sure?
3 and 8 is the sweet spot.
Are you positive they can't
Brooklyn
go
lost
for
by
11?
50 again last night. So I think they played Brooklyn twice. They're not losing to them twice. Brooklyn will make sure of that. They ain't losing to them twice.
Losing by 50 regularly. Brooklyn's the team that scored 66 points like a couple weeks ago.
It's the Knicks. So, you're not going to go 0-11 in that one. You're not. But I can't have you winning more than 3. I can't have that.
Securing the Carter asks, will Doug ever do what the Wizards coach did and bench his players? DeMar DeRozan played 32 minutes last night. Zach LaVine played 35. Outside of that, you've got 24 minutes from Daquan Plowden. We talked about him earlier. You got 20 minutes from Dylan Cardwell. You got Devin he played a lot last night, 15 minutes for Devin. And then the other guy who played a bunch of minutes was Max and Neek. Like, you want Max and Neek to play. You're really only talking about 2 players, I think, in this situation. And it's Zach LaVine and it's DeMar DeRozan. And you're probably really aided by the fact that Domantas Sabonis is injured. You don't have any decisions to make there.
Yeah,
and now even when he is eligible, or even when he does return, you could stick with what you were doing before. And now we're just playing him 18 to 20. Assume he ever plays a game for the Sacramento Kings again.
Yeah,
but
and the killer is, I wonder. I don't know, but I wonder if there was some semblance of these vets playing and Sabonis getting healthy and all this other stuff, and they started winning games, would there be a phone call from up above, not God, just the front office, and say,
God wanted us to win a world championship?
I talked to him last night.
By the way, just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I don't know how to work this into today's show because of the Kings thing.
Okay.
But you just brought up, that's the 93 finals, the Charles Barkley. Bob Costas did the big introduction for basketball night in America. Then he throws it to Maria Taylor. Did you hear what Maria Taylor said?
I missed the pregame.
About Bob Costas?
No.
Maria Taylor said, the legend, Bob Costas. And he was there calling Michael Jordan's final shot in 1998. You clowns have convinced yourself that Michael Jordan's last shot was actually in 1998.
What are you talking about? Are you okay?
Michael Jordan played for the Washington Wizards, whether you guys want to believe it or not.
No, give me dates.
He
Don't just
donated
say it. Give me dates. Show
his
receipts.
salary in 2001 to the victims of 9/11.
He's got a whole brand, Jordan Brand. His salary for Jordan Brand went to the victims
No,
2001.
sweetheart.
What are
His
you
salary
talking about?
for the
What's this guy talking
Washington
about, man?
Wizards? They really out here talking about he called the last shot. Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan in his final game against the Philadelphia 76ers in Philadelphia on April 16, 2003 was 6 of 15 from the field.
17 points?
15 points. It was a minus 12. Huh. How much was Mike hurting his team that day?
Oh, so now we got plus minus. Now we got plus minus. First of all,
look at Jacob out here talking about Washington Wizards. Never heard of them.
First of all,
Look
that
at
I mean,
y'all.
once again,
Shameful.
I'm asking for receipts, and nobody can give them to me.
You never saw the Mariah Carey dress?
I saw the Mariah Carey.
Oh, okay. What you think that was?
That's because he was in the front office. That's why he drafted Kwame Brown. So they said if you did play for
So
this,
Tiana Taylor going to make a Scott Perry dress? Okay, yeah, all right.
maybe.
Ridiculous.
Well, he owned the team. Maybe she makes a Vivek dress.
No, he did not own the Washington Wizards.
Didn't he have ownership stake and he had to relinquish it?
No, I think he had to relinquish his front office position. I couldn't believe she said that. I was like, oh, they are really these people really believe Michael Jordan's last shot was in the 1998 NBA Finals.
Yeah, it's kind of rough this last game for Mike. Like it's rough. I'm looking at his shot chart right now. Hold on.
Kobe scored 60 in his last game.
Yeah, he shot 120
His final
times.
make, Michael Jordan's final
Shot
make
50, sir.
was with 9 minutes and 41 seconds left in the third quarter. He had a 2-point jump shot assisted by Larry Hughes. I'm assuming that's who L. Hughes was. They were
Shout out
down
Larry Hughes, yeah.
63 to 50. He missed a couple shots after that, got subbed out, didn't come back into the game until 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and then hit 2 free throws.
You ever heard of the Mandela effect?
Yeah, I'm witnessing it.
Yeah, that's what him being on the Wizards is.
No, that's what him hitting his last shot against Utah is.
You heard the woman. She said the last shot.
Shame on Maria Taylor.
Big ups to Maria Taylor.
Shame on all of you.
She is a pro, a true pro.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Costas was Miracle on Ice?
No, that's
that's Al Michaels.
Got you. Okay. Yeah.
Bob Costas was none every time he was on the mic.
Well, Bob Costas wasn't that bad.
He was terrible.
Bob Costas was really offended that Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone wrestled in WCW. He was really, really upset about that.
Bob Costas was such a stick in the mud.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Not a fan of Bob Costas. Now, some of that may have to do with the fact that he has been super vocal about Barry Bonds. I don't appreciate that.
Oh, he's definitely one of those baseball purist guys.
Yeah,
he's one of those.
But he was boring on the mic.
He did a hell of a job. That introduction, it was entirely too long. It was like 3.5 minutes long. The video package to go to NBC, and then he tried to drop the who did it? Jimmy Kimmel. When Jimmy Kimmel was suspended by ABC, he came back and he said, as I was saying, and picked up where he left off, which is in reference to one of the original Tonight Show hosts walking off and not returning for like 6 months. He comes back and he just puts his hand in his pockets and he goes, as I was saying. Bob tried to do the same thing and he goes, as I was saying. Back in 2002, welcome to the NBA on NBC.
You know who he is? You know who Bob Costas is? He's the Bret Hart of sports announcers.
I'm not.
No,
I'm
hold on.
He's Brett.
Don't do that. He said
Bob Costas thought he was having a little joke, like, want to do some push-ups. He thought he had a little joke. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here.
400 grand champ. He's fine as long as he's going over.
You know what?
He's
you
not
might
wrong.
be right. Yeah, you might be right.
He said it. Yeah, that works.
You might be right.
That's what we're saying. In 2002. Shut up. Goodbye. I saw him at the game, too.
Note from program director Kyle Madsen. A funny thing is that the player who checked in for Michael Jordan when he left the floor for the final time. Anyone?
There's nobody checked in. The game was over.
I guess I'll answer.
Nope.
What are you talking about?
No.
The game was over. Like, I saw him do 6.
Washington
Six.
Wizard,
6.
Tyronn Lue.
Good knowledge.
Kyle's also suggesting we play Light the Beam after losses now in an effort to enhance this.
Oh, my
tanking
gosh.
This guy's been
process.
so dark.
Bro, okay, 9 game losing streak. What are we saying? We haven't seen it in like 2.5 weeks?
A 9-game losing streak?
No, the beam.
Oh,
We haven't seen it in about
God.
2.5 weeks.
Am I wrong? Is the last time they won a game the Wizards?
That sounds
Was
right.
that the last game that they
sounds
won?
right. Friday night. Yes.
Which means we didn't play it
Oh my God,
because they
bro.
probably lost 2 games before we got
Well,
back on Monday.
Yeah, they definitely did. But we were playing the whole verse.
Yeah,
They won 4 in a row.
Kings' last one was
That's
against the
right.
Washington Wizards on January 16th. Beat them 128-115.
It's February 2nd.
Wasn't that like not like Trae Young's first game as a Wizard, but like the first game after he was traded to the Wizards?
I think it was maybe the second
Oh,
game.
it was that time frame. Yeah, he
'Cause
definitely
he
didn't
was
play.
in
He was
Washington.
here. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was here, and he was on the. Was he? Yeah, he was
Yeah,
here
he was
because they
there.
were on the
He was
road
the
trip.
bench. But he was at a Wizards game in Washington before that. That was Domas's
If
first
the
game, I
Kings-
think. Though. Or no, it might have been. Yeah, it was his first game. Yeah. 'Cause he
Friday
came-
night.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Because the Wizards was the workout.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Lakers.
the Lakers was the workout.
Mhm.
If the Kings win, yeah, okay. You still have to just keep lighting the beam, huh? Win 13.
Yes.
Yeah,
Forever.
that's what
Yes.
you do.
We've established this. It's
Yeah.
forever.
Come
Even
on,
if they
man.
go 1
Don't
and
start
81,
Yeah, don't
you got to
start
light
this.
it that one time.
Don't start
Even if they
this.
win that one in April.
Yeah.
And they're like 0-79 on the season. It's like, oh, they won.
Well, see,
Light
that
the
would
beam.
actually be dope. If you won the game in April, you could throw a party. Like, because if it's in April, you're literally on like a 80-game losing streak.
We've never seen it before, folks. This team has not won a game all season long.
Scott
Now-
Perry is taking the tank process to an entirely different level.
Now, what they
Yeah, the
can
Kings went 1-81 this season. They'll have the 5th pick.
what they can
In a generational draft with 4 players.
they said the next 2 drafts are bad. I got to look into that. I don't know if I agree with that, but yeah, they do need to get rid of the Bean Boys though,
Oh, why? Let him live.
because it's not. I mean, that can only last so long.
Just let it be
The-
for this season.
These guys 3 years from now, light the Bean.
Well,
no, we've
you can
seen
do
enough.
it this year. Let
You
the-
guys have
nah,
a
let the
combined.
kids do it.
You have a
this year.
combined 35 wins in your whole
Oh.
career.
The
That's
King-
enough.
The Kings took away Kenny's optimism.
Wow, just let him have it this year. It's not like we're gonna see him again. The Bean Boys, we haven't seen him in a month.
They can keep it for the rest of this year.
That's
it
what I'm
needs
saying.
to go by
That's
next year.
fine.
Yeah, next year it's
That's
done.
fine.
Yeah.
You know, Bean Boys.
Hell, half of them probably aren't even here the way this team goes.
The Bean Boys.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Um,
see them once a month, literally.
Kings fans this was a bad weekend for Kings fans. They were angry not at the loss yesterday, but at the fact that you got 67 of your 112 points from DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. You got 42 combined shots from those 2 guys. And I'll be honest, I don't know who else you want to shoot the ball. Because I don't know that Dylan Cardwell's putting up 17 shots a game.
No. And he was 2 for 2.
That's it.
He made his shots, but I mean, come on.
You
man,
know who
somebody
had
gotta
the
shoot
coldest stat
basketball.
line, and it doesn't even reflect their stat line, was Doug McDermott. Doug McDermott ain't seen the floor since like 1988. Just steps on the floor, catches the ball, shoots a 3, makes it,
Yak.
Don't call him
and
Doug
he doesn't
McBuckets for
shoot it
nothing.
again. I don't even think he gets the ball in position to shoot again. It was just that Doug McDermott, 5 minutes of play.
The stat line is 3 points, 1 of 1 from the field, 1 of 1 from 3,
Yep.
0-0 from the free throw line, 0 rebounds, 0 assists,
Yep.
0 turnovers,
Yep.
0 steals,
Yep.
0 blocks, 0 offensive rebounds, 0 defensive rebounds,
Yep.
0 personal fouls, plus 10.
Thank you. That's the one I was hoping you did. Doug McDermott plus 10 for those of you that celebrate. As was Malik Monk, who shot like ass yesterday. 2 of 10 from the field, 0 of 4 from 3, plus 10 when he was at. He must have been out there with Dougie McBuckets.
That's exactly probably what happened here, man. That game was bad. I said this on Friday when you were gone. And it was more so just seeing them lose to a good team like Philly. Not really worried about the losses and all this other stuff. But man, this is awful. This is just a terrible season. This is an awful, awful season. And I can't imagine, which once again, I think we ain't even started yet, but I can't imagine going through like 4 straight of these
seasons.
Yes.
Buddy.
Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
I was like, you might not have to imagine much
it'll
longer.
be a little different because there's gonna be some rookie that like some top flight rookie that we're interested on their development and their every move. So it'll be a little different, but just going into every Kings game that they play, knowing that they're probably going to lose, that's just. I said it the other day. I mean, just a waste of years of my life. I don't watch sports to just hey, they're going to lose.
Dilo and KC just wasting years here on ESPN 1320.
It's just a waste. I can't even get excited, get hyped, or have any promise.
Poor Jesse Tapia couldn't fulfill his dream during the Beam Team year. Got to do it here when they got the worst record in the league.
Yeah, and the Kings lost again.
And 2 hours are going to get harder and harder to fill.
Oh man, this is awful. This is all. And we hadn't even started. I don't even know if we started the whole process.
We hadn't
even started the whole process.
We have not.
It's just awful.
We have not. And that's the thing. Like, that's where Scott Perry's out here trying to fix mistakes. Well, he started with his. He was like, all right. I'm going to clean mine up first. And then I'll worry about all of this stuff that Monty and Wes and Vivek left out for me to clean. I got to clean. I knocked over the milk myself. I gotta get this cleaned up. And then I'll move along to see what we could do here.
Yeah, but that was tough. And then Friday was just an abomination. Friday was just a complete beatdown.
What happened?
I was pretty. I was pretty tapped in Thursday. I did not watch a single second of that game.
Did you watch Russ? Did you see the clip of Russ?
Oh, I saw that.
Hey, leave Chris Boucher alone. The guy barely plays. He just wants to get some shots. Let the man get a shot up.
Russ is hilarious, man. Russ, and then understanding after the conversation made it even more funny.
Yeah, he doing the hit on the chest. All right.
Yeah, there was a Celtics reporter after the game. Yeah, Chris let Russ know that he hasn't played in such and such time, and he just wanted to get a shot up, blah, blah, blah. And Russ was very cool about it. I was like, all right, that's awesome.
He's in the all-white bubble jacket.
All-white bubble jacket with the gloves on inside TD Garden. That's my man.
I went back and watched that clip like after, because you can never really see the shot. It was the cameras were cutting back and forth.
Yeah.
But you saw after the ball had been released by Boucher, and then I look and Russ is off that bench quick.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh no, hey, no,
hey, don't do that. Hey, he's yelling across like 4 people.
That made me laugh. That was some good comedy right there.
Russ has had some funny moments as a Sacramento.
That's a funny dude, man.
What's he dealing with? Is his foot?
His foot. Yeah. Shout out to Russ. Like I said, I have enjoyed that experience this year. It hasn't resulted in wins, obviously, but the Russell Westbrook experience has been enjoyable.
Real quick, that was Chris Boucher's first minutes since November 23rd.
Man. Russ. I haven't played since Thanksgiving, dog.
He got 3 shots up in 3.5 minutes against the Kings.
And then he had to smooth it out with Russ.
Oh yeah.
He was like, no, Russ, no, let me talk to you. Let me explain to you what's going on. I haven't played, man. So I'm just trying to get some shots up. And Russ was like, oh, okay, big dog. Okay.
You think that's what he said to him? Was it as simple as that? I was just trying to get some shots up.
Yeah. I didn't mean no disrespect. He didn't
even get any shots up in that game against Orlando. He played 14 minutes, 21 seconds.
Damn.
No shots.
He might have said all that.
Yeah, last shot before the Kings game was against Memphis, November 12th.
Oh, man. Russ, it was Halloween the last time I got to shoot the ball.
All of that
Goodness
was probably
gracious.
said.
Hey, we've got some football to talk about. The San Francisco 49ers have hired their defensive coordinator. I'm anxious to talk to you about this. And it looks like the Raiders are in position to hire their head coach. It seems like it'd be a good opportunity to tell you where we are going to be 6 days from now. I guess it's the new tradition. Dillon and KC are hosting the big game party at 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino. You can't just pull up. I really wish that you could. You got to call.
Yeah.
You got to call now. There are minimum buys. That's not unique to 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino. There's minimum spends everywhere you go during big game week. So come through, hang out with us. Try to call, get your table. You don't have to give one of the big expensive booths in the front. Just get a table because we'll be hanging out at 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino for the big game on Sunday. We'll come back. We have a lot more basketball to talk about, including the All-Star reserves being announced, LeBron James being a part of that, and the very rare NBA PED suspension.
Oh, man.
We'll revisit the conversation about A.J. DeMontis and Darren Peterson. And then is Domantas Sabonis the next Kings player to be traded? That's all ahead here as we're taking you till 6 o'clock. 2 more hours here of D'Lo and KC. 2 more hours live of D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's do it then. Let's do it then. There we go. I don't know if I have it. There we go. Do it then. 13th round, with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big shout out to the dope ones. Big shout out to Jordan Brand, as always. Shout out to Cola Seamoss. Saturday night, Madison Square Garden. First of all, we saw a hell of a matchup. 2 young gunners, both 28 years old, at the top of their game, taking on one another. I thought this was going to be a situation where we're going to see a classic, and it might lead to what I'm always asking for, rematches and trilogies between Teofimo Lopez, I know his name, and Shakur Stevenson. There will be no rematch. There will be no trilogy. Because that was about as lopsided as you can get in a fight of that magnitude. Shakur absolutely made Teofimo look like a mid-carder, look like an amateur, look like he had no business on the championship level. And it was early. It was early on in that fight where it was like, oh, he realizes there's nothing he can do. I had it 11 rounds to 1 for Shakur Stevenson. I don't even know what the scorecard said because they were unanimous and there was no need to pay attention to it. But as much as I want to point out that Teofimo Lopez looked awful and has no business being out there, I got to salute Shakur Stevenson. Not the biggest Shakur Stevenson fan, but he's the truth. He looks like an all-time guy. He's got the defense. He's got the sharp jab. He's got the knowledge. He's got the athleticism. He looks like a guy that I don't know if anybody can beat from 130 all the way to 147. I'll take it up to 147 with what he can do as a defensive fighter. Teofimo, he landed 18% of his punches. Might have been 15%. I can't even remember. But it was an anemic performance by Teofimo. And let's talk about Teofimo Sr., this jackass. The worst corner coaching I've ever seen in boxing. He was just telling him, hit with power. You got to go get him. What are you doing? You're going to hate yourself in the morning. Get this bum out of here. Get his ass out of here. Teofimo, Jr., if you want to do anything in this sport, you got to get rid of him in the corner. He can still be on your team and all this other stuff. But this guy, I know more than he does. Embarrassing. Couldn't have happened to better people, though. Couldn't have happened to better people. I love seeing that. As for what's next, Conor Benn, he got in the ring. He talking all crazy to Shakur Stevenson. I'd love to see that fight. Let's make it happen. But that was an ass whooping on Saturday. And that's the 13th round. Oh, bum ass Tiafimo. Bro, that was crazy. Oh, bum ass Tiafimo. That was crazy.
Well, you are listening live. It is D-Lo and KC here in the afternoon drive, and it's about time we heard from TC here at 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's good, big dog? How you doing, man?
Man, vibing. Hey, to be honest with you, I completely forgot the homies was on at 7. And when I tapped in this morning, I was like, oh, no, dog. Hey, so, you know.
Hey, man,
set the alarm.
Set the alarm, man.
the
Have
alarm.
a reminder. 7 to 9, the jump is going down.
Man, the jump, I never forget. From this day on, y'all going to hear me tomorrow. So I'm going to come with not really a twist, but I give the trade an A. And the reason I give the trade an A is because every Kings fan, everybody is mad about the trade. But I'm going to ask Kings fans one thing. What have we been glamoring and acting for, bro, for like the last 3 or 4 years? Wing, 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 right? We need a wing. We need a 6'7" guy. Well, we got that. Not only did Perry and BJ fix their mistake, man, you know what, I'm going to bring Dennis in. I think that was a mistake. I signed Dario. Me and Keon ain't seeing eye to eye. He cleaned it up, bro. He killed. I know you don't like this, but he did 3 birds with 1 stone, bro. If you think about it, no harm, no foul. I know everybody wants these first round picks and second round, bro. We wasn't finna get no first round pick for Keon. If we did, the deal would have been done, and y'all would have been talking about breaking news, Keon's gone, and all that, bro. Right? What happened yesterday was the best thing smoking, bro. Because I'm gonna tell you one thing. One thing it did open up is that crowded point guard spot at the guard position that we've been saying. He's sent 2 of them out for whoever gonna get the playing time. That's why I give it an A, bro. We ain't really lose nothing in this trade. I know we got that extra $10 million, but let's not act like Hunter ain't a guy that we've been clamoring over in Atlanta when he was over there. Oh, the DeAndre Hunter guy. He's nice. He a wing if we can get a hold of him. No, we got him. So let's not complain, Kings fans. I'm out, bro.
All right, man.
I remember when Kings fans were doing that about him on the Hawks.
Hey,
I remember that.
hey, Cass over here reading my mind. He said TC at 4 p.m. is a whole new level. Oh, man. And thank you to Bear. We don't need to kill birds with stones. That is not the way we do things around here.
Yeah, man. I mean,
we got 3 of them with 1 stone.
You get 3 of them. That's crazy. That's crazy. You get 3 birds.
3 of them.
Well, look, TC did say a little something that I agree with, though.
Okay.
I mean, this is a guy, the type of player the Kings fans have been calling for the past 2-3 years.
I agree.
And like I said earlier, just because you don't have a contending team anymore doesn't mean you don't need those type of players. So how long he's going to be here, we'll find out. But this is the guy that people wanted to put next to Keegan Murray and do all that other stuff.
I do not have a problem with the player. I have a problem with the process. I don't even have a problem with the trade. I just feel like we were on an island when everyone was talking about first round picks, and it's like the Domas stuff, right? You I think for a multitude of reasons believe that this Domas trade is going to happen. but it's been really loud around that trade. Publicly and privately, it's been really loud around a deal with Toronto, some form of a deal with Toronto. I feel like the first round draft pick stuff with Keon Ellis essentially wore us down. Because I don't know that anyone other than I mean James, the previous, Matt on the old Locked On Kings, everyone was repeating that. We're like, Keon gonna get you a first round pick. Okay. And you said, do it. Go do it. Now. Go get it. If the whole league is clamoring for this player, go do it. And then I formed this dumbass theory that, well, maybe if they'll hold off on any sort of trade because you've got these situations with Zach's contract, maybe DeMar's, maybe Domas's, where you have to entice someone, and he is essentially your first round pick. And that was dumb because it wasn't real. That was the whole point. That's my frustration. This wasn't real. And reading Kings fans' frustration on Saturday, it was like, yeah, I get it. Like, I get why you're upset. We were, I don't remember where we were. I just remember saying that we had a really low key Saturday, right? We went to Vegas for the weekend, but Friday was the night. Saturday, we were just kind of hanging out, and the trade pops up, and I'm like, hey, I'm really sorry. The Kings made a trade. Like, oh, it's fine. And I'm looking, and I'm like, oh God, this is they're not reacting well at all. And it's like, I get it. And then I'm like, they treated us like we were stupid.
See, I don't really, I get it because people like Keon Ellis. I do understand that aspect. I'm not giving it an A like TC did, but I don't really see the problem. I understand the process frustrates people, but you were able to get off that contract.
That contract wasn't that bad.
That's
wasn't the least of the bad contracts.
I would say so.
That's a damn shame, but it is, so, right?
Yeah. So you're able to do that. I know James broke down the aspect of if Keon could have got you second round because of that contract. You had to, you couldn't receive the second rounders. You even had to include a second rounder to be able to get off that contract. That's a problem as well. But I look at it from the premise of, I mean, you're not really, I don't believe they were ever trying to be good this year. I think Scott, I'm not going to go as far as the disrespect the man and say he sabotaged the season or anything like that. But I think they looked at this season, talking about Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong, and the rest of that front office. Literally, whatever happens, happens. And that's how they looked at Dennis Schroeder in that contract. If he comes in, he plays good. He provides what we think and we hope he can provide for this team. And they're, pushing for a play-in spot. Good. If we're 12-35, we're okay with that too.
But I don't have an issue with any of that. The issue lies with creating a narrative of what Keon Ellis would net you and not being able to get that. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the Spurs went to Keith Smith or went to any insider and said, no, Keon Ellis will get you a first-round pick. That does nothing for them.
Mm-hmm.
That does nothing for the Celtics. It does nothing for the Cavs. It does nothing for any team outside of the Sacramento Kings to say that Keon can net you a first-round pick.
Once again, sounds like I'm defending everything.
It absolutely does.
But if you know.
Matter of fact, it's afternoon drive. Where's the button? Welcome to the West, coming to the Oakland Arena.
If you know that you can't get anything more than a second rounder for Keon Ellis, what's the harm in trying to finagle somebody out? You didn't. But if maybe there wasn't even a trade market at all. But what's the harm in trying to trick at least one person into overpaying for him?
Not being able to do it.
That's to me, that's fine because you weren't going to be able to do it anyway. Why not try for a couple months to see if you can trick somebody into it. If you tried and
as long as
failed,
you're okay, and to have that job, you have to have thick skin. As long as you're okay with everyone thinking you're an idiot, then that's fine. As long as if you're comfortable with your fan base thinking you couldn't get a trade that everyone said that you could get, despite the fact you're the one that created that narrative, then that's perfectly fine. That's the thick skin you have to have when you're the general manager of a franchise.
Yeah, I mean, if what you were getting already was nothing, trying to work whatever you can to try to get something out of that asset trade-wise, and failing, it doesn't bother me that much. Because if you would have done nothing, you would have gotten nothing anyway.
Did they potentially work themselves out of getting a first? Just kind of with how they've managed his minutes and all those things this season.
I don't think so.
Nah, I
I
don't think so. I don't think you're ever,
because I think if you liked Keon Ellis, like we talked about this when Malik Monk wasn't playing and then came back, like, oh, he's showcasing, increasing his trade value. Like, no, like, you know who Malik Monk is. In this case, Jesse, you know who Keon Ellis is.
Do you though? Like, he's an undrafted guy in year 4 or whatever, and in year 4 now, like, his shooting numbers are down. He's not really playing much. Like, I don't think Keon Ellis is really established.
But a lot like a draft pick, you're betting on the idea of the player. And the idea of the player is he is you know where they saw him? They saw Keon guard Steph. They saw that. General managers saw that. And at this point in his career in Sacramento, they're like, we need someone who can do that. And you're at this point in the season, Cleveland's looking for something, right? Cleveland knows that they're lacking. They're behind New York. They're behind, Detroit. They're behind some of these other teams in the conference. And it's like, let's try to find those little things. They're looking for essentially an Alex Caruso type. And if you're Cleveland and you're drafting in the late 20s, mid to late 20s, yeah, I'll take a chance on Keon Ellis being that guy that I need right now to help me beat Detroit, to help me beat New York, to help me beat any of these other teams in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and
because we're restricted on what we can do.
But you're right. There's an argument to be made. I always think about crunch time, right? Keon may or may not, depending on the matchup, even be on there in crunch time. Trying to figure out, he might be, depending on the matchup, that small forward slot, right? That it might be a 3-guard situation. But you got Mobley, Jared Allen, Donovan, Darius Garland, and maybe Keon. And that would be good too, but depending on who you're playing, you might be a little smaller going with the 3-guard lineup like that. Because if he's guarding your point guard or something like that moves Darius Garland to have to guard a bigger player or something like that. So he can absolutely help, but I think it might be a little bit more situational than people give it credit
If
for.
that's what they were looking for, though, I don't think they did themselves any favors.
Cleveland?
No, Sacramento. If you
Oh.
were looking for like a pick or anything like that, because the moment you don't pick up his option or whatever it was, like, yeah, he's going to be a free agent after this year. It's like, why am I going to give up a 1st-round pick for this guy?
So that goes back to where this all started, how we sniffed this out. That other James said Keon Ellis couldn't get playing time with 2 coaches. It was the question that we routinely asked when people were saying, play Keon. We used to call them Keon truthers. Play Keon. Go back to the summer league where he played into the 5th week of summer, damn near played into September.
Yeah.
What has Keon done to earn like your guys' love and admiration?
He's played good basketball.
He's played fine basketball.
He shot
40. But it's fine. Like, you can, like, no one loves their guys like Sacramento does. And Keon was theirs, especially because he was inexpensive. What I couldn't figure out is why the rest of the league did. That's the part that I couldn't figure out.
Why you couldn't figure out why they liked him?
Why they allegedly liked him to that level. That's what I couldn't figure out.
Yeah.
He had, I think, an opportunity to earn a spot in that after that summer league. Or when he was in that summer league, excuse me, and he didn't. Jesse?
The summer league, didn't they try him? No. Yeah, I'm thinking of something else. But like, I think maybe teams were just in on Keon because like other than this year, like he's been around 40% from three and things like that. But like I said, this year it's like there was no rhythm for him to find because it's like, all right, Doug's gonna play him these 2 games, he's gonna sit him the next 5 and play him these 3 games and like sit him. I don't know.
If I'm Cleveland, I'm in on Keon Ellis. Like I get why. Look at the teams, at least the ones that I can remember off the top of my head. He was there. There were alleged conversations with Cleveland, Boston, San Antonio, and the Lakers. I get all of those. I get very specific player, very specific role, very specific nature of Keon Ellis. I get all of that. And that's the other thing with Sacramento is they probably needed Keon to be something he isn't. They need him to be if he was last night, he would have need to have shot 18 times, 20 times for Kings fans to be happy. You were probably never going to get that from him.
So here's the other aspect of the Keon situation that I'd like to, for people to ask themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Scott Perry, I know it's a joke around here, it's a pun around here, but do you think Scott Perry had a better deal on the table and better offers
2 days ago?
Decided to go with the Cleveland offer?
No.
I think he decided to go with DeAndre Hunter over a couple second-round picks, but that's it.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. So all these people, and this is what we talked about.
Offer were there. That's exactly what I mean.
This is kind of like what we got at when it first came out. Yeah, people of course, you watch the game, you like Keon Ellis. You would love to have him on your team. At what price, though? Are you willing to give up
him on a
draft
team
capital?
that's competing?
Even the competing teams. Yeah, we like Keon Ellis. 2 second-rounders, a late first. Do you like him that much? I don't like him that much.
8 second-rounder?
I like him, but
like 1?
Nah, because that's what I keep thinking about. I'm thinking, well, okay, were there better deals? And he decided to go with this one because he wanted to get off Schroeder's contract or whatever. I don't know if that was the case or not. I don't feel like it was.
I don't think there were better deals.
Would you rather have a couple seconds or DeAndre Hunter?
Me?
Yeah, asking you guys.
I'd rather have DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah, Michael Scotto was on the jump earlier. He said that they had offers for second rounders and things like that. But
I'd rather have.
I think there's a second part to that. Would you rather have DeAndre Hunter and no Dennis Schroeder?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say, though. I'd rather have DeAndre Hunter and get off the rest of Schroeder's contract as opposed to having to keep Dennis Schroeder and get 2 first-rounders or second-rounders.
Yeah, but you could just move Dennis in the offseason, though.
So is there a point where you can't? Like, is there a point the way that this season is gone that, like, maybe – I'll rephrase that. Is there a point where it becomes more difficult as this season goes along? Is there a point? I guess now I'm defending Scott Perry. Is there a point where it becomes more difficult to move Dennis Schroeder?
It becomes more difficult, but I think you could get it done in the summer.
How difficult does it get though? Like he's played for 11 teams. We've seen some he doesn't fit at all, some he does. Like,
but the mid-season trade is always what seems to work for him.
Yeah, he's the opposite of Giannis.
Trade him in the middle of the season, not in the off season.
Yeah,
there's
if you try to trade him in the summer, it gets split. No, we can't. We gotta wait till the season starts for a Schroeder trade. That's what the teams are saying. When it's Giannis, it's like we'll wait for the summer for a Giannis trade. Schroeder's the opposite. Yeah, for some reason it feels like it's more difficult to trade him before the season starts as opposed to during the season.
You want him in a situation where it's like, we need a point guard, we need a distributor, we need an organizer, we need someone who can, do this. And then in Cleveland, you have your primary scorer. You might even have your primary scorers. So there's a lot of things that you could do there with Dennis that maybe with Dennis less is more. Like you'll get the most out of him if you ask him to do a little bit less. And he's going to be asked to do a lot less in Cleveland than he was in Sacramento.
And securing the Carter in the chat. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that I have with it.
Absolutely.
You helped. He says they helped the Cavs save $50 million and didn't get a single pick. That bothers me way more than getting DeAndre Hunter back or a Schroeder free agent deal or moving on from Keon. Like you did them a favor. And in this situation, you had to end up giving up a draft pick to Chicago. That doesn't make any sense. I need that explained.
I believe James. Like, I hope it makes sense in sometime in the next 2 days, 3 days, because it sure as hell doesn't make sense today.
I need that explained to me. That is the one aspect of the trade that I didn't like at all. Obviously, I don't like Keon moving. I like Keon. I think he's a really good ball player. So I don't want to see him leave, but I saw the writing on the wall. I knew it was going to happen. So it doesn't really bother me.
Tea leaves.
The tea leaves. Yeah. Doesn't really bother me that he's somewhere else now. The draft pick scenario, not getting one and having to give up one, is the thing that frustrates the hell out of me.
Yeah. Yeah, and then this all falls. I think this trade was Saturday, which was the same day as the AJ DeBonce to Darren Peterson matchup.
Don't wake me, I'm dreaming.
You sing that song like you've never heard of it. It's almost the
girl, don't leave me alone. Come on, man.
No.
Come on, man. I saw that. I was, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So he only played in the first half.
Which is bizarre.
He only played in the first half. He shot a 3. I can't remember if he made it or not. And then motioned to be subbed, and that was it.
That was it.
It was over.
Yeah. So a lot of people were looking at that like it's a concern. It's concerning, his injury thing. Like I had to tweet.
No, he was just like, point made. Get me out of
here. I made the tweet where I was like, Darren Peterson, and I've said this on here before. He's the best college basketball player I've seen since Kyrie Irving. Mm-hmm. He is the truth. Mm-hmm. And people were like, oh, there's injury concerns. I don't know. I'm staying away. First of all, that has nothing to do with what I said. I just said he's a great player. I didn't say whether or not he's injury prone or anything. He's just the best player I've seen since Kyrie Irving.
Who played 11 games in his college career, just for those who aren't aware.
Right.
Worked out well.
Worked out fantastic. But I wonder, so I don't know what's going on with the injury thing. He had a hamstring earlier, ankle leading up to this game, was able to play. There is a level of, how do I put this? Once again, I'm Mr. Compete guy. Mr. Compete. There were a couple of times going into the season when I was like, why is Darren Peterson playing this year? Like, only bad things could happen by him playing. He was the consensus number one. He beat AJ a lot. I don't know if every time, but a lot when they went head to head. Had 53 when they went him playing basketball at Kansas could only hurt his stock if we were looking at it that way. He has nothing left to prove. He wasn't even playing. He was injured for a lot of the early part of the season. And everybody's still number one player now. Yeah, he's the one. It was just like Kyrie. Kyrie was broken. No, don't worry about it. He's number one. Derek Williams, yeah, he cool, but nah.
So I just want to remind everyone that was the conversation. Sometimes you just got to trust your eyes.
Yeah.
Stop trying to talk yourself into someone like Derek Williams or DeAndre Ayton or whoever.
Yeah.
Trust what you're seeing, and it's Darren Peterson.
So part of me understands. I want him to compete. I want them to play. I want all these guys to play because I want to see them play.
Mm-hmm.
But part of me understands if Darren and his agent said, oh, no, we playing on Saturday. And he did what he did in the first half. And said, that's it. I just wanted to I saw AJ the week before go for 43, and people were talking about he number one player. Yeah, let me remind you, it's me. I don't need to play at all after that. Not saying I agree with it. Not saying I like it.
Well, he did come out in the second half, right? He did.
I thought
he came out in the second half.
Yeah, I thought he came out for just a little bit.
Yeah. Quick. So it's not like he went to halftime and was like, yeah, I did it. I'm good. Like he came out and then he came out.
Yeah.
And then he left.
Yeah.
Like, I'm out.
But I watched that game. Man, I watched that game. And I said, I don't like the tanking and all this other stuff. Man, you can get a guy like that.
Yeah, that's the tough part,
can
man.
Get a guy like that.
It's not the NFL, though.
I know.
It's not the
he
NFL.
Can change. he can change your fortunes as a franchise. And AJ can too. AJ didn't do nothing wrong in that game. He's
very good.
fantastic.
Yeah.
He's the truth.
Yeah.
I don't look at him any differently after this week when they won against Arizona and on Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
But that's when I was like, man, I can't even fathom. I can't imagine having that type of prospect with the Sacramento Kings.
Mm.
I don't even know what that would be like. All respect to De'Aaron Fox, all respect to DeMarcus Cousins, all respect to Tyreek Evans. Name any other good rookie they've had.
Mm-hmm.
Even Mitch Richmond.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't imagine have a player with that much potential, that much upside on the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
That would just be, I've never lived that. Never lived that. It's crazy. When they said, I'm all right, I'm gonna stop because it sounds like I'm putting too much on it. But remember I told you the one little scouting report had him at Kobe
Bryant. Yeah.
I didn't say they were crazy. I know that.
Yeah.
He is just so good. He is so, and who knows if he's injury prone, if he holds up and all this others. I don't know anything about that. But talent wise, he's one of the more talented college players I've seen in a long time.
This is terrible, and I apologize to all involved. I would rather take my chances on an injury-prone guard than an injury-prone big man.
I'm with you 100%.
Give me that.
100%.
Give me that. We'll come back. We've got more Kings to talk about, more trade rumors, these centering around Domantas Sabonis. But I do want to talk about Raheem Morris. The San Francisco 49ers, they have hired their defensive coordinator, and it looks like the Las Vegas Raiders are set to hire their head coach. It is Super Bowl week in San Francisco. There's a lot to talk about in the NFL. That is all ahead. Roger Goodell just gave his first of several State of the Union addresses this week. So we'll talk more. It's Dilo and KC. We are live here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. For those that didn't know, because our run it back ratings were pretty good. Run it back 6 to 7. If I'm dreaming about you.
Let's see what happens here. I just got a notification that the Marathon Clothing Store is having a sale.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to get something from the Marathon, but there's something specific I always want to get. Yeah.
There you go.
I want an all money in shirt or crew neck. And that is either never in stock or never on sale.
I was trying to get you the because I get the Fear of God joints. And we were sitting here when I got the email, and I'm like, oh, let me see if I can get my man set up for I didn't even tell you. I was just like, let me try to get to the 49ers joint real quick.
Yeah.
They said we got the NFL restock.
Jeez. Good.
Never even had a shot at it.
Oh, man.
So good thing I didn't say anything.
Get my hopes up.
Yeah.
Just like Darren Peterson.
KC, go get the.
Get my hopes up. We're gonna have Caleb Wilson. I like Caleb too. I don't want to say it like that.
Too late.
But Darren different. Or to be our luck, he really does have injury concerns.
Well, you know what? I could live with that. What I couldn't live with is we pass on him to get some player no one's ever heard of.
Mm-hmm.
And that player talks about it 10 years later, like apparently is happening today.
I can't believe
I was going to Sacramento.
Always talk about it.
Man, leave us alone. You bother nobody.
He bothered nobody. Didn't ask for any of this.
See, Dr. David, this is the beauty about them being as bad as they are. There is a point where you can't get any lower. Like you can't get a worse pick.
Lower.
We mentioned that earlier. I was gonna send it to the group and ask, but I thought it was fake. And then I kept seeing it. I was like, "Oh, okay, this is real."
deal. Yeah, no, all money in crew necks and t-shirts, full price.
Oh man,
$200 for the crew neck.
Yeah, that's what they mean by all money in.
Yeah,
All your money.
keep waiting for a sale. I don't think that sale is gonna happen. I'm gonna just have to get it.
Well, spend the money. You ain't gonna think about it later.
I'll think about
No.
this one. Yeah, and they don't have the size. Yeah, it's a 2X.
I only have that one sweatshirt from them. I don't. Them. I'm not sure how to say it. That's all I got.
I gotta get some new stuff. The snapback is $100. Yeah, they don't even have this all money stuff. Hey man, I'm on a budget.
All right, we want to get back to the Sacramento Kings coming up here. D'Lo and KC, we're live in the afternoon drive. We appreciate you tapping in wherever you are. Shout out to everybody who listened to Run It Back in days past, but those days are over. We are now live Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. Of course, you can catch Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia on the jump during your morning drive from 7 to 9 p.m., 7 to 9 a.m., excuse me. That was a terrific show. This morning, those
100%, yeah.
Those guys did a great job. I know everything wasn't running smoothly behind the scenes. I could hear it in Kyle Madsen's voice, and he had that extra little first day jitters. But you know,
I was telling Kyle for sure, hey, it's first day. We'll play through it. It's fine.
Jesse's perfect. Like, because Kyle can get a little like something, it's wrong. Something's going wrong. Jesse's like cool, calm, and collected.
I thought Kyle for a second was gonna rip that TV off the wall behind you.
Jesus.
I saw the TV.
We couldn't get it to turn off at first. Like, what do we do?
Oh yeah. No, understood. But now we got the jump logo up, and we're ready to cook. Let's see where that at. There we go. Bam! Look at that right there.
That's fire.
Shout out to that purple
That's
logo.
fire.
It's cooking right there.
Yeah,
it's cooking right there, man. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Shout out to us. It looks like we still have our KSFM stuff here too. Boom, there it is. Look at that crew right there. So make sure you're tapped in every morning, Monday through Friday. Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia, the jump here on Sacramento Sports Leader. A DeAndre Hunter trade with the Sacramento Kings isn't the only bit of news we got here with the franchises that we cover so closely. The 49ers are set to hire former Falcons and is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers head coach Raheem Morris for that defensive coordinator position.
Yeah, I was worried, and I don't know why I was worried.
About
Gus Bradley. I mean,
yeah, you made a really nasty face when Gus Bradley.
Robert Saleh is new defensive coordinator, by the way. Gus Bradley.
Wow.
Interesting.
Okay, well.
Didn't I see Bob's calling plays?
Bob is calling plays, but Gus is the defensive coordinator, so just come hang out, I guess.
Yeah.
Not to be disrespectful, but you know what I mean.
He's a lot like the Giants general manager. Just there.
Maybe the Giants general manager's a little worse.
Vibes in a paycheck.
The janitor's got a better office than the Giants general manager right now.
I was watching the rise of the 49ers last night. They had the first 2 of the 4 episodes on last night, and they were talking about Bill Walsh when he was in Cincinnati, and Paul Brown. I think that's Cincinnati. Paul Brown. He was coming up with essentially the West Coast offense. He was the head coach, but he made Bill Walsh sit in the booth because then people would know if he was down on the field, they would know he's the one doing all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was the one that came up with the entire offense, called the plays and all this other stuff. So he made him sit in the booth so people wouldn't know. And they thought it was all Paul Brown. And then people would ask about Bill Walsh as the offensive coordinator for like head coaching jobs. And Paul Brown would just badmouth him. Like, nah, he's unreliable. Like honestly, I'm just kind of bringing him along as a favor, but and just kind of torpedoed his whole stock with that. Robert Saleh with Gus Bradley. I wonder if in actuality, Gus Bradley calling the plays. Robert Saleh will pull a Paul Brown on Gus Bradley if they had success. Like, that Gus Bradley. Can't trust him. Can't trust him. I don't think that's Saleh's style, but that's interesting that the defensive
they obviously
guy
have a relationship here.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm being funny. But
are you
Gus Bradley going to be the defensive coordinator for Robert Saleh, who's calling the plays and doing all this other stuff? It reminds me of Kyle Shanahan and the other Kubiak, who is officially the offensive coordinator for the 49ers. But Kyle's doing everything.
Like no one. The 49ers have an offensive coordinator? Really? It's like Mike LaFleur.
Exactly. Yeah.
Really? Sean McVay has an offensive coordinator? Okay, pal. Whatever you say.
That's literally what I thought about when I heard Kubiak being the offensive coordinator. It's like, what? Offensive coordinator? Coordinating what?
Well, that was Mike McDaniel at
Lunch.
1 point too, though, no? Wasn't he the Niners offensive coordinator before he went to Miami?
Yeah, I think he might have been the run game coordinator. But he could have been offensive coordinator too. I thought it was specific to the run game, but it could have been the whole offense.
That's funny. Hey, I don't want you to run the whole offense. Just the run game. No. Kyle, I could do both. No, sweetie, you can't. Just run as a matter of fact, you're just Kyle Juszczyk's coordinator. That's all. You're in charge of the fullback.
Matter of fact, it doesn't matter anyway.
In fact, your controller hasn't been plugged in for weeks.
But I say all this to say, Raheem Morris, I like his style.
And so that's what I was going to ask you. Like, what is his style?
It seems to be aggressive. It seems to be
unconventional.
A little bit. I mean, he'll mix up looks.
Yeah.
It seems to be a great schemer. I think back to probably the best 2 games he had this year. I mean, I'm sure he had some duds. They got beat terribly by Carolina, so you could point that out. But I mean, what he was able to do in that Bills game at home with that with Josh Allen out there, and with that defense that he had, confusing Josh Allen, kind of keeping them bottled up, and then what he was able to do in the Rams game towards the end of the season with Matthew Stafford there in Atlanta, and being able to force him into 2 interceptions, maybe 3, but just the scheme that he had for that. And those are 2 things that I kind of remember that bode well for what I think he can do as defensive coordinator with the 49ers. But I am a big believer that your scheme is one thing. It really comes down to personnel. I think they have good enough personnel when everybody's healthy here in San Francisco. But the scheme and what you're trying to do on the defensive end clearly is much more effective when you have top level talent that can execute what you're trying to do and execute your vision.
Yeah, because if you look at his defenses too, they've always been kind of middle of the pack. He's never really had a defense that was like, oh wow, this is amazing or anything like that. Like the Falcons the last few years have just been anywhere from 15th to 20th, and then same with the Rams when it was there.
He's also a coach, correct me if I'm wrong, please, who blitzes a lot.
Yeah.
And that's, there's sort of a feast or famine to that strategy. Like you got to trust your secondary. And I know that there was a point that the Falcons had. They were the number one. They had the highest blitz percentage in defenses in the league. I don't know if that maintained throughout the entire year, but I know there was at least a portion of the year where Raheem Morris was doing that. I don't know. I also don't know how much of, we talk about game plans with head coaches. We do this a lot with basketball. Like, every coach, every training camp, we want to be this strong defensive minded team, man. That's really great. You got like a lot of ISO shooters on your squad. I don't know that being a strong defensive team is we want to run. We're going to play fast. We're going to play fast. We're going to play fast. Bro, you have a 7-foot big man who's, 303, and you think you're going to run up and down the field. Like run up and down the court. People have this, I think coaches sometimes have this idea of how they want to play, and it's not necessarily constructed to the roster that they have.
Right.
Talking about the Kings?
I'm in general. Just talking about in general. But I got to imagine that's the same for San Francisco 49ers defense. Raheem Morris might have played the Atlanta Falcons defense a certain way. He might have played the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense a certain way. He may have a style that he likes to coach. Is this 49ers defense conducive to that? Does he have to adjust his way of thinking a little bit? Does he have to look at what Robert Saleh did and was very successful with last year? Obviously, you and I talked about this with Jake and Brandon on Sports Sunday last night. Raheem, despite the fact that he's had 2 coaching jobs, he's 49 years old.
Yeah.
And sometimes, especially with black coaches, as you see, we just went through a coaching cycle where no black coaches were hired. You might not get that third opportunity. But again, he's 49 years old. And I don't think there's a better place for him to set up his next head coaching opportunity than with Martin Luther Shanahan himself. A Kyle Shanahan-led team. He controls the defense. But, like, is it also, let me be aware of my personnel. Let me look at what worked and was really successful last year and figure out ways to improve on that rather than trying to figure out ways to completely redesign it.
Right. Now, I saw something that was interesting earlier today from Manuel Acho.
Oh, wow.
He said,
interesting, huh?
It was kind of interesting. He said, because he's not a big fan of the hire. I'm not really worried about that.
Big fan of him.
I'm not really worried about that. But he said, what he's heard is Kyle Shanahan likes to play. He likes a certain type of defense being played, which is a little bit more conservative, not as much blitzing. And that's how he wants his defenses to play, even though he's not the defensive coordinator. He cited a conversation that he had with Steve Wilkes, who Steve Wilkes traditionally was kind of more of a blitzer as a defensive coordinator. And he didn't do it as much when he got to San Francisco. And they were never really on the same page. It felt like Wilkes and Shanahan never really were on the same page. But Acho said he spoke to Wilkes, about a couple years after, he left the 49ers. And he wasn't bad-mouthing Shanahan, but he said that specifically. He said, Kyle wants defense played the way he wants it played. And that went against maybe what I normally would do.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how you get the gig. You fall in line with what he's trying to do. So we talk about Raheem Morris and his blitzing and all this other stuff. I wonder if Acho is right, if Wilkes is right with his experience, will that still be the case? Or will Kyle chill out a little bit? Not Kyle Shanahan, but Kyle Renata in the chat says Saleh blitzed a lot because they didn't have any pass rush. I was actually kind of frustrated with the amount or lack thereof of blitzing from Robert Saleh this year. We came in here and talked about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I was like, man, just go man and blitz. Like you have to get pressure somehow. And he didn't do it maybe to my liking enough. And that kind of falls in line with the thought on Kyle Shanahan, what he wants as a defensive coordinator. And I wonder if that's going to be the case or if he gives Raheem a little bit more grace with what he wants to do with the defense, with him being in control.
Well, I feel like Kyle has done a terrific job at bringing defensive coordinators in. Obviously, he's had a couple of mishaps prior to Robert Saleh's return. But much like Scott Perry and Dennis Schroeder, he was able to move off of those hires quickly. I like Raheem Morris a lot more than what was the kid's name? Nate. It was the one who was before Robert Saleh.
Nick Sorensen.
Nick Sorensen. Thank you. And then of course I think Steve Wilkes was before him.
Yeah.
The great Booth versus Field controversy. I think
the great 2nd and 14. Let's put our DB 17 yards off the line of scrimmage. Oh man.
Good to see you've let that go.
There was the Super Bowl.
I recall. I think Kyle Shanahan called timeout though.
Eventually, after the 3rd time he did it.
Steve Wilkes not invited to your Christmas party? He's not invited to your turkey cookout?
No.
Or turkey drive?
No, not at all. I don't wish any bad ill will on it. He can go get a turkey somewhere else, but he ain't getting it from me.
Can't get it from you. Okay.
Or my wife, because she's in control of the turkey drive.
We learned on this show a long time ago. Wonder how she feels about this current version of the Sacramento Kings.
Can you imagine there's only one version of the Kings that's ever been able to go to the turkey drive? The rest have all been banned.
Yeah. The Caraway Turkey Drive is only fed one Sacramento Kings.
Maybe we'll
team
make that the bar for next year. It's like, oh, is this Kings team good enough to go to Jazz's turkey drive?
Yeah.
No, they stink.
No, they ain't gonna be a turkey drive for a while.
Kings have made one out of the last 8 turkey drives while D'Lo and KC has been in existence.
Thanksgiving is canceled for the Kings.
Tommy Egan cancels Christmas and Kings canceled Thanksgiving. The Raiders, they appear to be set to hire Seahawks offensive coordinator Klint Kubiak as their head coach. The wording behind this tweet from Schefter was a bit odd, but there's a reason behind it, and it's obviously Klint Kubiak's very busy this week. And to keep his attention focused, no hires will be made prior to Sunday. And it does look like, though, that the Raiders have landed what I feel like is an A-plus hire. We have talked about since the Las Vegas Raiders landed that number 1 overall pick that if you are, in fact, going with the quarterback, you need to bring in a coach that's going to develop that quarterback. And going the way of a young offensive coordinator, I'm all for. Going the way of a young offensive coordinator from a coaching family, I'm all for that as well. This is not a phrase that we have uttered very often here on D'Lo and KC, but I love this hire for the Las Vegas Raiders. This could prove to be as bad as my Sacramento Kings can't be that bad take before the season, but I love this hire for them. I think it's perfect for where they're at and what their next couple of years might look like. It seems clear that they're going with Fernando Mendoza as the number 1 overall pick in the draft. They've got a lot of work to protect that number 1 overall pick in the draft, but one great way of protecting him is hiring a coach who can help along the way. And it looks like the day after the Super Bowl, the Las Vegas Raiders might be poised to do that.
Yeah, it feels like everything lines up. Everything fits what you would want to do. You know, I'm a little hesitant to give anything an A+ or anything like that, just because I got to see it. Especially, to me, it's different when you get to that head coach spot. You got a lot of different things. Like, I think Raheem Morris is a heck of a coordinator. I wouldn't say he's a good head coach. He didn't seem like he knew what he was doing a lot of times as a head coach.
That's a little mean. I don't know if that's true. I think Raheem is fine head coach.
Why?
Why not? Like, do we think he underachieved with the Falcons?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I forgot. My bad. I forgot I was talking to T.I. and Big Boy over here.
Oh, yeah.
The big
Forbidden head
Falcons
coach
fans.
takes a top 10 receiver and a top 3 running back in the league anywhere.
Bijan Robinson might be top 5 MVP odds next year.
Where's that quarterback?
Raheem
It
Morris should have
starts
picked a
and
better
ends
one.
with the quarterback. What are we doing?
He's had 2 jobs. Like, he's never really won anywhere. With Tampa Bay, he went 17-31.
Is
that bad?
Yeah, it's awful.
It's not great.
And this year, The whole damn division was 17-31,
Well,
and he couldn't win that.
That's facts. All right. That's true. That division was ass. That division was
But
awful.
he's really good I think he's really good as a coordinator. I like him better as a coordinator.
Mhm.
We'll see if that's.
I hope for your sake he's better as a
Right.
coordinator.
We'll see what happens with Kubiak now potentially in the head coaching spot. But the thought process and the idea of having him be the head coach and lead your prize number one pick, your quarterback number one pick, it makes perfect sense to me. Now everybody's got to execute.
Real quick, Raheem Morris' only winning season was 10-6. Anyone want to guess that quarterback?
10-6
was with the Buccaneers.
With the Buccaneers.
Oh, was it?
It
Tom?
was
No,
it was Jameis.
Oh, 2010. No way it was Jameis.
No, it was.
No
okay,
way.
wait, no, I know it's
No way.
it was what's his name, the Freeman. What's the name?
Not Marcus Freeman. Josh.
There you go,
Freeman?
Josh Freeman.
Josh Freeman.
Yeah.
That's a point. That's a point.
That's
You
half
didn't even know his name.
it's half a point for you,
I
half a
said
point for
Freeman.
him.
I know his name. Freeman, I said his name.
Half a point for
Hold on.
Josh T.
Hold on.
Half a point
Hold
to
on.
KC for Freeman.
Hold on. A point in what game?
Life. This game we call life.
We don't say Tom Brady. We say Brady. We say Manning. We say Rodgers. We say Mahomes. We don't have to say the first name. I said Freeman. Point.
You could have said Antonio Freeman for all we knew.
Could have been Marcus Freeman, the coach. That's terrible. Shame on you. Shame.
Yeah. So good job by the Raiders. Now execute the
And that's it,
roster
right?
moves.
All that's it. All
Arizona got theirs,
Arizona.
right?
Yeah, Michael LaFleur headed there.
Arizona's hiring. Yeah, so that's it.
Salute Todd Monken and good luck in Cleveland.
Jeez.
It's gonna be so bad.
So clearly, asked and answered, that was the worst job.
Yeah.
The Cleveland job was
I've never seen so many coaches turn down interviews and just kind of like it felt like the Browns.
It felt like every coach, well, obviously except for one, every coach that had a second interview, they were just like,
it was like, hey
I'm
Todd,
gonna
you can go be
myself from consideration for this job.
Yeah, it was like, hey Todd, you can be John Harbaugh's offensive coordinator. Like you could take the Browns job.
I had consideration for the Cardinals being the worst job. Because remember, I made the argument the Cardinals are almost like a king situation. Like you can't even start
Yeah, sure.
until you move on from Kyler, which you can't do for another year.
I think the Browns job is the worst just for the fact the owner is always going to have his hand in the cookie jar.
Well, it's also colder.
No.
Was that, yeah.
If nothing else.
Right off the, what is it?
This is going to be 80
Lake
degrees.
Erie?
This is going to be 80 degrees in
Yeah, Cleveland was having coaches like write essays and do like just the most extra stuff you can think of for their head coach interviews.
Write essays. You know, I don't want this job. I'm not writing an essay.
Here's my
for
essay.
the Browns head coaching
F
job.
Off. Good luck with Shador. Good luck with your Pro Bowler as your quarterback. So yeah, all 10 coaching vacancies are filled. Arizona Cardinals hire Mike LaFleur, younger brother.
Real quick, yeah, the Browns were from Tom Pelissero. They were a data-driven operation. They were requiring head coaching candidates to complete questionnaires, multi-part essay, and a personality test, along with additional homework.
No, it's good. I'll stay being a quality control coach.
That
in
feels
Tampa Bay.
insulting.
The rest of that tweet said, yeah, Mike McDaniel turned down the interview to go be the Chargers offensive coordinator. So
I'll be the video processing guy in St. Louis, even though they don't even have a team. It's cool. I don't need to be in Cleveland. It's good. Essay and homework for the Browns job.
You see, Roger said today, like Mexico City, that's a thing. That's the new thing.
like, what do you mean? Like to
They
play
got
there
Mexi-
again? or
Yeah,
team?
they got no. They're running a series of Mexico City games
Yeah.
over the next handful of years.
I saw Jed strongly hinted at the Niners are going to give up one of their home games to do that next year.
It's basically their home game anyways.
Yeah, they're heavy in Mexico City.
As are the Jaguars in London.
Well,
sure.
It's random as hell.
Regular season game next 3 years in Mexico City. What else do we got? We got a game in Rio. We got a game in Munich. We got 3 games in London. We got a game in Madrid, Spain, a game in Paris. And then, of course, the game in Mexico City as well.
All right, man. They're doing too much.
Just do one in each country if you're gonna
Yeah,
do
man,
what it
just
is.
stop.
I don't think you
Don't
need
do
3 London games. And to be honest, all these games suck. They're worse than the Thursday night games.
9 international games next year.
How many they have this year? 8? I think they had 8. Maybe 6, actually.
I don't have this year's number. I have 62 regular season NFL games have been played in general. I don't have this past season's number, sorry.
No
but I do
worries.
know that we have 9 next year in those countries we just named.
All right, man. All right, just hey, what happened to just playing at Levi Stadium?
San Francisco's played 2 there. 2005, they played
Mexico?
Arizona.
Yeah,
Yes.
The last one, they played both of them against
With
Arizona.
103,000 fans in attendance. And yes, they played Arizona the second time. Different outcome. First outcome, they lost 31-14. Second outcome, they won 38-10.
Beat the brakes off them boys.
The Oakland Raiders played there in 2016 and 17. And then the Chiefs and Chargers in 2019.
All right. Well, get ready. D-Lo and KC live in Mexico City.
Nope.
For 49ers and Titans.
No. Or based on what we just read, the Cardinals.
The Cardinals.
We'll come back. It's the final hour of the show. We are live here. It's D-Lo and KC, 2 to 6, Monday through Friday on ESPN 1320. All-Star reserves were announced. Maybe we can get through that real quick, but I do want to get back to the Domantas Sabonis conversation, and then we're going to have some fun. The last 30 minutes of the day was something we call the victory lap. So that's all ahead here. It's D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
It's Duke, North Carolina week.
Remember when rivalries used to mean something?
Those were the days. What do they? I'm assuming they play on Saturday. Maybe not. Oh yeah, they play on Saturday. Remind me to tell you something that's going on tonight.
On the air or off?
Off the air. Matter of fact, I can tell you right now, you can kill the mics. Just
Knock, knock.
What's up, man?
We had to change your wide orbit.
Okay.
Make sure I got all the settings back. You might
Okay.
have to update your ins and outs for your voice tracker.
Okay.
If you do run into any problems, don't try to troubleshoot. Just call me immediately.
Okay. Oh, I know how to do. Oh, okay.
you know- yeah,
Yeah, I know
you
how
know
to do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're comfortable.
Yeah, just setting. I know how to do the settings.
Like if it doesn't load, if it gets wonky on you, anything like that.
Okay.
Because it got weird, and I know we don't necessarily have time to walk through it right now, and you're gonna track tomorrow morning before you show up. So
No, it's fine. Bring this on Thursday. Okay.
can you bring your work laptop tomorrow? Yeah. And then you're gonna be taking that with you to San Francisco on Thursday.
Okay. Got it.
Seth will be there. He'll have it all nice and pretty for you guys.
Okay. Excellent. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thursday. Yeah. And Complex, we are actually working in a studio. I was worried we were going to just be thrown into a room, but Complex was like, no, you can get in the studio anytime after 10:30. It's like, okay. All right, cool.
Be in the hallway.
I was wondering. I was wondering.
What are you guys hearing in the halls? Oh, boss, you want to tell me?
Here,
What's the scuttlebutt?
Here, there could be some cuts ahead.
Yeah, they told us that 3 days ago.
No, the ones that actually happened a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's on the list. Gee, thanks.
The list that you will present to the people we're asking you to talk to in 5 days, and we'll see them in 2 hours. We're on a roll here, pal.
Jess, have you heard anything? No, dude, you're supposed to talk to them. Oh, 2023 was a wild time in this building. And on Zoom.
Imagine Aaron Roberts being the one that fixes your problem. Hey, he sure as hell did.
Good with me.
The day we all walked in there and shut the door. Hey, guys.
Literally like the scene from Straight Outta Compton. We just started like messing up all the stuff.
Raheem Morris. That's pretty fucking annoying what you just told me.
Yeah, man. Somebody asked me if I was going to say, no, I ain't going off of principle.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't going anyway, but I wasn't going. I really ain't going now.
It's a good memory. All right, we're going to have some fun. The final 30 minutes of the show, the victory lap. We're going to recap all of the top stories of the day and touch on a few things that we haven't gotten to yet. This 3 hours is kind of flown by, especially with it being trade deadline week. We appreciate you for tapping in wherever you are, whether you're watching or listening on the app, smart speaker, whatever it may be. Let's see if we can get through all of this, because I want to talk about Domantas Sabonis as well. The All-Star reserves were announced yesterday. LeBron James made his 22nd straight All-Star game. Jamal Murray made his first.
Good for Jamal Murray. Air horns for Jamal Murray. Come on, man. Come on. It's his first All-Star game.
I'm not hitting air horns.
Why are we hating on Jamal Murray?
We're not hating on him, but okay. Well,
Make it
hold
a
on.
second time.
He didn't do nothing last night when they got beat up.
Jamal, okay, let me try it again. Jamal Murray made his first All-Star game.
You want to be like Jeff Teague.
But Jamal Murray ain't alone. Jalen Durant, Norm Powell, Denny Avdia, Chet, Jalen Johnson, all first-time All-Stars.
You want to know something? For some reason, I'm not blaming anybody or anything. For some reason, I was so disengaged with the All-Star game selection process this year.
It was different.
It there didn't seem like any kind of energy, any kind of buzz towards it. Remember, when they announced the starters, we were like, is this the real starters? Like, they announced them at 10:30 on a Shams tweet.
Yeah, and I was confused. Did Shams break it or announce it?
I thought he announced it.
Okay, that's what I thought too.
Yeah, I thought he announced it. So, yeah, man. And then the reserves the same way. They kind of just put the word out. It wasn't even announced, but they just kind of put the word out.
I don't want to say
tell everybody.
I don't want to say in trouble because that's extreme. But does the league have a bit of a problem once LeBron, KD, and Steph retire? As far as like, all right, who's gonna carry this? So we talk about that conversation all the time, but like,
sadly,
Norman Powell, like Jalen Johnson. Like,
Nah,
these are the All-Stars now.
they're fine. I think some of the All-Star issue is one, there was some real randoms that have always made the All-Star game. Like this kind of like a Jamal McGlure, I think, might have made an All-Star game. Like you get those type of people from time to time. But I think the league is actually going to be in a real good spot with the people that are going to be here afterwards. You got stuff like you got guys like Anthony Edwards, who not only is good but stirs the pot. Did you see his commercial?
I did. Yeah. That was well done.
So that
very well done.
That will. I love it. I'm always going to love it.
Yeah.
But that will end up not being cute in about a year or two, like another playoff flame out. And then he's going to be the guy that, they spend an hour on first take. Is he a winning player? Can he really be a guy, or is he a real 1A?
Stephen A. Smith thinks about that.
I mean? And then he'll just take the role of KD and that stuff. So those guys are so monumental. I get what you're saying, Jesse. They're literally 3 of the top 10 players that ever played a game. So there might be a little bit of a void when they're gone, but I think they'll be fine. I think the league will be more than fine.
I have some concern. What establishes, like, think about the guys that you just named, Jesse. What establishes a superstar? Like LeBron, obviously LeBron was great at the highest level. Okay. And a winner. A multi-time winner. Steph Curry, same thing. Arguably, not inarguably, the greatest shooter we've ever seen. Multi-time winner. Kevin Durant, almost undercover the greatest scorer of this generation. Winner, whether people like it or not. Winner. Multi-times over. We've got, we'll see what happens with the Oklahoma City Thunder, but you have this OKC team that it doesn't really seem like anyone cares about. You have this superstar, this MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, that people don't really seem to care about. I could be wrong. Nikola Jokic is a multi-time MVP. He's won 1 NBA championship. The last thing in the world he wants to be is the face of the NBA, and I think media loves him. They would do anything for him. I believe there are media members who would die for Nikola Jokic. I don't think fans feel the same way. I don't think NBA fans feel the same way. Giannis, when you talk about that trio of Giannis, Jokic, Joel, you have 2 titles between the 3, but are any of them the face of the league? Can the face of the league be a foreign player?
For sure. I mean, I think Luka is gonna kind of assume that mantle, especially being in LA.
Man. I don't know. He is tough to watch sometimes.
He is, and that's going to be part of the story, though.
Yeah,
much like James Harden, right?
James wasn't the face of the league. He was the MVP.
No, but
a part of the league. He had a very distinctive trademark that he is. I'm not trying to minimize his basketball career. He's known for his beard. You talk about commercials and endorsements. I think the beard club is his.
Yeah.
He has parlayed that characteristic into something major.
Yeah.
But not the face of the league or anything resembling it. I think you're right, but I don't think it's as cut and dry as the way you just framed it. I think they're I don't know. Can you ask, do you need a face of the league?
I don't think
NFL doesn't have one.
No, NBA is structured a little different though. So
structured very different.
They kind of need that. They kind of need that.
Okay.
I think part of being the face of the league has to do with, we talked about it before, but invoking emotion, and hate is part of that. And I think Luka, his style of play, if he continues not to win, that will be, he's just a stats guy, or he's, he doesn't play good enough defense. He's not a winner, that type of stuff. I think Anthony Edwards might get that kind of stuff. I think Victor Wembanyama may have a heel turn lining up.
Okay. Now we're talking.
Because he is a dominant force, a big guy, and to a certain degree, well, I don't have to kind of construct an argument. I just remembered, there's one clear example. He's a bully too.
Well,
and nobody likes a bully.
He's that. Well, I wouldn't say nobody. Some of us get a kick out of it.
He's a bully. And
Okay.
you see that with what he does with Chet all the time. You see him going at Draymond on the tip dunk. Like, he's not this little passive tall guy.
Sure.
And I think that's going to invoke some emotion where obviously he's going to have his fans, but there's going to be some people that get kind of sick of him, want to see him lose.
Sure.
And want to tune in to see him lose.
But
and
he
if
has to win.
He has to win. Yeah, or he just has to kind of be there. Like, say he's this same type of person 2 years from now and they haven't won anything. Once again, just like Anthony Edwards, okay, all that stuff you do, Wemby's not cute no more. Are you going to actually win? Because right now it just kind of looks like you're bullying Chet, but Chet got 2 championships right now and you got nothing. So let me see that. Oh, it's second round, game 5 series tight. Let me see if you finally get over the hump this time. Let me tap in with you. I think, and it kind of got amplified with what you told me at the beginning of the show. I think those 2 guys we saw on Saturday got a little something. To have what you talked about, where everybody was tapped in, to those 2 guys. When was the last time we had that type of scenario in college basketball?
Yeah, I can't remember.
It's been a while. It might have been Zion when Obama was there.
Sure. It was very noticeable that the TVs at the Venetian in Las Vegas, all of them were tuned to that single game, and there were people gathered around the ones that I saw, all of them.
And those 2 guys,
I did make a reference like, hey, we should go buy the sports book, but I just wanted to see what it looked like.
Yeah.
We just never did.
Those 2
and
guys,
I think Darren was out of the game by that point.
Well, this was 5 minutes
Had
in.
to be
He was
quick.
out of it. Got a catch the opening tip. Scheduled to play tonight too, by the way, Darren Peterson. But they're starting to get their names circulated where they know who they are. You know, like not a lot of people know who Caleb Wilson is, but they know Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonce because they keep hearing about these 2. And I'm a big believer. It's one of the reasons why the NFL is so great. They've got that built-in college system where these guys can build up a name. They become household names because they're in college for 3 years. We get familiar with them. By the time we get to they get to the NFL. Oh, we didn't see Shedeur Sanders for 2 years. I'm familiar with this guy. I want to see what he does in the NFL. It's going to be the same thing with Fernando Mendoza. Said it real quick, real smooth.
No, well done. Smooth. Well done.
It's going to be the same thing with him right there. We got that stuff with, I know it's a different time, but Deshaun Watson, when he was coming out of Clemson, we had seen him for 3 years. These 2, talking about Darren Peterson and AJ DeMonster, are creating that. And I think that combined with the guys that are already there, the Lucas, the AEs, the Wembys, I'm sure there's a couple of guys I'm forgetting. I think that's going to be the draw. And these guys be like Anthony Edwards be talking.
Yeah.
So everybody loves a little drama. So if he talked the last game and when they play again, stuff like that.
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is, does any of that matter if Anthony Edwards doesn't win? That's because I think you have personalities in the league. Like, what good is Luka in LA as one of the best players in the world if the Lakers don't win?
But it's Russell Westbrook, right? He never won, but you got people that feel a certain way about him one way or another.
And that's great that I home run comparison. But Russ isn't the face of the league.
True. Very true.
Face, sure.
Yeah.
Face of the league, no.
Yeah.
Like, he's not. People tune in to see Steph Curry. They tune in to see LeBron James. I believe they tune in to see Kevin Durant. I don't know how many players have that tune-in factor. I don't know that Anthony Edwards is one yet. I think Wemby is because Wemby, especially when you look at Wemby's really unique. And even with another 7'6", 11 and a half, in that conversation, 6'11" guy in that conversation. Wemby is just incredibly unique. He's like a lot like LeBron. He's like a one of one, just in physical attributes. It's like insane.
Yeah.
And I think at some point, like he says the things where, we talk about with Cody Rhodes. For years, they've left breadcrumbs where if you wanted to turn him heel, you could, and it'd be real easy to put the story together. Wemby has left us breadcrumbs. So if he wanted to turn around and take a steel chair to the NBA audience, he could, and it would make sense. He has left us breadcrumbs where he says things like, I want my game to look like no one else in the league, so I train like no one else in the league. What's the terror he struck in you at the end of I call it the Steph Curry documentary, Court Center Gold, the Netflix joint.
Yeah.
And well, what are you talking about? Who do you want to beat? Wemby? Everybody.
Oh my gosh.
The seeds are there, but it only works if you win. And someone is going to have to win. Someone who can elicit that emotion, I should say, is going to have to win. Because SGA can keep winning all he wants to. The Oklahoma City Thunder could win 4 of the next 6 titles. If no one has if people don't have a reaction to them, then it doesn't matter. It's WWE constantly trying to get putting a title on Drew McIntyre. No one cares. Gunther's killing off all the legends. No one cares. If the crowd doesn't react, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Now, that's not how you we're talking from one perspective of the game. We're not talking about greatness. We're not talking about anything. We're talking about how you could be the face of the league. And if you can't garner a reaction, you can't be a face of the league.
I agree
and
with
SGA
you.
does not do that right.
I agree with you 100%. I think, and I know you're talking about a singular player, face of the league, but if OKC versus San Antonio becomes a 5-year rivalry that they're just going now, not even winning championships back and forth, but it's like, oh, this is must see TV. Like I have to see this game. I think that could help with a guy like SGA because now you're seeing him in the biggest moments. Last year it was just kind of boring. It was just kind of whatever.
Well,
but if you're seeing him in the biggest moments and he performs or he has a 40-point game, I think that's going to add to the legend of a guy like SGA if they're the ones who win in championships.
One thing that I think would have helped that story is if the Spurs had beat him again. If the Spurs were like 5-0 against OKC, now you have a story to sink your teeth into come the postseason. Now, if the Spurs go 5-0 against the Oklahoma City Thunder, you're begging for that series because you want to know if the defending NBA champions are getting knocked off by the future. Or
I already told you, yeah.
Well, it's on the board.
Yeah.
It'd be it's gone. Oh,
No,
so
no,
is that
there.
what happened?
No, it's there. It's Thunder cannot beat the Spurs in a series.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, because that one's still active. We probably should erase
Yeah,
the top.
get that. Yeah, get that one out of here.
Kenny's other take: the Seahawks will not win a playoff game.
About to win the Super Bowl.
Man, that is we should leave that one up forever. But think about how much interest there would be in that series if the Spurs were 5-0 against Oklahoma City, and now you have the defending NBA champions. Game 1 with their back against the wall. There's that. It doesn't matter if it's first round, second round. It doesn't matter if it's the conference. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You have this. They have lost 5 straight games to the San Antonio Spurs. What is this basketball team? And then now you talk about it being easy last year. You have the perseverance thing. You have different storylines. Right now, you don't have any.
Right. Yeah.
There's no storylines to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Terrence in the chat says KC don't like Jason Tatum. It's not true at all. I don't think Jason Tatum alone can elicit emotion.
Not positive emotion. he can elicit hate.
Yeah. And
But
even
it's like
even then
go
it's not
away
hate.
heat.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
annoyance.
this
It's like,
guy.
he's annoying. Yeah.
Oh,
Now
here
Tatum
comes
my
Austin
boy.
Theory again.
Tatum is my boy. I was gonna get a
Austin
Tatum
Theory
jersey.
to Tatum is insane.
My bad.
No,
That's my bad.
Stop me from cutting a clip right now.
That's my bad. That was too much. That's my bad. I apologize.
Yeah, now Tatum's my boy. I was gonna get a Tatum jersey, and it's still on the table. That's my boy.
Before Steph or after?
Before and after. I'm not even getting a Steph jersey. What are you talking about?
Not what we
Tatum, I get a Tatum jersey. That's my boy.
Okay.
But I got a scenario where we might turn some heat up. Might turn some heat up.
Okay.
What if Jalen gets out of there? There's a little mega power situation going on because Jalen now yeah, see what I can do when I have the opportunity.
Boo. Brad Stevens, Elizabeth. What's happening here?
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Missoula. But Jalen go on another team. Jalen get traded to the Kings.
Yeah, he could boot out the building if Jalen left.
Who would? Jason Tatum?
Jason
would?
No,
Tatum
if Jalen left.
Oh, Jalen would get
Yeah.
booed. But now we got a story. Matter of fact, Jalen needs to stay in the Eastern.
But I was going to
Conference.
say, you don't have a story if he's in Sacramento. You have a story if he's in Philadelphia.
Keep him in the-
you have a story
keep
if he's
in
in
the
New
Eastern
York.
Conference.
You have a story if he's in Detroit.
Send him to Miami. It'll be Ray Allen part 2.
Well,
there you go. There's a story
that'd be
right
cool.
there.
Hell, he can go to Philadelphia. They need a small forward.
Why, Kenny?
Well, it's because we got a very rare NBA PED suspension. And it was Paul George.
Damn.
The confusion that must have washed across my face when that tweet came through.
Now, why were you confused?
Well, you don't see PED suspensions in the NBA very often.
Yeah.
And then to see that it was Paul George, it was like, oh, wow.
So
he really got tired of these nicknames for him.
So look, number one, I saw that like, damn, Paul George has been hooping like this year. He's been playing a lot better than people thought he would.
They were posting Paul George stat lines. The NBA, we got to investigate
He's been
this.
hooping. But look, the straw that broke the camel's back, I kind of said it flippantly the other day or like a week or two ago and mentioned it. Did you see him do the reverse 360 the other day?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They said, oh, no, that's no.
Test him.
Pee in this cup.
Just review it.
They said, oh, no.
They walked out there during the timeout. Hey, go pee in that cup. Go to the blue tent, pee in the cup.
This guy did the reverse 360 windmill. And they said, that's enough. I've seen your injury history. There ain't no way you should be able to do that.
I read 15 articles trying to figure out what did he take.
Now, did they? Okay.
They don't release the substance.
They said PED though.
Yeah.
Because I thought it.
Performance enhancing drug.
I thought it said. I thought it said something else potentially. But
like,
you're
like a street drug.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that
Yeah.
at all. I saw performance enhancing drug.
I'm gonna go with you on that one.
Okay.
I was making sure that that's what's being put out there because I thought I saw
Yeah, like his statement very much was in the vein of performance enhancing drugs and not had a wild night with Kendall Jenner or whatever.
Well,
and
married man, Paul George.
All the better reason he didn't have a wild night with anybody.
Yeah,
Isn't Kendall with Book? Who's with
Book's
Book?
trying to get Kendall back.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Did Kendall ask how his ankle was? Was that Kendall Jenner,
don't
Devin Booker? They was on social media somewhere being silly.
Yeah, they said Book wants that old thing back.
Good
But
luck to him.
Paul George will be back for the playoffs. He'll be back for the end of the season.
He'll be back for the end of the season. Yep. That's interesting. That's interesting. 76ers come a long way from where they were.
Yeah. Did you
long way.
Did you think anything about that game the Kings played against them the other day? Like, oh, Philly's for real, or did they change your opinion on them at all?
Philly,
not because they beat the Kings, but just seeing them, seeing them in action. Joel went crazy that game, didn't he?
I did. I mean, you and Eddie laughed at me.
Well, that was Eddie. And I think, was it Eddie or Trista It was
No, it was Eddie.
It wasn't me. I didn't laugh at you. I just said I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
I asked if Joel Embiid was back.
That's who they need to be checking.
Joel.
Guy ain't had knees for 3 years. All of a sudden, he getting 35 a night.
You know what that game did? Well, he had been getting 35 a night for 3 years. 4 years.
Well, yeah, when he was MVP.
We just thought it was over. Yeah. We were wrong.
Not wearing socks. That's
maybe
why.
him and Paul George are spending time
Check
together.
that man for deer antler spray.
Well, that's legal. As is murder, if we're talking about the same person. What did I take away from the Sixers game? It was Maxey. That was my takeaway. Not that I needed it. Not that I needed to see. Like, I think when you go for 35, 40 on a regular basis, you do what Tyrese Maxey has been doing now, which is really going on a couple of years. When you start, and, he did this a lot last year, or he did this several times last year. When you start taking over games in fourth quarters and hitting game winners, especially against bad basketball teams where it's like, hey, we're not losing this game. To me, you're elevating. Tyrese Maxey is clearly elevating to top 5, like star, superstar in the league.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know that I needed the Kings game to prove that to me, but you wanted to take away from that game against Philadelphia. That was it.
Yeah.
Tyrese's 40 and then the go home moment at the end.
Yeah, and he's this guy, he's the truth. He is the absolute truth. He is one of, we talk about, I'm not saying he'd be the face of the league, but we talk about guys who eventually could raise their profile. He's got to be considered now.
Sure.
Is he, like third or fourth in the league in scoring, averaging 32 a night? You get him in playoff settings where he, fails or, doesn't get it done. Now they're asking questions about him. Can he get it done? All that type of stuff. He could be on that list as well. But I knew he was a really good ball player. I thought he would be a really good ball player. I didn't see this. This is impressive what he's able to do on a nightly basis and carrying that team.
Final 30 minutes of the day coming up. The victory lap is on the way. What's that? We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I might have to get to the snow. It was actually a good time when we went a couple years ago. Ryan would really enjoy it.
All right on, Stevie B. Glad you're enjoying it, man. First day, so we're getting used to it. Body clock adjusting a little bit. Definitely shout out to Nipsey. Shout out to KC for that name. Solid. Oh, sure we can. Just get out of here at 6 o'clock. We get there. We good.
I'll be up in the rafters. D'Lo, he be down low. I'll be in the rafters. So that's where I'll be. But
for what?
I'll still be there for Kings games.
I sit where Michael Martinez tells me to. Actually,
I think I'm gonna be there on Saturday.
You going on Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
What is that? The Keon game, the revenge game. I got the Cavs that day.
$30 seconds or so.
Hey man, Cole, I'm just saying y'all can't beat the Spurs. Don't get mad at me because y'all can't beat the Spurs. Y'all the defending champions. Y'all beat them. It was like, yeah.
All right, shout out to our friends over at Mojo's. It's a local spot in the heart of downtown Sacramento on 15th and I, walking distance to the arena, indoor-outdoor space. They have, this is a Sacramento sports bar that is family-friendly, that is dog-friendly, and it's a business that we're going to be doing a lot of business with over the course of the next few weeks, few months, few years, hopefully. Hopefully at some point, this whole segment has an introduction. It's called the Victory Lap. It's our final 30 minutes of the day. It's the home stretch. Obviously a tribute to Nipsey as well. And we'll recap the top stories of the day, as well as throw in a few things that we haven't had the opportunity to get to, including the fact the Royal Rumble was this weekend.
Oh my gosh.
And that was pretty much everybody's overall reaction to it. It seems everyone who watched this both hated it and hated themselves for taking the time to watch it. I got a text in the middle of the day that said Roman Reigns laughing emoji. And I had no clue what it meant. And I hit him back like, oh, wait, did he win? And that person was like, yep.
Roman won?
Roman Reigns won the Royal Rumble. I assume they're setting up Roman Reigns versus CM Punk, which they've been working on for a couple of years. But I think Drew McIntyre is also a champion. So Drew McIntyre is the night one opener champion. So I got to assume it's Punk and Roman, but I'm not really sure what that means for Cody. I don't know. I have no clue. From what I heard, and they don't get my time, this Royal Rumble sucked. The card was bad. The show was bad. It was 5 hours. It was propaganda and nonsense most of the show. And it seems that the WWE crowd has turned on Triple H in a vicious, vicious way. And he thinks it's good heat. I don't think he realized they're disgusted with him right now.
Yeah, he stinks.
He feels like Vince McMahon part 2.
He's
and the old Vince McMahon, not the creative Vince McMahon.
He's terrible at this. He's terrible at this. And it doesn't matter because, like you said, people go all over the country to go watch their stuff.
Apparently, they'll leave countries too to go watch.
Right. But he's driven away guys like us three. Well, just bad booking, bad decision making. He's terrible. Terrible. The worst. He's worse than Bischoff.
That might be, well, hold on. That might be true. Big thanks to Ben for joining us here in the afternoon. As he said, late first round picks aren't coveted picks for contenders. The truth is, he could be talking about the jump. He could be talking about our opening segment. Who knows? But shout out to Ben for staying true to form here on our first day in the afternoons and
On
chiming
brand.
in on something that probably happened 3 hours ago.
On brand.
The Sacramento Kings have lost 9 straight. Their next game is against Memphis on Wednesday, and the question is, will the Kings see a double-digit losing streak?
Yes. Unfortunately. Well, I wouldn't say unfortunately because like I said, we're here
10
now.
straight losses, bro.
That's tough.
That
is tough.
I'm so sad to I just don't see a way Doug makes it through this. I mean, Jesse said it earlier. There have been losing streaks of 6, 7, 8, and now 9. We're staring at 10. There is an opportunity for 2 9-game losing streaks this season.
Do we have
we need is someone to throw up at center court. That's all we're missing at this point.
Do we have can we do some math here? And what have they won 4 of their last 32?
I just thought of the ultimate redemption story. The Sacramento Kings fired Luke Walton on Mother's Day. What's Mother's Day this year?
Oh, it's the draft lottery.
It's the draft lottery. The basketball gods could make everything okay by giving the Sacramento Kings the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Or they could punish the Sacramento Kings for firing Luke Walton on Mother's Day and ruining everyone's Mother's Day and give him the 5th pick.
We'll always be in a bad place on Mother's Day because of what we did to Luke Walton.
We didn't do it.
That's true.
Sacramento Kings did it.
But we suffer.
We do suffer. We do suffer. What were you trying to do math on?
They had the 4-game winning streak. So I'll put it at 4.
Longest win streak of the season.
Well, what are they 4-22 in their last 26 games? It's got to be something nasty.
Oh, it's bad. We looked at this so the current losing streak is, what do we say, 9? That's following the 4-game win streak. Prior to that, they had a 7-game losing streak.
So they're 4-16.
7 losses, 4 wins, 9 losses. So
4-16 in their last, what's that, 20?
4-16 in their last 20. I mean, that's not, they're 12-39, man.
We might be able to go further back. They might be 5-25, and because they just lose 5 games in a row all the time.
They do. They sure do.
This is the worst season I've ever experienced with the Kings.
No, it's bad.
This is awful.
Bad. I did not envision a time where my favorite player played for the only team in professional sports I rooted for, and it was this miserable. Miserable.
So hold on.
And if 10 is on the horizon, then that means at least 11 is there.
Yeah. Yeah, we look at 12.
Well, yeah. Right. 11 is the Clippers, 12 is the Cavs.
So let me do this real quick.
Do they win before All-Star break?
Probably not.
You got the Pelicans and the Jazz.
They might get the Jazz, but they got to go to Utah. They're not winning a game in Utah. They're not.
That's crazy.
And they're in New Orleans. They're probably not winning that one either.
I
I say no.
They don't win a game before the All-Star break?
I don't think so.
That's 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 14 straight losses if that happens. Then you come out of the gate with Orlando. Then you're on there's San Antonio, Memphis again, a back-to-back with Houston and Dallas. The Kings are never winning again, folks.
Maybe they break the losing streak March 3rd at home against Phoenix on NBC.
At home against Phoenix on NBC.
They break the streak.
What a storyline that would be.
Check this out, though. 9 in a row. They've lost 9 in a row. They won 4 before that. They lost 7 before that. They won, lost 1. So we're at 17 losses. and there was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 game losing streak. So they are 6-22 in their last 20. That's awful, man. It's terrible.
So bad. So
I
bad.
mean, this can keep going because they only got 12 wins, but I counted that 5-game losing streak. They had 1, 2 in a row, and it looks like they lost 7 before that. So now we're looking at 8-29 in their last.
You got to start asking the question, okay, do the Kings lose by 20 tonight? 30? 40? Or do we have, is it a Tyrese Maxey game tonight?
At least they finally stopped losing by 40. 30 and 40.
How many was the Boston game?
I thought that was 20.
Oh, you couldn't tell me that wasn't 50.
112-93.
Yeah, that's probably a real comfortable fourth quarter for the
Yeah,
Boston Celtics.
I said they might have to go on a run late to get that one down to 19.
You know what was amazing? I think you had checked out by this point. No losing streaks last night on the Grammys. An incredible night highlighted by a rather lengthy tribute that went from Ozzy Osbourne to D'Angelo to Roberta Flack. And you got Post Malone in there. You got Lauryn Hill in there. It was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I got to check that out. I was gone by the live performance by then, but
it was dope.
I saw the clips all over the place. I got to go check that out, man. I heard everybody did great, but I heard Lauren was fantastic.
Killed it. Yeah,
fantastic.
Absolutely killed it. Shout out to Kendrick Lamar, the winningest hip hop Grammy artist in history. Much to the confusion of Cher, took home Song of the Year, took home Rap Song of the Year, took home Rap Album of the Year. I think he took 4 Grammys last night. That goes with the 5 that he took last year, bringing his total to 27, passing Jay-Z, who previously had the most.
You know who's underrated? This guy comes out on stage and he's in his boxers with socks, and that's it. And he starts to play his guitar, and he gets the beat going, and he does this thing where he's doing the live beat, so he gets the 808 machine and gets that set. And he looks a mess. Like, this is ridiculous. And then he starts singing. And it's that boy Justin Bieber. Oh, man. He looked like erratic as I don't know what. And then he starts singing. Woo! The Biebs is the truth, man.
That is Coachella headliner Justin Bieber.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah.
He can
He's bad.
He can sing as good as anybody I've seen in recent memory.
What a year he's had, because his records run on our station on 102.5 and they run on the end. All of them.
Yeah.
Like, he's got both demographics.
Who's better?
Everybody rides with Biebs.
Who's better, Justin Bieber or Justin Timberlake?
Well,
I think I'm going with Bieber.
Here's the thing. Bieber's gotten better with time. Justin Timberlake's gotten worse. So at their peaks, oh man, at their peaks, I think it's Timberlake. Peak. Today, it's Bieber, and I don't think it's particularly close.
Bieber is
I don't know that I say that with a lot of confidence. Bieber, like the peak thing.
Yeah. What's the sports analogy? Like, Timberlake was like awesome, and then Bieber came along and was the souped up version of Timberlake. It felt like
the sports equivalent to that.
It could be like
Randall Cunningham was a great running quarterback, and then Michael Vick came along.
Justin Timberlake is Randall Cunningham.
Yeah.
And then
Bieber
came in.
Mike Vick. Yeah.
Or we'll bring it a little bit more. Mike Vick and Lamar Jackson.
Because
because that seems a little closer than Cunningham and Vic.
Nah,
Although
let's
Cunningham
not
was
disrespect
Cunningham was a bad
Cunningham.
boy.
Yeah,
Cunningham
let's
was a
not
bad boy.
disrespect Randall Cunningham.
Yeah.
It's just, but like we can't pretend like Timberlake's fall off isn't real.
Yeah.
Like
Zabo
I mean,
says, Bowl and Wimby.
oh,
I don't know.
man.
That might be a little disrespectful to Justin Timberlake. Maybe he still is better.
Justin Timberlake's
but
peak was
Bieber's
crazy. Like between NSYNC and the launch of his solo career, it was incredible. But like when he like Man of the Woods or Man in the Woods or whatever that was, and then out of whatever that album he dropped that I listened to one time and have never revisited again, man, that fall off was steep.
Yeah. And
I think Man in the Woods was after 2020, right? The 2020 experience.
Yes.
That was
for sure.
nasty.
Yeah,
that was
dope.
nasty. That was
It was
nasty, nasty. Yeah, we're being a little disrespectful to Justin Timberlake, thus being disrespectful to Randall Cunningham.
I kind of get caught up on Bieber's voice, though. I think he's a far better singer than Justin Timberlake.
Far better?
Yeah, Bieber is. To me, I'm not a singer or musician, so maybe they hear it different, but I think he's a great vocalist.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
he can
bad.
sing
Nah, he can go.
on a top tier level. I don't know if Justin can do that. He can sing, like he sounds good. He can't sing like Justin Bieber.
You took the attention off of Kendrick Lamar though pretty quick, but I get
What?
it. I get it. No, you'll wait till Friday
didn't
when
see any of
Eddie's
Kendrick
here.
stuff.
I'll wait. I know you'll wait till
I
Friday
saw-
when Eddie's here, and you guys can go. Yes, what them Grammys, huh? That don't mean nothing, does it? That's fine. We'll wait. We'll wait till Friday.
I'm not crazy about the Grammys.
Let you have.
You know, I've said that though. I'm not crazy about the Grammys. I think they took a turn in the last 10 years.
Really? They've
Yeah, I
always
just
been
don't.
like this.
You're right. It has. Maybe I
always
just kind of noticed it as I got older, but
Okay.
no, man. I like the American Music Awards,
Oh, those are always fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are always fun.
but I understand the prestige of the Like I respect the prestige of a Grammy though. So
Shout out Bad Bunny too. Bad Bunny cleaned up and won
Yeah.
Record of the Year
Yeah.
or
album
of the year.
Yeah,
because those are very different things.
Well,
Album of the year.
R&B song and R&B performance. I don't know the difference.
Oh, right. There's a little some rumblings. We might see Cardi.
I heard about that.
in Santa Clara.
Somebody was talking about the set list that Bad Bunny had, and
Man, if there's an opportunity for her to come out and talk trash about the other female rapper who gets attention, ooh, that'd be great. Oh, that'd be great, especially after all of this talk about Bad Bunny and boycotting the Super Bowl and all of that. Oh, give me that.
Oh yeah,
Give me that.
I think it's gonna happen. I think Cardi is gonna show up.
I hope
and
so.
perform.
I hope so.
She'll be there for sure. But
speaking of San Francisco, what do you expect from Raheem Morris with the San Francisco 49ers defense?
I expect him to be in lockstep with Kyle Shanahan, with the way that Kyle Shanahan wants that defense to perform. I think Raheem Morris is gonna blend really well with that coaching staff. I think him and Kyle obviously have history together, so they're familiar with each other. They're familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of each other as a coach. And I think we're going to see a lot of good stuff from the 49ers on the defensive end. I was worried when Gus Bradley was rumored to be the one taking over. I just didn't feel comfortable with them. I wanted Schwartz or Raheem Morris. They were able to get one of them in Raheem Morris. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm thrilled that wound up being their hire. Keon Ellis returns to Sacramento on Saturday when Cleveland is here. Does he get a rousing ovation from the crowd at the Golden One Center?
Yes, he does. They will.
Does Dennis Schroeder?
He gets a nice applause.
Can I tell you why?
No videos, please.
Can I tell you why Dennis Schroeder's career could have been, or how Dennis Schroeder's career could have been defined as a Sacramento King if he had slapped Luka Doncic on the court? He didn't. He wanted to wait till he got in the back or wait till he got to the loading dock or whatever. If you're going to take the suspension, Let us enjoy it.
No, what if Dennis comes back next Saturday and the Kings put up, oh, thank you, Dennis Schroeder on the big board, and then all of a sudden it cuts to Luka Doncic walking down the hallway, and it's like, wait, what's going on? And then Dennis appears, and then he slaps Luka, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's the video, and everyone's going nuts.
What if the video dropped that day?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
The
just
video
drop it right
dropped
there.
that day.
Hey,
First TV timeout of the first quarter.
One of the biggest ovations in the history of the Golden One Center.
The Cleveland Cavaliers players are standing up applauding as well. Everyone's just going crazy.
Every venue in the league except for 2 would applaud. And here throughout shows, you'll notice there's something we call a thread. It's kind of the thing we keep going back to. And in today's instance, the thread was the DeAndre Hunter trade. It was the Keon Ellis trade, and it was the fallout from that for Sacramento. But over the course of the next 4 days, there's going to be a thread that intertwines the next 4 shows. And it's the NBA trade deadline. So I ask you this. Ja, AD, Giannis. Which one of those players is most likely to be traded by Thursday's deadline?
Ja.
I'll go with Giannis.
Giannis too complicated, AD too injured, Ja the easiest?
Yeah, I think Ja.
There's a D'Lo and KC report that market for Ja is a little. This Boys to Men said, and wait till the water runs dry. It just seems like they waited till the market ran dry.
Yeah, I think it's Ja because of what you talked about. The market will bring him back to the pack, so to speak. I think it's Ja.
I feel like, man, that Anthony Davis stuff had a lot of noise in the moments, in the days immediately following that injury. I have not heard Anthony Davis's name again in weeks. Honestly, it feels like Ja and AD is a bit quiet. Giannis, the ESPN had an interesting report. It wasn't even credited to Shams Charania on their website that the Bucks are now making counter offers with the teams who have been most aggressive in their pursuit of Giannis Antetokounmpo. So there is dialogue about Giannis, a trade, and getting him out of Milwaukee. This isn't these reports aren't true. Like, there's no shaking the validity of what's happening in Milwaukee. And I think the Giannis trade is a lot more likely than you do.
What did I just see brought up a good point. I saw this earlier. Terry Rozier's, he won his appeal with the league. So they will have to honor his $26 million, which is expiring. That I'm thinking specifically about a Giannis deal with that.
Okay.
Part of a deal for Giannis to Miami.
That almost feels like Shohei Ohtani money. Like, it doesn't even feel like you trading Terry Rozier's contract. That doesn't. It's like trading Jimmy Butler's contract.
Who the Warriors
doesn't
said
even
they're not going to
feel like it should be legal.
The Warriors said over the weekend they're not moving Jimmy Butler's contract.
It's the second time they've said that.
Trying to convince themselves.
Do you know why? Because your boy is an idiot.
Well, he's not my boy.
I
just said I don't know if
anyone who's caught this show in recent weeks knows that you've got a Mike Dunleavy jersey hanging somewhere in one of your several closets that houses jerseys and sneakers.
Never that.
I guess if they just keep repeating it.
I don't know what they're
doing. So now that you mentioned that was the Draymond Green thing. When they said for the second time, we're not trading Jimmy Butler, we're not including Jimmy Butler in any trade deal. That's when the Draymond Green thing. This one. Well, there's only one other way to do it, and it's Draymond. And Draymond was asked about it. He was asked about being traded.
Draymond, he said something else over the weekend. I was like,
Lord, what did he say now?
He was talking about the ref. All right, man. man.
I saw that.
Man, shut up, man.
I saw that. He said,
man, shut up, man.
He said, what was it? I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but you'll get the gist of it. I just find it interesting that a Caucasian referee going to put his hand in my face as a black man in America. He loves referring to himself as a black man in America. Draymond Green never refers to himself as a black man in America unless he's in trouble. That's the only time he refers to himself as a black man in America. And to call him a Caucasian official is so funny.
I said, yo, man, get this guy, man. Get this guy. Just a year ago, he wanted to get rid of Black History Month. Now, all of a sudden, it's a black man in America. All right, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, Draymond's always been a black man in America. He'll tell you.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah.
Hey, Draymond, we know that, right? We can see you. You're a black man in America.
As a black man in America.
I didn't think you were going to get an impression in today.
Quite frankly.
We're leaving. Before too many impressions start happening, we're leaving. Thank you so much for being with us. Remember, we are with you Monday through Friday now, beginning at 2 o'clock, 2 to 6 every day. Make sure you're tapped in. Beginning tomorrow at 7 a.m., Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, The Jump, your new morning drive show here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Christopher Williams.
We got through a whole show without I Love Dylan. I was
he didn't do anything, but he had 3 blocks the other day.
He had like 4, didn't he?
Against Washington, he had 3.
Oh.
I don't know what he did against Boston.
I'll be honest, it doesn't even matter.
Payne Pritchard played pretty good that game.
You mean Caitlin Clark?
How did she? I saw she reacted to that. Did she not like that? Shout out Reggie Miller.
I don't think she did.
Reggie,
and I don't blame her.
Yeah. Phenom over here and comparing her to Peyton Pritchard. Payne got 92 in a pro-am, though. People forget.
He got locked up by Davion when he came back.
I remember how irrationally angry I was at that. Not even angry, just mad.
As Soren says, guys, it's 4 o'clock. Let's get out of here. Appreciate you, man. Make sure you're locked in. Set the alert on your screen so you can catch The Jump at 7 a.m., man. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Kings will be losing now by yeah, they definitely will. They definitely will.